18 years I waited for my first Pokemon, and the school brought my class a plate of rats. Not one rat, a whole tray of them, sitting on the podium in little red and white balls like party favors at the world's saddest birthday. My desk mate, Chen Hong, was practically vibrating in his chair next to me, and I had to be the one to tell him. How good can something free be? The good ones got picked off by the higher-ups months ago. We're getting rat-a-tat. Chen Hong made a noise like a punctured tire and put his head on the desk. Sorry, buddy, somebody has to be the adult here. Here's the thing about this world that I still hadn't gotten used to. About 300 years ago, a secret realm merged with reality and dumped an entire ecosystem of impossible creatures onto us, along with the books and games explaining them, which is either the universe being helpful or the universe showing off. Now Pokemon are everything. Transport, police work, agriculture, war. A single strong trainer can hold a nation hostage. There are exactly 2 champion-level trainers in the entire Shenzhou Alliance, a country of billions, and maybe 50 at elite level, and every one of them came out of some 100-year-old family with a vault. And then there's me, Zhang Wei, 18 years old, top 3 in my class in theory, dead last in resources. My parents were office workers. A regular Pokemon egg costs 80 to 90,000 Alliance coins. My family's entire savings account had a comma in it, and that was about it. Also, I wasn't originally from here, but that's a long story and nobody was asking. So I was sitting there doing math on a tray of rats when a voice went off inside my skull. Congratulations, you have awakened the gold coin exchange system. I sat up so fast my chair squeaked. 50 heads in that classroom and not one of them turned, because they were all busy staring at the free rats. Perfect. Beautiful. The single greatest moment of my life, and my audience is a room full of people mentally naming a polywag, a system, an actual system. Every transmigrator's dream, the thing you read about in 1,000 stories, and it had picked me. I sat there, grinning at a desk like an idiot for about 4 seconds. Then it told me the condition. Please obtain a Pokemon with potential of elite or higher. This Pokemon must be your first. I stopped grinning. Let me explain what that sentence actually means. Potential in this world is a hard ceiling, stamped into a Pokemon at birth, unchangeable for life. White is trash, green is decent, blue is gym leader material. Elite potential is 1 in a million, not a figure of speech, an actual ratio. There might not be a single elite potential Pokemon for sale in this entire province, and if one ever surfaces, it gets bought inside the hour by a corporation or a family, and the price has a lot of zeros and no decimal point. And it had to be my first. No warm-up. No starter Rattata to grind on while I saved money. The very first Pokemon I ever caught. You awoke a system in a poor kid and then locked it behind a purchase he can't make. That's not a cheat. That's a subscription service I can't afford. I sat there cursing it in my head with real creativity for about a minute, and the system said nothing back, because of course it didn't. Then it gave me a gift, because apparently it does have a sense of humor. Eye of investigation. A transparent screen popped into the air in front of me, and I nearly fell out of my chair a second time. Nobody else reacted. Only I could see it. In a world where trainers pay for clunky official machines that scan a Pokemon's potential with a considerable margin of error, I now had a perfect readout floating in my eyeballs, on demand, for free, forever. Okay, that I could work with. Zhang Wei! Li Ming was calling names by class rank, which meant I was near the front of the line. Our head teacher was a decent man with a bad haircut and about as much power to help me as a vending machine, and he'd been calling me his proudest student since I was 14. I got up and walked to the podium with a system quest, a superpower, and 11 yuan in my pocket. Zhang Wei, he leaned in and dropped his voice. There's a grass-type starter in there, a good one. You should absolutely consider it. He'd saved it for me, that's what that meant. He'd looked at a tray full of rats, seen the one Bulbasaur, and quietly kept it back for the poor kid. Understood, teacher, thank you. I'll think about it carefully. I picked up the first ball and pressed the button, and a purple mouse rolled out onto the desk and immediately started playing with its own tail, and the screen lit up in my vision. Rattata, level 5, potential, advanced. Advanced is the polite word for no. I put her back. Then I did it again, and again. Pidgey, Sandshrew, Caterpie, Weedle, Poliwag. Flash of light, roll them out, read the screen, recall them. 24 Pokemon in about 90 seconds, and the head of academic affairs standing right there, watching me pick them up and put them down like I was buying fruit. Not one of them cracked superior. Not one. I don't know what I expected. I'd been carrying this fantasy for about 4 minutes that I'd walk up here with my X-ray vision and find a diamond in the rat pile. Turns out the people who screen these things have done it a few thousand more times than me. That left the Bulbasaur. I pressed the button, and a fat green toad with a seed on its back bounced out and made a noise like a squeaky toy and immediately started playing in place. And I have to be honest with you, it was extremely cute. Its final evolution is Venusaur, which is genuinely powerful. Any other day I'd have taken it and run. Bulbasaur, level 6, potential, gym potential. The best thing on that entire podium by a wide margin. The kind of Pokemon that carries an ordinary kid to an ordinary decent life. And the system had said elite or higher, and it had said first. I stood there for maybe 3 seconds with the whole class watching me and a teacher beside me who'd hidden this thing away from me, and I did the arithmetic. Take the Bulbasaur, and I get a solid partner in a locked system forever. Refuse it, and I get nothing at all, except a chance. I put the Bulbasaur back in its ball and set it down on the plate. Teacher, these are all excellent. None of them are the one I want. I'll pass on my turn and leave more choices for everyone else. Then I turned around and walked back to my seat before he could say a word. 50 people watched me hand back the only free Pokemon I would ever be offered. The room went completely silent. Not stunned silent. That specific silence where everybody in it is thinking the exact same sentence about you and none of them will say it out loud. Then about 30 of them lit up at once, because if I didn't want the Bulbasaur, one of them was about to get it. Li Ming went pale. His lips moved and nothing came out. He just started calling the next name. Up in the front row, a girl with very long hair had turned all the way around in her seat and was staring at me with her hands knotted together like she was watching someone walk into traffic. I want to be clear about my emotional state at this moment. I had just thrown away the best thing I would be given for free in my entire life, on the word of a voice in my head that had known me for 6 minutes. Cool, very cool, loved that for me. School let out. Everyone went home to play with their new rats. I got summoned to the office. Li Ming closed the door, and his face changed the second the latch clicked. Zhang Wei, why didn't you choose the Bulbasaur? His voice was shaking. I went to a lot of trouble to keep that spot for you, and you refused. You gave up your turn entirely. I am so angry I could vomit blood. He wasn't wrong to be. From where he stood, he'd watched a kid he'd bet on for 3 years set his own future on fire in front of the head of academic affairs. I couldn't tell him about the system, so I told him the only true thing I had. Teacher, I know you meant well. I have my own reasons, and I can't explain them yet. But believe me, I will catch a stronger one. I won't let you down. He looked at me for a long moment. Then he sighed and reached into his jacket and took out an alliance card and pushed it across the desk. You can't sit the practical exam without a Pokemon. There's 100,000 on this. Take it. 100,000 alliance coins. This man made a teacher's salary and had a wife. I pushed it back. He grabbed my wrist and jammed it into my palm and closed my fingers around it. Don't refuse me, you little rascal. Your teacher has high hopes for you. Consider it an investment. That word again, investment. I'd hear it a lot over the next few months, from people with a lot more money and a lot less reason to give me any, and every single time it would come out of the mouth of somebody who'd just done math on me. Li Ming was the only one who ever said it without doing the math first. Then consider it a loan, I said. I'll pay it back in a month. If you get into a top Pokemon university, that's my payment. I bowed to him and got out of there before either of us embarrassed ourselves, because I had 4 weeks to find a 1 in a million Pokemon, and I just burned an entire afternoon. I made it about 8 steps past the school gate. Zhang Wei, wait! She'd been standing there the whole time. Chen Meng Yao, the prettiest girl in Pokemon First High School, wearing the same uniform as everybody else, and somehow making it look like a decision. Before I could say anything, she grabbed my arm and dragged me around the corner into an alcove, in front of about 40 witnesses, without asking. That was the second time she'd ever grabbed my arm. She was pink to the ears about it, and doing an incredible job pretending she wasn't. I should explain her, because she's important, and because I did not deserve her. We met at a summer camp when we were kids. She got lost in the wild, got badly scared by something in the trees, and I happened to be the one who found her and walked her back. That was it. That was the entire heroic deed. She transferred schools to be near me in junior high, then turned down a better school than this one to follow me here, and she'd been openly, cheerfully, catastrophically obvious about it for years, while my predecessor did absolutely nothing about it. I want to note for the record that I inherited this situation. I did not build it. My predecessor was, and I say this with love, an idiot. Also, her family were high-level executives in the Alliance branch, and mine sold office supplies. So, what did the head teacher want with you? She was fanning herself with one hand. Was it about Pokemon? Wow, you're very smart. You even guessed that. She didn't rise to it. She reached into her pocket and took out a premium Pokeball and held it out to me. A premium ball costs 30,000 Alliance coins. People do not carry these around. People frame these. Open it, she said. I pressed the button and a small blue turtle came out and made a shy noise and immediately climbed into her arms. Squirtle, level 9, potential, quasi-heavenly king. I need you to understand. That's one tier below elite. That's the single highest potential Pokemon I had seen all day, all week in my life. That's a Pokemon that gets a family talked about. This girl was carrying it around in her coat pocket to give away. Yes, this little cutie is Squirtle, she said, beaming. And she's yours now. And she handed the Squirtle at me. Just held it out, like a sandwich. I stood there for a second doing the fastest, ugliest calculation of my life. Because it wasn't elite, one tier short. The system quest wouldn't clear, so it wouldn't even solve my problem. And if I took it, and her family found out that the broke kid from the ordinary family had walked off with a quasi-heavenly king Squirtle, I would be found in a ditch outside the city with a very sad expression. Also, she'd clearly not thought about that part at all, because she immediately explained she'd just tell her family she gave it away and ask for a new one. Besides, I already got recommended into Capital Elf University early, cultivation department. It doesn't matter if I fail the practical. Oh, great. So there are people who don't have to take the exam? Sure there are. I pushed the Squirtle back at her. She refused to take it. The Squirtle, being passed back and forth between two humans, started making increasingly outraged noises. So I panicked and reached for the stupidest lie available. Mengyao, is your Squirtle male or female? Female, why? Ah, sorry, I'm really sorry. It's just that I prefer male Pokemon, better for battle. Her face fell about 2 inches. Her grip on the Squirtle went slack, which the Squirtle immediately understood because Pokemon are smart, and it turned around and barked at me with real venom. I had, in one sentence, insulted a Pokemon to its face and hurt its owner, which is a rare combination. I felt like a monster. So I told her the actual truth, or most of it. I turned down the school's Pokemon because I'm going to buy one that's right for me, and we're going to grow together and battle together, and I'm going to become a Pokemon master. That's the plan. Is that true? It's true. You have to believe me. I've always believed you. That is a devastating thing to say to a person, and she said it like she was reading the weather. Then she asked if I had money and started to turn around to go home and get some for me, and I had to physically stop her by waving Li Ming's alliance card in her face like a man surrendering. She finally left, but not before making me swear to tell her the second I got my first Pokemon, and adding, over her shoulder, that if I didn't have one by the day after tomorrow, she was giving me the Squirtle anyway. Understood, big sister, I said, dying inside. Then she got in a car. She has a car. There's a driver. I went home. My parents were already back and cooking, which meant they'd left work early, which they never did. My father, Zhang Jianhua, was sitting on the sofa with a Pokemon magazine, which he read constantly and could never afford to act on. Xiaowei, you're back. Sit down. We ate dinner. Nobody said anything the entire meal, which in my family means something is happening. I was busy trying to work out how to ask 2 people who buy generic soy sauce for a lot of money. Then my mother, Wang Lihua, said, "Sit down a minute, your parents have something to say." And my father took an alliance card out of his shirt pocket and put it on the table between the plates. 300,000, she said. That's what we've saved. Take it and buy the Pokemon you like. I looked at the card. 300,000 alliance coins. Every yuan these 2 people had put away over 20 years of a job neither of them liked, sitting on a dinner table next to a bowl of vegetables, being pushed toward me. We know you've loved Pokemon since you were small, my father said, not looking at me. We know you want to be a trainer. We support you, but we're ordinary people with limited ability, and we can't help you much. Forgive us. Mom, Dad, stop talking. I didn't take the card. I hugged them both instead, and the 3 of us stood there in a kitchen that smelled like dinner, and I made a decision I never went back on. Then I took the card, because I'm not stupid. 400,000 alliance coins total, a teacher's savings and my parents' savings, in 2 pieces of plastic in my jacket. I went out the door at a dead run. The Elf Building is the tallest thing in Chang City, and it is basically a department store for gods, supermarket on the bottom 3 floors, live Pokemon and eggs on 4 and 5, trainer certification on 6, hospital on 7 and 8, And from 10 up, it's the Alliance branch offices, which have gym-level and elite-level trainers wandering around them like it's an accounting firm. I went to 4. A clerk came over to offer me help, and I waved her off because I did not need a sales pitch. I had a superpower. 2/3 of that floor is live Pokemon. The rest is eggs. Every single one has an official card with its stats on it, and the first one I checked said Bellsprout, 14 days old, superior potential, 160,000. I scanned it. Bellsprout, superior. Well, their machines work. Good for them. Mine is free and instant and doesn't have a margin of error, so I still win. Then I put my head down and did the thing I'd come to do. I scanned every Pokemon on that floor. Every single one. Pidgey green, Arbok white, Caterpie white, Goldeen green. About 100 in one pass, and my best find was a Chikorita at gym potential for 560,000, which was both out of my range and not what the system wanted. Then hundreds more. Then the beginner and intermediate stock too. 800 Pokemon, not one above gym. Fine, eggs are better anyway. Egg data is fuzzier. The official reports on eggs are guesses based on the parents, which means their estimates are wrong constantly, which means bargains exist. So I scanned the entire egg section. Zubat green, Heracross green, Wooper blue, Pidgey green, Abra blue, Cyndaquil blue. Better, genuinely better. There were rarer species in the eggs and the potential ran higher, and I could see exactly how much money the store was leaving on the table with their bad estimates. But blue is gym. Blue is not elite. I needed one more tier, and there wasn't one. 5th floor, same routine. Better stock, and an hour of my life gone, and nothing. Until a light blue egg lit up my screen. Totodile, potential, quasi-heavenly king. My heart did something unprofessional. The card next to it said the father was a late gym Blastoise, and the mother an early gym Feraligatr, and the estimate was somewhere between gym and quasi-heavenly king, so the store had actually guessed close for once. 880,000 Alliance coins. I had 400. I stood there and memorized exactly where that egg sat on the shelf, the way you memorize the face of someone who's about to leave. And then I walked away from it, because that's what you do when you have 400,000, and the price is 880. 3,000 Pokemon, over 1,000 eggs, nothing. There are 3 other Pokemon houses in this city. I ran. The Galaxy Pokemon house is 1 story and several thousand square meters, and the owner is connected to somebody big in the League branch, which is how you get a license to sell Pokemon at all. It also, I discovered in under half an hour, sells garbage. 1,000 Pokemon, and under 10 of them cracked gym potential. The egg section was worse. Some of those eggs were dead. Not low quality, dead. Bug-type Pokemon that would never hatch, sitting on a shelf with a card describing a bright future. I stood in front of a shelf of corpses with a price tag on each one and felt my jaw tighten, and then walked out. Because what exactly was I going to do about it? New Pokemon house, downtown, busy, packed with parents buying their kids a future. Same story, same fraud. And the customers know. That's the part that got me. Half those people know, and they buy anyway, because there are 4 stores in a city of millions, and if you report the owner, you will publicly apologize, get fined into bankruptcy, and possibly get invited to spend some time in the wilderness. Every single person who ever reported one of these places has apologized, without exception. So that's the world. Strength is the only currency that spends, and I had none, which is why I was walking out of my 3rd store in a row with 400,000 yuan and nothing to buy. One left, way out east. I ordered a Dodrio. Dodrio Run is a rideshare company, as in a 3-headed bird gallops up, you verify your identity, you get on the bird. There used to be flying ones, which sounds incredible, but they kept causing traffic accidents and injuries, and eventually the Alliance banned civilian flight over the city entirely. I got on the bird, and then, because I am a person with a new toy and no self-control, I scanned the bird. Dodrio, level 26, potential, advanced, speed 25, perfectly ordinary, absolutely nothing special, completely adequate as a taxi. The person who looked at that animal and thought business model was a genius, and I made a mental note that if I ever got rich, I was going to start a competitor using Rhyhorn. Slower, much safer, enormous market opportunity. Xiaohualong Elf House is different from the other two because it mostly sells eggs, and because it has a corner called egg gambling. I saved it for last on purpose. More eggs, more bad estimates, more chances. Pokemon section first, only 300 or 400 of them, cleared in minutes, nothing. Then the egg floor, thousands of them in every color, some of them glowing faintly because they were close to hatching. I scanned thousands of eggs and I found two, Eevee, Growlithe, both between Gym and Quasi-Heavenly King. Growlithe is what every Alliance investigator and police officer wants, so Growlithe sells out the day it appears. 980,000. Eevee has 8 evolutions and every girl in the country wants one, and the parents on the card were a late Gym Glaceon and a mid-Gym Leafeon. 990,000. I looked at those two eggs for a while. I like Eevee. I like Arcanine even more, the evolved form of Growlithe, which is handsome and loyal and big enough to ride. 400,000 in my pocket, and I still had to buy an incubator, nutrient solution, milk, energy cubes, balls. The actual buying power in my hand was maybe half of what the number said. I walked away from those two as well and went to the back corner, where about half the customers in the store were packed in shoulder to shoulder. Egg gambling. 1,000 eggs on display. Fixed price, 50,000 each, no refunds, no guarantees, no information. Most of them failed to hatch long ago. Some are visibly damaged. Once they're sold, they have nothing to do with the store ever again, and every single person in that corner was there because of one story. 5 years ago, somebody bought a random egg out of this bin for 30,000, and it hatched a Dratini. Dratini, a dragon type, the rarest, most mysterious type there is, and its final form Dragonite is one of the pseudo-legendaries, and the champion of the entire Shenzhou Alliance won her title on the back of one. This store got famous overnight. For more than a year afterward, Alliance officials and university professors and corporate executives and an actual quasi-Heavenly King trainer from out of province came here and bought out the entire bin, repeatedly, driving the price of a 50,000 coin egg over 100,000. Nothing ever hatched. Not once. Eventually, everyone accepted that the Dratini was a fluke, and the price came back down. And people still come. Every day. Because the story is still true. I started scanning. Caterpie, white. Pidgey, damaged. Nidoran, damaged. Goldeen, green. Tentacool, damaged. Pichu, damaged. Mankey, damaged. Charmander, damaged. 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 300 eggs in, and I had a very clear picture of this business. 99% of that bin could not hatch. Not might not, could not. There were rare species in there, Ralts and Abra and Growlithe and Charmander, real prizes, all of them dead in the shell. 50,000 coins a pop for a shelf full of pretty rocks, and the one Dratini 5 years ago pays for all of it forever. I was standing there composing an extremely angry opinion about the owner when the corner of my eye lit up gold. Not white. Not green or blue. Pale gold. I turned my head so fast I heard something in my neck. Quasi-champion. There is a color scale for potential. Green is superior. Blue is Gym. Light red is Quasi-Heavenly King. Red is elite. And then above that, light gold is Quasi-champion. Gold is champion. 7 colors is master, which as far as I know is theoretical. Light gold. In a bin of corpses. At a fixed price of 50,000 yuan. Miss, excuse me, could you take that egg out for me? I'll take it. I said it much too loud and about 40 people turned around. Then all 40 of them looked at the egg and looked away with actual disgust on their faces. Because here's the thing I hadn't processed yet. That egg had bright red markings and one whole side of it was caved in, dented, visibly, obviously, hopelessly broken. Anybody with eyes could see it was finished. So the entire back corner of that store got to watch an 18-year-old kid enthusiastically buy the worst object in the building. Some of them laughed. Most of them just gave me a look I'd been getting all day in different flavors. The look you give someone who clearly has money to burn and no sense. Except in my case, the money was my mother's. The clerk didn't laugh. She was maybe 22 and had bought her own first Pokemon not that long ago, so she actually understood what this moment was supposed to feel like. And I think that's why she leaned in and quietly said the kindest thing anyone said to me that entire day. Sir, the egg you're holding is broken. It's very likely it will never hatch into a Pokemon. Are you sure you don't want to exchange it for another one? I'm sure. This one. Please run the card. I swiped 30,000 alliance coins and took my receipt and held that broken egg against my chest like it was made of soap bubbles, and I did not look at anyone on the way to the counter. Then she asked, a little embarrassed, if I'd like to buy an incubator and nutrient solution, since Xiao Hualong has a supermarket section and she gets commission. She was asking out of politeness. She still thought the thing in my arms was a rock. You have a supermarket here too? Take me. I do need a few things. She lit up like a lamp. Now, let me tell you why I was so calm. Because the readout on that egg said 2 lines, and the second one was the one that mattered. Chimchar, fire type, egg form. Note, inherently deficient. Requires supplemental nutrition for successful hatching. Requires supplemental nutrition. Not is dead. Not cannot hatch. It was starving. The egg wasn't broken beyond repair, it was underfed, and every professional in this city had looked at the dent and stopped reading right there. I asked her for the best incubator they had. An advanced Pokemon hatching device is 80,000 alliance coins. Do you need one? I'll take one. How much for a dose of nutrient solution? 20,000 each. 1 dose is generally enough for a hatching. 2 would be plenty, sir. I looked at the egg in my arms and thought about the word deficient. I need 5. No, 8. Give me 8. She stopped moving. 8? Sir, are you certain? It'll be a waste if it isn't used in time. It's fine. I have other eggs to hatch. I lied to a very nice woman, and she accepted it immediately, because that was a completely normal thing to say, and buying 8 doses for 1 dead egg was not. Then energy cubes. They come in 3 grades, 2,000, 5,000, 9,000 a box, each box feeding 1 Pokemon for a week. I complained about the price out loud, and she explained they're made from berries and concentrated energy substances, and they restore stamina, and that Xiao Hualong prices everything at market rate and is actually cheaper than the other 2 houses, which, having just been to the other 2 houses, I believed. I did the math anyway. My personal food budget was under 1,000 a month. Feeding 1 Pokemon the cheapest cubes would run 20,000 a month. The premium ones, 36. Give me 4 boxes of premium. I ate cheap for a year so a fire monkey could eat well. I regret nothing. Then a case of Moo Moo milk, and 3 ordinary Pokeballs, because I'd started to say 6 and remembered I was poor. The bill came to 280,800 alliance coins. The advanced incubator alone was 80. 8 doses of nutrient solution was 160. The owner heard the number, came out personally, and knocked 800 off to round it down, which is how you know a number is horrifying. I swiped the card with tears in my eyes. Genuinely, my vision was blurry. I had walked into that district in the morning with 400,000 alliance coins, my parents' entire life and my teacher's savings, and I walked out with 120,000, a mountain of supplies, and 1 dented egg that every single person who saw it had written off. Then I found a corner, plugged in the incubator, put the egg inside, and poured in 2 full doses of nutrient solution at once. They offer home delivery if you spend enough, so I left an address and carried the incubator out myself, and I did not let go of it on the entire ride home. Their delivery is fast. I got home and it was already there. A Machoke was unloading crates off a cart in front of my building, stacking boxes with 200 kilograms of casual muscle, and I scanned it. I couldn't stop myself. It's a reflex now. Machoke. Level 24. Potential. Superior. Mid-tier, unremarkable. No wonder it's doing manual labor for an egg store. I'm going to be honest, I'm not proud of that thought. I apologized to it in my head. It was working very hard. The noise woke my parents, who came down in their pajamas to help me haul crates upstairs. By 10 at night, the 3 of us were sitting in a row of chairs, staring at a broken egg in a glass tube. Xiaowei, my father said carefully, this egg is cracked. Will it really hatch? Dad, it's fine. It'll definitely hatch. They looked at each other, and my mother said, in the specific voice mothers use when they're about to offer you money they don't have, Xiaowei, is it because there wasn't enough to buy the one you liked? Should I borrow from your grandmother so you can buy another? I hugged them both again. It's really not necessary, trust me. This egg is going to hatch a powerful Pokemon within 3 days. All right, Mom believes you. Dad believes you too. You bought a lot today. Do you have money left? Because I have some here. They went back to bed eventually. I sat with the tube. Here's what I couldn't say to them at that table. 80% of people in this world never become qualified trainers. Not because they don't want it, because the good Pokemon cost more than a house, and the food costs more than a car. And my parents both wanted this, badly, their whole lives, and they read magazines about it instead. I had 120,000 Alliance coins left, and a growing understanding that this was not going to be enough for anything. At midnight, I checked the incubator, and the egg had absorbed most of the solution, so I cracked 2 more doses and poured them in. Then I fell asleep holding a glass tube, which is not a normal thing for an 18-year-old to do, and I'd do it again. The next morning, I fed it 2 more doses and took a photo and sent it to Chen Mengyao with a message saying this was my egg and it would hatch soon and I'd show her the baby. No reply. All day. She was probably training. I sat and stared at a tube for approximately 11 hours. Nothing happened. That evening, I poured in the last 2 doses, which used up all 8, and if it didn't hatch, I was going back to buy more. And after that, I was going to be selling furniture. That night, the egg glowed red in the dark in my arms while I was asleep, and I missed the entire thing. The next morning, I scanned it out of habit before I was fully awake. Chimchar, fire type, egg form, potential, quasi-champion. The note was gone. Not deficient, not requires supplemental nutrition. Constitute a healthy egg with an obscene number on it. I was still processing that when the egg started to shine, and I did know what that meant, because I had done my homework like a lunatic. I got the lid off and put it on the table with hands that were not entirely steady. The light went white, and then there wasn't an egg anymore. There was a small orange monkey with a fire burning on its backside, sitting on my desk, blinking. We looked at each other. And I want to describe this properly, and I can't, so I'll just tell you it made a sound and threw itself at my chest, and I caught it, and I sat down on the floor of my bedroom holding a chimchar and crying like an idiot. You finally hatched. I was so worried. They say the first person a Pokemon sees becomes its closest person. Mine wouldn't get off me for an hour. Normal chimchar are about half a meter. Mine was closer to 70 centimeters at birth, which is what happens when you pour 8 doses of nutrient solution into something. I finally got it to sit still and scanned it. Level 4, Blaze. Skills, Scratch, Leer, Ember, Brick Break, Fire Punch, Inherited. Individual values, 31, 31, 31, 31, 30, 31. 31 is the ceiling, 5 stats at maximum, 5 skills at birth when most newborns have 2, and one of them inherited from a parent that clearly had a very interesting resume. And the potential line still said quasi-champion, which meant somewhere out there were 2 Pokemon I would never meet who had made something extraordinary and lost it into a discount bin. I fed it fresh moo-moo milk out of the fridge because newborns can't handle solid food, and it drank like it had a grudge against the bottle. Then I got out one of my 3 ordinary Pokeballs and got serious. Chimchar, do you want to be my partner? Let's get strong together. It made 2 noises and nodded without a second of hesitation. I threw the ball. It went in, the button flashed 3 times, and then the ball sat perfectly still on my desk, and I jumped straight up in the air and yelled in my own bedroom like a child. I let it back out immediately, obviously. We played until it fell asleep face down on the table, which took about 90 minutes because newborns have the stamina of a wet napkin. I carried it to bed and tried to leave, and discovered its little hand had a death grip on my trouser leg, so that plan died, and I lay down next to a sleeping fire monkey and stared at the ceiling. And since I was bored and awake, I finally had a real conversation with the system. It had gone completely silent after the first day, by the way. I'd tried talking to it constantly and gotten nothing. If not for the eye of investigation, I'd have assumed I hallucinated the entire thing. Now it answered. Here's how the gold coin exchange system works. I battle. My Pokemon defeats another Pokemon. I get battle experience, and I get 1 gold coin. 1 coin per defeated Pokemon per month. Meaning, if my Chimchar beats the same Rattata 40 times, that's 1 coin and 39 nothings. Experience has no such limit, but the coins do. So no farming. No parking myself next to a nest of Caterpie and printing money forever. My first 3 ideas were all illegal under the rules of a system living inside my own skull, and I told it so at length. Then it showed me the shop, and I stopped complaining. Pokemon Essence, all attributes, 30,000 coins. Charcoal, a fire-type secret treasure, 100,000. A potential enhancement potion, 150,000. A characteristic conversion capsule, 80,000, which lets you replace a Pokemon's innate ability with a different one, which is the kind of thing that should not be legal. And then it kept scrolling. Champion potential Pokemon eggs, 300,000. Fully grown champion potential Pokemon, 1 million. Pseudo-legendaries at 1.5 million. Elite level Pokemon, 3 million. And then a list of names I'd only ever seen on television with numbers after them that had 8 and 9 digits. Legendary Pokemon, for sale, in a menu, in my head. I sat there in the dark next to a sleeping Chimchar, scrolling a catalog of gods with a balance of 0. 0 coins, not 1. I could not afford a 100 coin ball. I put my hand on the little furnace breathing next to me and decided I could live with that for now. The next few days were training, and my Chimchar turned out to be a problem. Newborns are supposed to play. Mine wanted to work. Every session I encouraged it a little, and it went at physical conditioning like it was being timed, and one afternoon I looked away for a few minutes and came back to find it had trained itself into a collapse. I took it to the Pokemon hospital on the 8th floor of the Elf building, which cost money I didn't have, and they told me it was fine and I could stop hyperventilating. It had hatched 3 days ago. Its bones were basically opinions. If it overtrained now, the damage could stay with it for life. I brought it home, put it on the table, and gave it the sternest look I have. "You're too young. You can't do that again, understand?" It nodded and looked at the floor, guilty as a small orange criminal. So I softened, because I'm made of tissue paper. "Look, I know you want power. I know you want to be like the ones on TV, but you're small. Give it 2 more days, and I'll take you to fight other Pokemon. Don't forget our promise. You have to get strong." That did it. The fighting spirit came back up like someone had thrown a switch, and it was ready to sprint out the door and challenge the neighborhood. For 2 more days, I did nothing but exercise a monkey and text Chen Mengyao. She finally replied, incidentally. She'd gone back to her hometown and forgotten her communicator, which is why the silence. She was thrilled about the Chimchar, called it cute a truly excessive number of times, and made me promise to go out somewhere with her when things calmed down. What she didn't mention, and I found out later, was that her Squirtle had eaten a piece of water essence her grandfather gave her and evolved. Day 6. I ran the scan out of habit and had to read it twice. Level 11, beginner stage, 2 new skills. 6 days out of the egg, and my Chimchar had cleared infancy, which usually takes a week minimum and often longer, and it now had 7 skills at level 11, when most Pokemon that age are proud to have 4, which meant it could fight. Now, here was my problem. Level 11 is nothing. I couldn't take it into a secret realm because the entry rules require certified intermediate strength or an adult chaperone. I couldn't take it into the wild because the wild would eat us. My hunting ground was, by process of elimination, other people exactly as pathetic as me. And it turns out there's an industry for that. 9th floor of the Elf building. Trainer companion. You register, they pay you to be somebody else's sparring partner. Rich kids who just got their first Pokemon and need practice hire you. You fight them, and if you win, you get experience, coins, and a salary. A job that pays me to grind. Somebody built my perfect employer and then charged rent for it. I put Chimchar in its ball and went straight there. Second time in the Elf building. Walking past the 4th and 5th floors, I did think about that Totodile egg for a second. Elite level potential, 880,000 coins. I had 120. It had probably sold days ago. The staff on 9 were delighted to see me, and I didn't understand why until I asked. It's graduation season. Every kid in the city just got a Pokemon, and every one of them wants practice, so the shop was drowning in clients and desperately short of sparring partners at low levels. My arrival was like a temp agency getting a call. I released Chimchar to register it, and the owner's face did something complicated. Chimchar is one of the 3 fire starters. They're rare in Chang City. He looked at my Pokemon, then at me, and could not work out why a rich young master who owns a Chimchar was applying for the sparring partner job. I let him keep thinking that. It was better than the truth. They signed me in as a junior companion, walked me to a lounge, and told me I'd be called when there was a client at my level. I sat down for about 4 minutes. F1 room, you're up. The 9th floor is 30 or 40 training rooms, graded F through A by strength. I was F, obviously, since I had 1 Pokemon and it was a beginner. On the way there, the kid guiding me leaned in and told me, in the tone of a man reporting a sighting, that their top sparring partner was a gym-level trainer who cleared several 100,000 Alliance coins every time he stepped onto a floor. I was going to make several hundred an hour, before commission. Perspective is a wonderful thing. F1 was about 50 square meters with a proper arena floor. The owner walked in with a boy about my age and introduced us with a hand on my shoulder like a proud uncle. Zhang Wei, this is your employer. You're both new, your skills are about the same, so experience the effort of a real battle together. I have high hopes for you. He'd gotten noticeably warmer since he saw the chimchar. Everybody in this city is running the same calculation on everybody else all the time. Hello, I'm Zhang Wei. Shu Kai, Pokemon Experimental Middle School. Experimental? Better school than mine, which meant family money, which meant his Pokemon was probably decent. Chimchar, come out. Chimchar hit the floor, bouncing, howling, absolutely thrilled about its first day of employment. That's a Chimchar? That's incredible. You never see those around here. He said it with real envy, which was nice of him, and then he sent out a 5-pointed star with a red core. Staryu. Water beats fire, Sukai said, and I could hear him deciding he'd already won. This is my first battle, and I'm not letting you have it. Then let's go. I scanned the Staryu. Level 11, same as mine, superior potential. Skills, tackle, harden, water gun, speed 17. My Chimchar's speed was 31, maximum, and Staryu had fewer skills, worse stats, and worse potential across the board. Water beats fire on a type chart. Type charts do not fight the battle. Staryu, water gun. Chimchar, dodge, then leer. Chimchar was gone before the water arrived. Then it stopped, turned around, and stared Staryu down, which sounds like a joke skill until you understand that leer drops the target's defense, and the target was already scared of it. Don't be afraid, keep using water gun. Chimchar, keep dodging, then fury swipes. And that was the whole fight, really. Staryu fired water at a fire monkey with maxed speed for a solid stretch of time, hitting nothing, burning through its own stamina with every shot. My Chimchar didn't take a single hit, it just moved. The owner, watching from the side, figured it out well before Shukai did. Now Chimchar. Staryu was gasping. It couldn't dodge anymore. Chimchar got on top of it and did not let up until it stopped moving. Staryu is unable to battle. Winner, Zhang Wei. And in my head, 2 lines arrived like a coin dropping into a machine. Chimchar defeated Staryu. 136 experience points and 1 gold coin. Chimchar's level has increased to 12. 136 experience from 1 same level opponent, and a level up on the first fight of my career, and my balance was no longer 0. 1 gold coin. The Catalog of Gods costs 8 figures. I had 1 coin. Best coin I ever earned. I came back to Earth and noticed Shukai had forgotten to recall his Staryu and was just standing there looking wrecked, so I went over. Don't be discouraged. You lost your first match to carelessness, that's all. My Chimchar won on speed. If we'd gone head-to-head, it might have been a different story. That last part was a complete lie. My Chimchar would have removed his Staryu head-to-head as well. But he was 18, and it was his first fight, and there was no version of that sentence that helped him. Also, Pokemon battles are deep. We're both beginners. We just have to work and learn. Oh, is that so? He perked all the way back up, which I found unreasonably touching. Then I pointed out that his Staryu was still lying on the floor, and he should probably take it to the hospital downstairs, and he panicked and ran over and apologized to it about 9 times. Zhang Wei, you're my age, and you know so much. Thank you. When my Staryu gets stronger, I'm going to challenge you again. I won't lose next time. Then he sprinted for the elevator. There isn't going to be a next time, I said, to nobody, because I had a system. Every fight makes mine stronger, and his stays exactly where it is unless somebody feeds it a secret treasure. Next time we met, mine would have evolved twice, and his Staryu would be level 13. The owner materialized behind me, because owners do that. Zhang Wei, winning and staying humble, that's rare. And your Chimchar is developing beautifully, with real combat instinct. Its potential has to be high. Would you like to have it tested? There's no need. It's completely unnecessary. I said that as neutrally as I could manage, while thinking about what happens to a poor 18-year-old who walks into an official facility and puts a quasi-champion on the machine. He nodded and let it go, and settled my account on the spot on his communicator. 300 for this one, minus 30 commission, so 270 is in your account. 270 alliance coins. I had spent 280,000 3 days earlier. Received. Thank you, boss. I went back to the lounge and sat down and waited for the next one. Second client was a girl who was so impatient to start that she was already holding her ball when I walked in. Come out, my baby. a Bulbasaur. I want to note the irony here, since the universe was clearly enjoying itself. 4 days after I handed one back in front of my entire class, I got paid to punch one. Hers was gym potential and level 11, one below mine, and it knew 3 moves. I could have ended it in a single exchange, but she was paying me by the hour to have an experience, and there is a difference between a sparring partner and a mugging, so I let it run.
Bulbasaur, tackle. Chimchar, dodge, then Ember.
Bulbasaur missed. She panicked and forgot to call a dodge, and half the Ember caught it. Then she got her nerves under control and made the right call. Vine Whip! Grab it and throw it! And I didn't say anything at all. Chimchar stood perfectly still and let the vines wrap it up, because I had noticed something. A Vine Whip that has hold of you is also a Vine Whip that is holding on to you. Now, Ember! She screamed at it to let go. Too late. Chimchar, grab the whip, pull it in, fire punch! Bulbasaur came in on its own leash and got a fist made of fire, and that was that. She burst into tears and ran to hug it, so I went over and explained that it had only fainted, that it would wake up in the ball shortly, and that there was a hospital downstairs if she was worried. Then she asked my name, told me I was more amazing than her brother, informed me she'd remember it, and fled the room at a full run. Boss, I have been extremely gentle, I said when he came in grinning. 500 on that one, 450 after commission, already sent. Third client had a Rhyhorn, level 12. An actual armored rhinoceros in a 50 square meter room. I was mostly relieved it wasn't an onyx, because I don't think an onyx fits in there. The kid had glasses and a smug little smile, because Rhyhorn is ground and rock, which means fire does almost nothing to it, which meant he thought this was already over. Chimchar took one look at something 4 times its size and got so excited it started waving its fists and howling at the thing, which offended the Rhyhorn on a personal level. Rhyhorn, horn attack, knock it flying. Chimchar, dodge, then Ember. Ember hit. Ember accomplished nearly nothing, which was expected. Rhyhorn stood there and took it and got slightly annoyed. Then it charged, and charged, and charged. I want you to picture a tank chasing a housefly around a squash court. It could not touch my Chimchar, not once. At one point, it nearly went through the wall, and the kid screamed at it to stop, and it scraped all 4 feet on the floor and halted at the very edge of the arena and stood there heaving. His face was purple. If you're so capable, make it stop running. Fight my Rhyhorn head on. Ah, there it is. His Rhyhorn had size and power and no answer at all for something small and fast, so he'd decided to solve the problem with words. And I understood exactly what he was doing, and I agreed instantly. You want a head-on fight? Fine, consider your wish granted. Really? You can't lie to me. Why would I lie to you? Rhyhorn, full power, charge! I let it come. I let it get close enough that stopping was no longer an option for either of us. Chimchar, brick break, his head. The kid's whole face fell apart. What? How does your Chimchar have brick break? Why the hell weren't you using it? Fighting type, against a rock type. That's not a counter, that's a deletion, and I'd been sitting on it for the entire match because he'd been so busy being pleased with himself. Chimchar's hand went white and hard, and it went straight up and came straight down, and Rhyhorn's charge met a blade coming the other way, and the rhinoceros hit the floor and did not get up. Chimchar rode the impact down and rolled off it without a scratch. Chimchar defeated Rhyhorn. 162 experience and 1 gold coin. Level 13. New skill learned, Flame Wheel. The kid yanked his Rhyhorn up off the floor and left without a word. The owner appeared out of thin air again, this time genuinely delighted. 3 wins already. You're outstanding among the new trainers. All thanks to Chimchar's hard work, boss. 7 or 8 more that first day, and I won every one. The worst of them was a Butterfree. Level 14, one above me, fully evolved because bug types grow up faster than anything, and this one had a full powder set. Stun Spore, Sleep Powder, Poison Powder, layered on top of each other by an owner who actually knew what they were doing. Chimchar nearly went down to it. That fight was genuinely close, and it only broke because bugs cannot survive fire, and Chimchar finally got a clean angle for a Flame Wheel. 208 experience out of that one. Level 14. The rest of the afternoon I deliberately fought badly. I'd show a weakness, drag the fight out, let them think they had something, then take it. It's what they were paying for. 800 more experience across the batch, and level 15 by closing time. I went home, gave my Chimchar a bowl of premium energy cubes the size of its own head as a reward, and ran the numbers while it ate. 4 levels in one day, 11 to 15, 11 gold coins ending a streak of 0, almost 5,000 alliance coins in wages, and 125,000 left in the bank, with a Chimchar that ate, by my estimate, 50,000 alliance coins a month in premium cubes. 50,000 a month. For one Pokemon. And I intended to have 6. I lay there doing that math until it stopped being funny. Second day I was in the building before the boss. "Jiang Wei, you're early. It's rare to see someone so diligent." He was delighted, obviously, because I'm a revenue stream that showed up early. First match, a Bellsprout at level 11 against my level 15 Chimchar. The kid saw a fire type come out and audibly said, "We're doomed." And I felt bad enough to give him a small speech about how type doesn't decide a battle, and a fire elite once beat a Feraligatr with a Charizard, so have faith in your Pokemon. He got fired up. He used growth to raise his attack, and I let him, because raising his attack was my job. Then he ordered Vine Whip, and I said Ember, and the Bellsprout went down in one hit. Silence in the room. The referee looked up. The kid stood there with his mouth open, and I coughed and stared at the ceiling because I had spent that entire build-up preparing to lose gracefully and instead deleted his Pokemon by accident. "Your Chimchar is amazing," he said in the smallest voice I've ever heard. "It beat my Bellsprout in one move." That's all its own hard work. Yours can get there too." 9 more that morning. 1,100 experience, level 16, 20 coins. 20 matches in 2 days and not one loss, the boss said, settling up. "You're famous in this whole company now, young and promising, truly remarkable." 2 more after lunch. Then a client came in and the boss caught me on the way past. "Jiang Wei, perfect timing, F1. This one looks like he's from your school." Which is how I ended up standing across an arena from Zhao Lei. We were in the same class. We were not friends. He came from money, in the specific way where you learn about it constantly. "Hi, Zhao Lei. Long time no see." He stared at me, then he got it. "You work here?" "You're the sparring partner I hired?" "Yes, I'm your opponent." And he lit up like it was his birthday. Because in his head, this was perfect. I was the class top student and the head teacher's favorite. Beating me meant a story he could tell for the rest of the year. "Jiang Wei, show me your full strength. Don't think I'll go easy on you because we're classmates." "Are you sure you want my full strength?" "Of course. I'll show you the difference between us." Then he sent out a Charmander. I want to be fair to Zhao Lei. Charmander is genuinely rare, and his family had bought him a good one. I want to be less fair to Zhao Lei and mention that the specific way he was standing suggested he'd been rehearsing this scene since the day he got it. "My starter is a Charmander. What about yours? Or is it something you can't show me?" "An ordinary Charmander. No gym potential. Level 12. "Chimchar, come out." His face did 4 different things in about a second and a half. Because Chimchar is rarer than Charmander, and mine was visibly, embarrassingly better developed than his, and he had just discovered that the poor kid he'd come here to humiliate had the better animal. "How do you have a Chimchar?" "Boring. Chimchar, charge in, scratch. Charmander, scratch too." Both of us called the same move, because there's nothing to hide in a straight exchange. His Charmander trotted forward with its claws lit up. Mine was twice as fast and 4 levels higher. It went around the swing, opened Charmander's stomach with a slash, and was gone again. He couldn't work out how it happened. He genuinely could not understand why his Pokemon lost an even trade. I didn't feel like explaining that his Charmander had lost the exchange before either of them moved. "Charmander, hold on! Dragon Breath!" Now that's a real move. Charmander opened up and started gathering a ball of blue energy that actually looked frightening, and I let it finish. I didn't interrupt. I waited until the Dragon Breath was fully condensed and launched, because I wanted him to see it happen. "Chimchar, Flame Wheel, end it!" Chimchar wrapped itself in fire and came in as a wheel, and Dragon Breath hit it and burst and did essentially nothing, and the wheel kept coming. Charmander went up, got burned on the way, came down hard, and stayed there. Chimchar defeated Charmander. 78 experience and 1 gold coin. He recalled it without a word. On the way past me, his eyes did something ugly. The boss came in less than a minute later, settling my account and looking confused. "What happened with your classmate?" He walked out with a face like everyone in the world owed him money. "Nothing much. His Charmander lost to my Chimchar. He's probably feeling unbalanced. I'm not a saint. He'd bought a match specifically to look down on me, and it went the other way, and that's not my problem to carry. I knew that kid was no good, the boss said cheerfully. I won't let him book here again. That evening, Zhao Lei was on the 8th floor watching his Charmander wake up in a hospital bed and doing arithmetic of his own. 2 days of recovery, 2 days of training time gone, right before the exam. So he opened his communicator, found his friends, and told them a story. In his version, I beat his Charmander so badly it was hospitalized, and I was the aggressor, and he was the victim, and my Chimchar and I were a pair of bullies working the 9th floor for money. 18-year-olds are the finest distribution network ever built. One friend told another. Versions multiplied. Details got added by people who weren't there, and by the end of the week, the story that had settled over the entire school was this. Zhang Wei has a monstrous Chimchar. Zhang Wei works on the 9th floor of the Elf Building. Zhang Wei is undefeated. Zhao Lei's Charmander went to the hospital, which is a story about a bully if you tell it Zhao Lei's way, and a story about a prodigy if you hear it from anyone else, and everyone heard it from someone else. Teachers heard, department heads heard, and eventually the principal of Pokemon First High School heard and got very interested and started assembling a delegation. I did not know about any of this. I was on the 9th floor finishing another match, 72 experience and 1 coin, when I walked back into the lounge and found the prettiest girl in the school sitting in it. Chen Meng Yao came at me so fast she nearly knocked me over and stopped about 10 centimeters short, which I think she'd been practicing. Meng Yao, what are you doing here? Were you waiting for me? You knew? You've barely replied to me for days, so you've been working part-time here and you didn't tell me? I'm angry. She was smiling the entire time she said that, so the threat lacked teeth. I touched my nose and had nothing. I had wanted to tell her. I had also wanted to avoid exactly the conversation we were about to have. Okay, I was joking. How could I be angry with you? I'm happy just seeing you. Then she pulled me into a corner by the sleeve and took out an alliance card. Meng Yao, what are you doing? You big idiot. I told you to tell me if you needed money. Everything I have is on this card. It's yours. Keep it. I'll ask my dad when it runs out. And she went for my pocket. I caught her wrist. Here's the thing I had been avoiding for a week, and I decided to stop avoiding it. Meng Yao, I can't take it. If I take it, we're not equal, and I want to stand next to you honestly and openly, not because of something else. Do you understand? She went very still. I'm going to be straight with you about my own head here, because I've been flippant about her and she deserves better than that. Yes, I inherited this. Yes, the smart play was to keep dodging. But she had spent years being obvious at a boy who did nothing about it, and she had tried to hand me her own starter, and she had just tried to hand me every yuan she owned, and at some point, a man has to decide whether he is a coward. Zhang Wei, is that true? Her eyes went bright and spilled over. I had never actually said anything like that out loud to her before. It's true, but you'll have to wait for me a while. A year at most, half a year if things go well. I picked that number on purpose. Based on my Chimchar's growth curve, I estimated it would break quasi-heavenly king inside 6 months, maybe elite. At that point, I'd be among the strongest people in this city, and I could walk into her family's house without anyone in it wondering what I was after. Okay, I'll wait, however long it takes. She agreed in under a second, which frankly undercut my dramatic timing. Then she ran off toward the front desk without explaining, and came back looking pleased with herself, and about 90 seconds later the boss found me and clapped me on the shoulder. You lucky brat. A beautiful, wealthy girl likes you and just placed an order for 10,000 alliance coins to fight you personally. 10,000 coins. I slapped my own forehead. She had money to burn, and she had just spent a used car on hiring me for something I would have done for free in the same conversation where I refused her money on principle. Zhang Wei, you little brat, say something. If she's my sister-in-law, I'll refund it. Use the room for free. Use it as long as you want. Thank you, boss. Let me go ask her about it first. She'd booked F0, which is the VIP room, 80 or 90 square meters, several times the size of the others, with a properly built arena. Meng Yao, why did you place an order? What's our relationship? I don't need money to fight you. Absolutely not. Even brothers keep clear accounts. You work here. Just because I'm your girlfriend, or nearly your girlfriend, you should still get paid. Anyway, the money ends up yours eventually, so it's fine. She said that with a perfectly straight face, and then immediately started tugging on my arm and asking me to let her be spoiled just this once. And I lost, because I always lose that one. Once, that's it. You can't waste money like this, even if you have it. Understood. From now on, you can manage all of mine. Let's fight. I'm not going to unpack that sentence. She said it, we're moving on. Fine, bring out the Squirtle. Come out, sweetheart! And the thing that came out was not a Squirtle. It was about twice the size, with a fluffy tail and a permanent expression of grievance. War Turtle. Menyao, your Squirtle evolved? Already? 8 days. 8 days ago, it was level 9, and I'd turned it down. Level 26. 10 skills, including Water Pulse, Rain Dance, Protect, and Aqua Tail. Potential unchanged at Quasi-Heavenly King. I actually laughed out loud because I have a system in my head that is supposed to be the great cheat of my life, and my Chimchar had gone from 4 to 16 in that same window, while hers had gone from 9 to 26. Did it eat a secret treasure? She blushed and admitted it instantly because she cannot lie. Her grandfather had given her a piece of water essence when she went home. She fed it to the Squirtle. It evolved on the spot, gained a pile of levels, and learned a stack of moves. Water essence. Pokemon Essence is pure elemental energy in crystal form, produced only in secret realms, and a Pokemon can absorb it directly with no side effects. The lowest purity grade costs several 100,000 Alliance coins and is effectively unavailable. Every piece in Chang City had already been bought up by parents trying to buy their kids a better exam score. Her grandfather handed her one the way you'd hand a kid a sweet. That is what a family is worth in this world, and no amount of grinding on the 9th floor was going to close that gap. Menyao, you aren't planning to fight me with that, are you? I said it with genuine dread. Level 26 against my 16. Type advantage on top. There is no clever tactic that survives 10 levels. She covered her mouth and laughed at me, recalled it, and said she'd only brought it out to say hello. Then she sent out a Chikorita. Level 11. 3 maxed stats. Potential. Elite. Elite. The exact thing I had spent 4 days and every coin my family owned looking for. Standing on a training room floor with a leaf on its head. Menyao, where did you buy that egg? How much was it? If there was a shelf somewhere in this city stocking elite potential eggs, I needed the address immediately. I didn't buy it. My grandfather's Meganium laid 2 eggs, and he gave me one. Of course he did. What's wrong? If you like it, I'll give you the Chikorita. No, I was just asking. I have my Chimchar. That one has great potential. Train it well. Then she pouted, which meant she was about to circle back to the question, so I redirected fast. Let's actually battle. We've had these things for 2 weeks and never once fought. Fine, but be serious. Don't go easy just because I'm your girlfriend. I want to know the gap. That was a genuinely good instinct, and I ignored it completely. Her Chikorita had cleared infancy about 5 minutes ago. Mine was 5 levels up with 7 moves. So I dodged. I called nothing but dodges and told myself that avoiding wasn't the same as going easy, which is a lie I was telling myself in real time. Then Chikorita threw poison powder, a thick purple cloud of it, and I had to actually respond, because that stuff poisons humans too. Chimchar, Ember, burn all of it. The whole cloud went up. Nothing left but glitter falling to the floor. Razor Leaf! A wall of leaves sharpened into knives, coming in dense. Chimchar, Flame Wheel, and be gentle. That is not a real command. There is no gentle setting on a flame wheel. I said it anyway, because Chikorita was several levels down and hard countered, and I was suddenly extremely aware that my Pokemon could break it. And my Chimchar understood me. It barked twice, burned the leaves out of the air, rolled through, hit Chikorita hard enough to launch it a meter or two, and then killed its own momentum at the last instant so it didn't follow through. Chikorita went down with no real damage, just out. Chimchar defeated Chikorita. 41 experience and 1 gold coin. Menyao, is it all right? I didn't mean to. Haha, it's nothing, you silly Glide. Why are you so nervous? This just means you're stronger, so you can protect me later. She said it while cradling a fainted Pokemon, cheerfully, and I stood there feeling roughly 2 inches tall. Your Chimchar really is strong, she added, so the rumors at school aren't fake. What rumors? You big fool, you don't know? I genuinely don't. I have been in a battle room for 2 days. What's going on? So she told me, half the school talking about the boy with the monstrous Chimchar who has never lost and beats every beginner Pokemon in the city. I did not take it well. Who is spreading this? I didn't even know I was that good. This makes me the enemy of the entire school. Which bastard started it? And I meant it, because I was not being modest. I was being paranoid. Think about what I was carrying. A quasi-champion Chimchar, which is the sort of thing that gets a name written down in an office somewhere. This world has poachers. it has a black market. People go missing in the wild every year, and the paperwork gets filed under weather. The one thing standing between me and somebody taking my Pokemon was that nobody knew I had it, and Zhao Lei had just sold that for free out of spite. If I ever found out who started it, I told her, I'd skin them. Let's not bother with people like that. They didn't actually hurt us. Besides, if it weren't for the rumor, I wouldn't have known you were working here, and I wouldn't be seeing you now. So cheer up, which is an absurd argument, and it worked completely. And she was accidentally right in a way neither of us understood yet. Fame is dangerous when you're a nobody with something valuable. Fame is armor when the school and the league are both watching you. I had just been moved, without consenting, from the first category into the second. Jiang Wei, hold out your hand. I have something good for you. Does it have to involve holding out my hand? Of course, hold it out. She grabbed my arm and shook it and started whining at me, and I have no defense against that at all, so I stuck my hand out and opened it. She put a crystal in my palm. Thumb-sized, irregular, warm. Fire essence. I knew what it was before I looked down. You can feel them. I closed my hand and pushed it straight back at her. Meng Yao, where did you get this? It's extremely precious. Keep it safe and don't take it out where people can see it. My grandfather told me to give it to you specifically. It's a gift. Just take it. I could not take it. Fire essence for my Chimchar was the single most valuable object anyone could hand me, and I wanted it so badly my hands were unsteady, and that is exactly why I couldn't. It's too precious. It'll be difficult for you to explain to your family. Grandpa gave it to me. My father doesn't know about it, and even if he did, it wouldn't be his business. Take it. I still can't. And she got genuinely angry, red-faced. Why can't you? Because you matter. I don't want your family to misunderstand something over a piece of fire essence. But you're the one who matters. That's why I'm giving it to you. Besides, I don't have any fire-type Pokemon. I can't use it at all. It's better in your Chimchar. Then, because she is a strategist, and there isn't much time before the battle assessment, you need Chimchar strong enough to come to Capital Elf University with me, right? That is, you have to take it. If you don't take it, it means you don't want me, and I'll never speak to you again. I won't speak to you for a whole week. And then she started crying. Actual tears, standing right there in a VIP training room over my refusal to accept a life-changing gift. I have never been in a relationship in either of my lives. I have no equipment for this. Meng Yao, don't cry. I'll cry. I'll cry if you don't want me. Okay, I want the fire essence.
Please stop crying. Okay, if you take it, I'll stop. And she started laughing while still crying, having won a negotiation with a weapon I could not counter. I wiped her face with my sleeve and took the crystal and held it properly with both hands, and she smiled at me like the sun coming up, and I stood there like an idiot. I want to say one thing about that moment, since I've been joking through most of this. Everything I had, at that point, I'd gotten from somebody who couldn't afford to give it. My teacher's savings, my parents' 20 years, and now a girl handing me the one object in this city that money genuinely cannot buy because she thought I needed it more than she did. I decided, standing there, that I was going to give her the best of everything for the rest of my life, and then I went and got a monkey out of a ball. Chimchar, come out! It burst out looking for something to fight, found an empty room, and gave me the most confused look I've ever received from an animal. It's not a battle. I have something good for you. I opened my hand. Chimchar went absolutely rigid. Then it started shrieking and bouncing, eyes locked on the crystal, because it could feel what was inside it, and it wanted that more than it has ever wanted anything. And it did not take it. It stood there, vibrating with want, and waited for me to say so. I put my hand on its head, and I held the essence up to its mouth. Eat. It's yours. Then I said the other thing. Chimchar, this is the last time I'll call you that. After this, you should evolve, and then I'll have to call you Monferno. It looked at me. Just for a second, it looked sad. Then it swallowed the fire essence whole. And right at the last moment, I swear I heard something. Not a voice exactly, more like a thought that wasn't mine, landing in my head. I have to get stronger so I can protect my friend and keep our promise. Whatever I turn into, my friend won't abandon me. I said back silently that I never would, not ever, and that we were going to get strong and beat everyone in front of us. Then the system started shouting. Chimchar consumed fire essence with a purity of 51.
510,000 experience points. 510,000. I had ground for 2 days, 22 matches, and earned maybe 3,000. Level 17. Level 18. New skill, faint. Chimchar has evolved. The lines came so fast they overlapped, and my chimchar disappeared into white light, and I stopped hearing the system because I was watching. What came out was bigger. Longer tail, mostly orange, a fire on its head instead of its tail, and standing on 2 legs like it had opinions about things. Monferno. Mach Punch learned. Level 19. Level 20. The announcements kept coming and would not stop, and eventually I asked the system to mute them, which it turns out you can do, and the silence was beautiful. Then Monferno finished adjusting to its new body, turned around, spotted me, and tackled me to the floor. I lay there on the ground of a VIP training room with a fire monkey sitting on my chest, laughing. You got taller and heavier. I can barely hold you. Normal Monferno run about 90 centimeters. Mine was 1.30 meters and close to 30 kilograms. Zhang Wei, congratulations! Chen Mengyao was applauding, happier about this than she'd been about her own Squirtle evolving. Thank you, Mengyao. Without your fire essence, it wouldn't have evolved this fast, and the levels wouldn't have moved at all. You big fool, what's mine is yours. Then she said hello to my Monferno very carefully, because it now looked genuinely fierce, and she is a little afraid of fierce Pokemon, and was working through it live because this one was mine. Monferno. All of that came from her. She gave you the fire essence. From now on, she's your mistress. Protect her the way you'd protect me. Monferno understood exactly one part of that, which was that the girl had produced the crystal, and it stood up on my chest and howled and beat its fists on itself, which I chose to interpret as agreement. I'll be counting on you, she said to it, shyly, thinking about something else entirely. Then I scanned it, and I stopped smiling because I had to think fast. Level 32, Advanced Stage. Fire and Fighting type. 12 skills, including close combat. From level 16 to 32 on 1 crystal. And I said nothing out loud. Not to her. Not to anyone. Because here's what a fire essence normally does. A Pokemon eats one and then spends 2 weeks to a month slowly digesting the raw energy inside it and gets stronger gradually the whole time. Everyone knows this. It's how they work. My Pokemon had swallowed one and converted it to experience points instantly because my system doesn't digest things, it caches them. There is no explanation for that, which does not end with someone taking me apart to find out why. Fortunately, below Quasi-Heavenly King, you cannot judge a Pokemon's strength by looking at it. You need a battle or a very good machine. So Monferno could walk around at advanced stage and nobody would know unless I showed them. And even when people did notice later, they'd shrug because a Pokemon that eats a fire essence is supposed to get stronger. Just not today, and not by that much. Mengyao, my Monferno evolved. Do you want to fight your Wartortle against it? I asked that with a completely innocent face while thinking about how much experience a level 26 Wartortle would be worth. She had to go home. So that plan died, and I walked her out instead, which made her extremely happy, and I wanted on the record that I did try. On the way out, I ran into the boss, who had a face like a man with something to say that he couldn't say in front of a girl, so I sent her ahead and stepped into an empty room with him. Brother Zhang, why haven't you canceled that order? Don't you consider me a friend? We discussed it. She'll be unhappy if I cancel. Oh, so you're the doting husband type, not even married. Be careful you don't end up like me. Then he transferred the money, and I checked my communicator and immediately frowned. Brother Zhang, this is wrong. You sent the whole 10,000. You didn't take the 1,000 commission. That's right. No commission on this one. That's against company policy. I'm sending it back. He put both hands over mine and got serious. You've called me Brother Zhang for days now. I can't take commission from you anymore. The company is mine, and I can make that call. If you return it, it means you look down on me and you don't want to be friends. Which is an unfair way to argue, and it worked. His name is Zhang Jinbao. He's in his 20s, he owns the whole operation, and he's a gym-level trainer, which means he could remove me from the building with one Pokemon, and instead he spent 2 days telling me I was going places. Then I told him I probably wouldn't be back much, because I was going into a secret realm to train for the exam. Then that's great news. If you need anything, say so. I'm confident you'll pass and get into one of the top universities. He said it like he meant it, and then he remembered something and stopped me at the door. Zhang Wei, has something been going on with you lately? Your school principal somehow found out you work for me, and called to ask about you. I told him the truth and praised you a few times. I hope that's all right. The principal, calling a private business to ask about a student. So the rumor hadn't just reached the school. The school had opened a file. It's nothing. Thank you for telling me, Brother Zhang. I walked out of the elf building with Chen Meng Yao and said something at the door that made her laugh out loud, and then she got in her car and left, and I did not know that 17 floors above us, a woman was standing at a window watching the whole thing with an expression that would have concerned me a great deal. Her name is Chen Huiying. She's a senior investigator at the Chang City Alliance branch and the ranking officer of that entire floor, and she is Chen Meng Yao's aunt. She watched us until the car pulled away. Get me everything on that boy downstairs, on my desk. Yes, boss. Then she sighed at the empty street. I wonder who that boy is. My brother is a doting father. I wonder what he'll do when he finds out somebody's picked his cabbage. I was completely unaware of this, and I went straight back inside and took the elevator to 10. The 10th floor is Alliance office space, but part of it is public, because it's where trainers get certified. You get tested, you get a badge, you get a monthly stipend. The certification test for advanced and below is almost insultingly simple. No battle.
You put the Pokemon in a machine and it reads height, weight, class, and gender. It cannot read potential, traits, or skills. It's essentially a worse version of my eyeballs, and the machines that can read potential are rare and expensive and absolutely not sitting in a public office, which meant I could safely put my advanced stage Monferno on the scale because all it would tell them was a level. Level 32, certified. That caused a small stir because you do not often see an advanced trainer my age, and I got a badge and left my card number for the stipend, which is 10,000 Alliance coins a month for advanced. Let me put that in perspective. Junior trainer, 1,000 a month. Intermediate, 5,000. Advanced, 10. Superior, 100,000. Gym level, up to 1,000,000 a month. 1,000,000 Alliance coins a month from the government for being strong. And above gym level, the stipend stops being the point at all because certified gym trainers get access to Pokemon Essence, secret treasures, and entry into advanced secret realms in exchange for service. That's the ladder. That's why everyone in this country is clawing at it. The higher you climb, the more they hand you, which makes you climb faster. Which is why the families who started at the top 300 years ago are still at the top. I got as far as the lobby before my communicator rang. I answered, thinking she missed me. She did not miss me. Her aunt was taking her into a level 1 secret realm the next day, and she wanted me to come. Which is a genuinely wonderful offer. It's also a trip into a controlled environment with a senior Alliance investigator who has never met me at exactly the moment when my Pokemon's growth curve had stopped being explainable. So I said no. I could hear her deflate through the phone. I could not tell her the reason, because if I told her the reason, she'd fight her entire family about it and possibly try to run away with me, which is a thing she would absolutely do. So I changed the subject and told her I'd passed advanced certification, and she flipped straight from misery to delight in about a second and a half, because that is how she is built. She did mention, in passing, that it was strange for Monferno's level to jump like that in 2 hours. I said nothing. She let it go. Good things aren't worth interrogating. I went home. There were 2 men waiting outside my door, my head teacher and the principal of Pokemon First High School, standing in the corridor of a building where the elevator has been broken since spring. Teacher? Principal? What are you doing at my door? The principal is old, white-haired, and considerably sharper than he looks. I got them inside, poured hot water, put out fruit, and got told to sit down and stop fussing. Zhang Wei, it's like this. We've heard you're very strong. The school is paying close attention, so your head teacher and I came to see you. Then he took out an Alliance card and set it on my table. 300,000, in recognition of your ability. We hope you'll keep working hard and get into a good Pokemon university, and that you'll remember the school you came from. 300,000 Alliance coins, hand-delivered by a principal, to a student he'd never spoken to before this week. I understood the transaction perfectly. If a student gets into a top Pokemon university, the high school gets prestige and funding. If that student becomes a powerful trainer later, the high school gets a friend in a very high place. 300,000 to buy an option on a future elite is not generosity. It's a bet with excellent odds. So I took it, and I thanked him sincerely, and I told him I'd always be a student of Pokemon First Middle School, because I meant that part. Then, Li Ming, who was in an extremely good mood about the whole thing, asked if he could see the famous Chimchar. Of course, but you can't. Why not? Is it hurt? It's not Chimchar anymore. It's a Monferno now.
now. Do you want to see that instead? Both of them made a noise. It evolved? Of course we want to see it. So I let it out in my living room, and it roared and looked around for something to fight, and found two elderly educators and a coffee table, and lost interest immediately. Don't be sad. Next time I'll take you somewhere with countless Pokemon waiting to fight you. That fixed it. The principal walked all the way around my Monferno, examining the fur, the head, the iron fists, and I could see him doing math. Young Zhang, you've raised this beautifully. Look at it. Its potential is definitely not low. Raise it well. He had run a top-ranked Pokemon high school for decades. His eye for talent was probably the best thing about him. And what he did not say out loud was this, that it was the finest Monferno he had ever personally seen. That the school had originally approved 200,000 for me, and Li Ming had argued them up to 3, and that on the evidence in front of him, 1 million would have been cheap. He looked, in that moment, like a man who wanted a time machine. Li Ming was grinning so hard I thought something would tear. He'd bet his own savings on me a week ago when I gave away a free Bulbasaur, and he was now standing in my living room next to his principal, being right. They left. The principal was still doing arithmetic on the stairs. That night, I fed Monferno a bowl of premium cubes and watched my supply drop, because an evolved Pokemon eats considerably more than an unevolved one, and made a shopping list. And on the 17th floor of the elf building, everyone had gone home except one woman with a folder. Chen Huiying had asked for everything on me and gotten it before dinner. So the boy Meng Yao is with is called Zhang Wei. Same school, same class. Is my niece dating someone? Then she read the part where her niece had tried to give me a quasi-heavenly king Squirtle, and she nearly came out of her chair because she was the one who had gone to considerable trouble to get that Squirtle in the first place. Then she read that I'd refused it and calmed down slightly. Then she read that I'd won more than 20 consecutive matches on the 9th floor with a Chimchar without a single loss, and raised an eyebrow and kept reading. And then she reached the last line on the page. Certified Advanced Trainer, Registered Pokemon, Monferno, Level 32. She read it twice, because her people were thorough and their timeline said my Chimchar had not evolved that afternoon. It had evolved and climbed to level 32 inside a few hours, on the same day. She sat there in an empty office and worked through it out loud. Even with fire essence, even with charcoal, an actual top-grade fire treasure, you do not go from beginner stage to advanced in one jump. That isn't fast growth. That's not a thing that happens. Then she tore up the report. Not filed, not escalated, torn up by a senior investigator in her own office at night. She went to the window and looked at the dark and said to nobody that I was an interesting little guy and she'd like to see how far I could go. Her reasoning, as best I can reconstruct it, went like this. Either that Monferno had absurd potential or it had mutated in a way that let it metabolize treasures instantly. Either way, what she had in front of her was a local genius, and she had been in this job long enough to know exactly what happens to local geniuses who get noticed too early by the wrong offices. They get recruited, or collected, or they die young, and the file gets closed. And he's the person Meng Yao likes, and I raised that girl like my own. So she shredded it and decided to watch instead, and I would not learn any of this until it was much too late to be grateful in a normal way. The next morning, I took every coin I had to the Elf supermarket on the 3rd floor, which is the largest in the city and gives bulk discounts, and I read a list to a saleswoman. 20 boxes of premium energy cubes, 3 ordinary Pokeballs, Ice Heal, Antidote, Paralyze Heal, 2 Burn Heal, 2 Awakening, 1 bottle of repellent spray, 1 tent, 1 Pokemon belt, 1 ordinary fishing rod, 1 space backpack, and 1 Great Ball. She was thrilled because commission. It took 20 minutes to pack. The space backpack came out of the Alliance Research Institute studying a psychic type. 3 cubic meters of interior in a bag you wear on your shoulders. It solves the single most annoying problem in a trainer's life, which is that you cannot carry a month of food into a forest. The bill was 300,000 Alliance coins, after rounding down 1,800. The card the principal gave me was empty, completely, not 1 yuan left on it. 20 boxes of premium cubes was 180,000. The space backpack alone was 92,000. Everything else together was barely 20. I walked out of there with roughly 170,000 Alliance coins to my name and a bag that could hold a month of food, and I felt my heart bleeding the entire way home. Then I packed. 10 boxes of cubes went in, enough for a month. tent, rods, food from my own kitchen, because I would be sleeping in there for days. I clipped the Pokemon belt onto my jeans and hung Monferno's ball on it, and the 4 spare balls, and the Great Ball. A Great Ball is 6,000 Alliance coins, slightly better capture rate than an ordinary one, and a more comfortable interior for whatever ends up living in it. I gritted my teeth and bought exactly one, because if I ever found something worth catching in there, I was not going to lose it to cheap plastic. That night, I called Chen Meng Yao, who had already been to her secret realm with her aunt and had a great deal to say about it, and then I plugged in my communicator and went to sleep holding a Pokeball. Alarm at 7. I got up, dressed, clipped on the belt, made breakfast for a human and a fire monkey, and called a Dodrio. Evergreen Forest is in the west of the city, and the ride was a blur. The Alliance built an entire building over the entrance. Lobby, Pokemon Hospital, offices, soldiers on the perimeter. There's a subway station attached because the traffic is that heavy. The place was packed. People with Poliwag and Pidgey, people with Ursaring and Machamp, a few with starters and psychic types, which turns heads. And I stood in that lobby scanning everybody's Pokemon because I have no self-control at all. Level 10, level 15. Nothing over 30 in the entire hall. Which told me something useful. This is a level 1 secret realm. Resources are thin, everything inside is weak, and any trainer with real strength wouldn't bother with it. Most of the advanced trainers in that room had brought their kids for an experience. Almost nobody goes into one of these alone. Then, a group of doctors and Alliance police came out of the entrance passage at a dead run with a stretcher. "Excuse me, this person is in mortal danger, make way!" The lobby was so full they had to shove a path through. They took him into the hospital wing, and the doors shut, and around me, a few people who'd clearly been camped in that lobby for days started talking. Another one, probably provoked the Beedrill. "That's the 9th. This one took it in the neck. He's in worse shape than the others." The earlier ones lost limbs to save their lives. What are they going to do about a neck? His Pokemon got poisoned, too. I put my hand on the back of my neck without meaning to. Beedrill are territorial. When a nest of Kakuna evolves all at once, the fresh Beedrill come out aggressive and go after anything that walks past, and every year that kills people. Not injures. Kills. I stood in that lobby with a level 32 Monferno and a bag full of energy cubes and understood, properly for the first time, that I was about to walk into a place that had put 9 people through those doors on stretchers. Then I went and paid my 3,000 Alliance coins. Entry requires trainer verification and a fee, which I understood, because protecting and maintaining a secret realm costs the Alliance an astronomical amount every year. They gave me a bracelet and 3 specially marked ordinary Pokeballs. You can capture inside a secret realm, but only with their balls, and only 2 Pokemon per person per trip. Break the rule and you are blacklisted from every secret realm in the country for life, which is reasonable. There are millions of people in this city and a finite number of Pokemon in there, and without the cap, the place would be stripped bare in a fortnight. The bracelet does location tracking and has an SOS. If you're in trouble, you press it and they lock onto you and send someone. Whether they arrive in time is not covered by the brochure. I sent Chen Meng Yao a message saying I was going in and would be a few days and not to worry, then shut the communicator off. 2 soldiers checked me over. Then I stepped through a gate of light into Evergreen Forest. Walking through the gate feels like being briefly turned off and on again in a different place. I came out in a green forest thick with trees and undergrowth, Rattata running through the roots, Pidgey calling overhead. The air was so wet you could taste it, which meant a river close by, and that tracked because Evergreen is forest and water, and most of what lives here is grass and water type. Around me, the newcomers stood in a clump and looked around like tourists. I let Monferno out and walked straight into the trees. Behind me, somebody said, "That guy has a Monferno. It looks really strong." Somebody else said, "He's going into the forest alone. Would you dare?" And the general conclusion, which I heard secondhand later, was that anyone who walks in there alone must be extremely strong, and several people regretted not asking to team up. I was not being brave. I was being efficient. I had done my homework before I came in. Broad Evergreen is several thousand square kilometers, about half the size of Chang City, and it has 4 big population groups: Beedrill, Rattata, Oddish, and Pidgey. The rivers belong to Poliwag and Magikarp. Between them, that's about 70% of everything living here, and the last 30 is scattered odds and ends. I had memorized where every one of those groups lived, and I was going after the Beedrill first. Everyone else in that lobby was afraid of the Beedrill. I had a fire type at advanced stage, and fire beats bug the way a match beats a curtain. 3 hours of walking. Then we stopped short of the nest, and I fed Monferno a plate of cubes and ate a bread roll myself, because I was about to ask one Pokemon to fight several hundred. I'd also planned for failure. I had repellent spray out, which stinks badly enough to push most Pokemon off you, and there was a river close, and if things went truly wrong, the plan was to grab my Monferno and jump into it. 20 minutes of rest. Then we went in carefully and were spotted 12 meters out anyway. Beedrill came out of the leaves and made a sound like a saw blade. Weedle and Kakuna on the branches turned, looked, decided we were beneath comment, and went back to what they were doing. Then the sky went dark. Hundreds of them, coming up out of the canopy in a solid mass, eyes gone red, holding those two enormous white needles. And this was one nest. Monferno, don't let them close. Ember, keep it going. I did not have time to scan a single one. There is a particular feeling that arrives when you realize you have voluntarily walked into something, and it arrived right about then. Monferno opened up and fireballs went into the swarm. Beedrill are not stupid, and they scattered, but there were too many in too small a space, and the front rank went down burning. The system started reporting, 1 kill at a time, 46 experience, 54 experience, 1 coin, over and over, until it was a wall of noise in my skull and I couldn't think through it. I turned it off mid-battle. Best decision I made all day. Flame wheel, don't stop! Monferno went through them as a rolling fireball, and anything that wasn't high enough got hit and did not come back up. Then the swarm got organized. Every Beedrill still flying pulled back and fired at once. Hundreds of poison stingers coming in from every angle, all of them carrying enough toxin to put a human in that hospital lobby. You cannot dodge that. There's no gap. Ember, melt them, all of them. And my Monferno breathed out something that was not ember. It came out as a sustained jet instead of a burst, and it did not just cook the poison out of the air, it went through the cloud and took a whole row of Beedrill with it. That's flamethrower, I said out loud in the middle of a battle. It just learned flamethrower. The remaining Beedrill saw their nest burning and did the thing that makes them dangerous. They didn't run. They had eggs behind them. They went berserk. Combination attacks, poison, bug bite, no formation left at all, just everything they had thrown at us. They're insane. Dodge, then flamethrower. And I had to start backing up because I had walked far enough forward that I was inside their range too. Monferno noticed that. I want to be specific about this because it matters later. It noticed that they were shooting at me and something in it changed. The next flamethrower came out thicker and hotter than the last one, and it swept the field, and the smell was appalling. Then Mach Punch for the last few, moving too fast to follow, and then it was over. We both sat down. Monferno because it had nothing left, me because my legs had quit. Hundreds of Beedrill on the ground, unconscious, and Weedle and Kakuna still up in the branches, watching us, and I kept one eye on them the entire rest period, because my Monferno was empty, and a Weedle can poison a person just fine. When they showed no interest in coming down, I finally exhaled. Then I scanned every downed Beedrill on that field, because I hadn't had a spare second during the fight, and the idea of walking past an elite potential Beedrill would have haunted me forever. Highest potential in the entire nest? Superior. Highest level? 28. Presumably the leader, which my Monferno had removed with 2 flamethrowers. Then I checked my own. Level 34. 2 levels from one nest, and flamethrower learned. And, more importantly, Monferno evolves into Infernape at 36. Infernape. The one from the anime that always turned a hopeless fight around at the last second. With close combat and flare blitz, an Infernape can flatten most things it meets. 2 levels away. Monferno, how's your stamina? It shook its head at me, which meant fine, which was a lie, but there was a time limit. Those Beedrill were unconscious, not dead. They'd be up soon. Then let's go. Mach Punch. The Weedle and Kakuna in those trees. No fire, deliberately. Partly because I was not going to burn a nest full of larvae, and partly because if I started a forest fire inside a secret realm, I would go to prison, and that is not a joke, that's the actual penalty. A level 34 Monferno picking Weedle out of branches is not a battle, it's harvesting. Hundreds and hundreds of them, and the total experience was a few hundred points, which is nothing. The coins were not nothing. Even a mosquito is meat. Every single Weedle, every Kakuna, every Beedrill was 1 gold coin, and by the time that tree was empty, I had nearly 1,400. 1,400 coins. 2 days earlier, I'd had 1. We waited until the Beedrill started twitching, then left. I found water, set up camp, and put a basin of cubes in front of my Monferno.
An hour later, I packed up, and we went and did the entire thing again to the second beedrill nest. This time I didn't sneak. I walked straight in and let them come. Level 34 with flamethrower is an entirely different animal to level 32 without it, and this nest was smaller. Under half an hour, no drama, and Monferno wasn't even winded. Same scan, superior at best, a level 27 leader, same tree harvest, a few hundred more experience and several hundred more coins. I was starting to enjoy myself, which should have worried me. The Rattata live on a hillside by a river in a slope full of dens. My footsteps sent the ones outside scrambling for their holes, and then, when I kept walking, the eyes came back out. Raticate poked their heads up and stared. I was there to provoke them. That was the whole plan. A big Raticate came out and gave a warning call, and the rest of them lined up behind it. Level 28, late intermediate, potential, gym. Genuinely strong by the standards of this place. Excellent teeth, 8 moves. It was the single best wild Pokemon I'd met so far, and it had the terrible luck to meet me. Monferno, harvest. Flamethrower, sweep. The leader dodged, everything behind it did not, and dozens went down in one pass, which enraged it. It came straight at me, mouth open, 2 front teeth like chisels. Good timing, close combat. I'd been waiting to see this one. Monferno gathered itself and its whole body lit up, and the pressure coming off it stopped the Raticate leader dead in its tracks mid-charge. Then it punched. The Raticate went dozens of meters and made a crater where it landed. I stood there thinking that if it hit that hard now, at advanced stage, I did not want to be standing near it when it evolved. The rest scattered. I did not let them. Minutes later, there wasn't a Rattata left standing on that hillside, and the system had a lot to say. Level 35. New skill. Dig. One more level. I hugged it. It was filthy. I did not care. Then I scanned the field again, because the Raticate leader had been gym potential, and I was greedy, and everything else came back superior at best, which is what a level 1 secret realm is. Thin, picked over, and visited by thousands of people a day. If something exceptional ever spawned in here, somebody would have taken it years before I arrived. The Raticate leader woke up while we were resting and, from a safe distance, made a noise at us. Its eyes were pure fear, and I was relieved, genuinely relieved, because I'd been worried Monferno had hit it too hard. Here's something the anime doesn't dwell on. Pokemon in this world faint, and then wake up, and then heal, and some of them go and find berries to speed it along. That's normal. But they can also die. From age or from injuries, and people encounter Pokemon in the wild and in secret realms every year and do not come back. I had just ordered a fighting type ultimate move used on a target 6 levels below it. That's exactly how a thing that should have woken up doesn't. It woke up. We left. The Pidgey territory is deeper in, where fruit trees grow, because fruit is what Pidgey and Pidgeotto and Pidgeot eat. I rested Monferno first. Then I walked into the grove and started picking their food. That's the trick with birds. If they don't want to fight you, they simply leave, vertically, and you have no answer at all. So you have to make it personal. It worked immediately. A huge Pidgeot came out of a tree screaming, and the entire forest lit up. Hundreds of Pidgey. Hundreds of Pidgeotto, 7 or 8 Pidgeot, and the sky went dark for the second time that day. Level 32, advanced stage. Speed at 31, the maximum. Potential gym. Higher level than either the Beedrill or the Raticate leader, the overlord of this forest, and it deserved the title. Pidgeot, fight my Monferno. If you win, I'll give all the fruit back. Deal? It turned and looked at Monferno for a long moment, thinking about it. Then it called out, and every bird in the sky pulled back and landed in the surrounding trees. One-on-one. It wanted a duel. I could not believe my luck. It had several hundred allies in the air, and it sent them to the bleachers. Let's go. They're looking down on us. Teach that stupid bird a lesson. That was for Monferno's benefit, and it worked, because Monferno flared its nostrils and beat its chest at a bird 4 times its wingspan, and that offended the Pidgeot enormously. It came down like a thrown axe. Jump it, then fire punch while it turns. That's the whole weakness of a flying charge. It has to come out of the dive somewhere, and for one moment it is committed and slow. Monferno went over the wing, waited for the turn, and put a fist of fire into it. The Pidgeot screamed, hit the ground, got up shaking, and stared at my Pokemon with genuine hatred. Flamethrower, now! Because this is not a game with turns. There's no polite pause while the other side recovers. If you have the window, you take it. And the Pidgeot beat its wings and blew my flamethrower apart in midair. I actually said something appreciative out loud. Its combat instincts were excellent. That is a very hard thing to do. Then it started to lift off, because the sky is where it wins. Don't let it up! Flame Wheel! Charge! Monferno went in as a fireball and cut it off before its feet cleared the ground, and the Pidgeot, blocked, injured, unable to reach the only place it had an advantage, made the decision that made me respect it. It turned white with quick attack and threw itself at my Monferno head-on. It knew.
It had to know. It chose to go out on its feet. That bird is brave, and it is absolutely merciless with itself. Quick Attack met Flame Wheel, and the Pidgeot went up and came down through a tree and stopped moving. And then several hundred birds went insane. They lifted off as one, circled their fallen leader once, and then, led by the remaining Pidgeot, every single one of them came at my Monferno at once with Quick Attack. Hundreds of bird Pokemon accelerating simultaneously. I have to tell you, as a person who was standing under it, it was one of the most beautiful and horrifying things I have ever seen. Monferno, dig! Get under it! That skill was 6 hours old, and it saved the entire trip. Monferno tore a hole in the ground and vanished, and several hundred birds arrived at a patch of empty dirt at high speed and pulled up in complete confusion. Then the Pidgeot turned around, all of them, and looked at me. Oh no, are these idiots going to attack me? I did not want to be pecked to death by pigeons in a level 1 secret realm. There is no dignified obituary for that. Monferno, out! Flamethrower on the Pidgeot! The ground opened, and my Pokemon came out of the floor underneath them and sprayed fire straight up into a bird formation. The Pidgeot were still hovering there, confused, and they were the priority targets, and they went down. Mach Punch the last two. They took 2 hits each because Pidgeot are tough. Then it was Pidgey and Pidgeotto with no leadership at all, wheeling around in the air over their own fruit trees, and they didn't know where to go because this was home and everything they had was here. Flamethrower, bring them down. The last Pidgey got picked out of a branch with a single punch and the tribe was finished. And then Monferno went white. It's evolving? That's faster than I thought. I had genuinely expected to need the Oddish tribe as well. Past level 30, every level costs tens of thousands of experience and it climbs from there. But a gym potential Pidgeot at advanced stage plus 7 more Pidgeot is a lot of experience in a very short window. So I stood in a wrecked orchard and watched. I want to say something here and then I'll get on with it. That thing had been an egg with a dent in it, in a bin of corpses 16 days earlier. I'd carried it in my arms through a rainstorm of nutrient solution and fed it milk out of my fridge and slept next to it. And it had grown from Chimchar to Monferno and now it was doing it again. It's a strange feeling. There isn't a clean word for it. The light went out. What was standing there was almost as tall as me. About 1.75 meters, dark red-brown, white fur at the chest and head and feet, a long tail, and a fire burning on its head instead of anywhere else. Infernape. And before I could take a proper look at it, it grabbed me, and I went straight over backwards because it had considerably more strength than it did 4 seconds ago, and no idea yet. It got up fast and looked at me with the guiltiest face I have ever seen on anything. I'm not blaming you, I said from the ground. You can't control it yet. That's normal. You'll get used to it. Then I scanned it. Level 36, advanced mid-stage. Fire and fighting. 18 skills, including Flare Blitz, Acrobatics, Calm Mind, Flame Vortex, and Dig, and the potential line still said Quasi-Champion. 18 moves. That's essentially everything an Infernape can learn on its own. Anything further would need another Pokemon to teach it, or a skill disc. And skill discs cost tens of thousands of Alliance coins each and burn up on use. You got strong. It agreed at volume. Night came down. We camped by a stream, and I made a bowl of cubes and ate instant noodles, and I finally checked my communicator and found a queue of messages I had been ignoring all day and had to say a great many nice things to fix it. Then she demanded a photo of the 2 of us together, so I made a fully evolved fire type stop eating and pose. On the other end of that conversation, a girl zoomed in on it so many times that her family knocked on the door to ask what the noise was. I counted coins before bed. Nearly 4,000. At this rate, I'd clear 10,000 before I had to leave. That was my first night in a secret realm. Things called to each other out there in the dark all night, and instead of being frightening, it was pleasant. The city is quiet at night in a dead way. This was noisy in a living one. I slept extremely well, with an Infernape on the ground beside my tent. Morning. I said good morning to an Infernape and got a good morning back, which is a nice way to start a day. Today's target was the Oddish, out on a grassland not far from where we'd camped. Countless Oddish and Gloom, and 1 Vileplume. Gloom has 2 evolutionary paths, and both of them require something it will basically never get. Absorb enough grass energy, and it becomes Vileplume. Absorb enough solar energy, and it becomes Blossom. Or a trainer uses a stone on it and skips the whole thing in an afternoon. Wild ones don't have stones, so roughly 1 in several hundred of those Oddish will ever evolve twice, and this grassland had produced exactly 1, and only because the surrounding forest is thick with grass energy. I scanned it, level 29, deeply ordinary. So I did something different. Vileplume, let's have a match. It agreed immediately because a human and a fire monkey had walked into its lawn and it wanted us gone. Infernape, you're up. I'm not giving you any instructions this time. Do it your way. I believe in you. Infernape looked at me like I'd started speaking a foreign language, then shrugged and walked out. I went and sat down a long way off, partly to watch, and partly because I did not want several hundred Oddish deciding to take out their feelings about their champion on the nearest human. Vileplume opened with a cloud of poison powder that drifted across the whole field. I sat there with my chin on my hand, genuinely curious how it would handle it without me. Infernape didn't move, waited until the cloud was close, then opened its mouth and burned the entire thing out of the air in one sweep. Vileplume, furious, gathered petals around itself and threw them, and my Infernape ignited, not flame wheel. The flames went blue at the edges, and it turned into a bolt of red lightning that went through the petal storm without slowing and hit Vileplume so hard it crossed the field and stopped against a tree. Then the tree exploded, and Infernape came out of the smoke, holding the unconscious Vileplume by one arm. Flare blitz. I got up and went and checked it, and Vileplume was only knocked out. Burns, nothing else. Well done, it's a fight, not an execution. And I meant that seriously, because I had just watched an attack that would have taken half this grassland with it if my Pokemon were 3 levels higher. The surrounding Oddish and Gloom were closing in, furious, so I had to end that quickly. Infernape, beat them. Not full strength. One flamethrower took a huge block of them. Under 5 minutes, and there were hundreds of Oddish and Gloom lying in the grass. Then I got the burn medicine out of my backpack and treated the Vileplume, because Infernape had hurt it and it would take days to recover on its own. I did that a lot in there, and I want to be honest about why. Partly because it costs me almost nothing. Partly because a Pokemon that heals up gets to be somebody else's fight later. And partly because I'd stood on a hillside the previous day worrying about Eradicate, and I'd rather be the kind of person who checks. We wandered afterward and blundered straight into a Beedrill nest, which at that point was less an ambush and more a delivery. I collected the experience and the coins and cleaned out the weedle in the trees, and then noticed the grove was heavy with fruit, which is presumably why the nest was there. So I picked some for Infernape to try. Berries can be processed into energy cubes, and a lot of Pokemon eat them raw, and since they grow them commercially outside, they're cheap, and I only took a dozen. Infernape tried one, considered it, and made it clear it preferred cubes. Noted. My Pokemon has expensive taste. Wonderful. By afternoon, we'd swept most of the forest, and I set up camp near a lake with the intention of fishing, because I had bought a rod, and it was time to use it. Several people were already fishing when we got there, in their 20s and 30s, and they looked at the kid with the Infernape for a while before deciding the lake was big enough for everyone. I walked down the bank until they were out of sight and found a quiet spot. When I get one ashore, knock it out and put it back. Infernape nodded. 2 minutes. The rod moved. I want you to understand that I had never fished before in my life, and I got a bite in under 2 minutes, which felt like the universe finally paying out. I played it until it tired, then swung, and a large red carp landed on the bank. Infernape was on it instantly with a mock punch. Magikarp. I stood there with a fishing rod and a fainted Magikarp. Magikarp learns Splash at about level 10. That is the entire kit. It is the most useless creature in this world by a wide margin, and then it evolves into Gyarados and becomes an absolute monster, which is a joke somebody has been telling for 300 years. I unhooked it, put it back in the lake, and rebaited. What terrible luck. The first thing I catch is a Magikarp. Second cast. Magikarp. Third. Magikarp. I want to be precise about this number because it matters. Over the following hour, I caught more than 100 Magikarp. 100 Magikarp. In an hour. Between all of them, they gave my Infernape a few dozen experience points total, which averages to 0 per fish, which is mathematically insulting. I have fallen into a Magikarp den. We're going somewhere else. There is no other explanation. That was a nest. No amount of bad luck produces 100 consecutive Magikarp. I moved us to a corner thick with water plants where I could actually see Poliwag swimming, and finally started pulling up something other than carp. Then, hours later, near dark, I decided on one last cast. Nothing for 7 or 8 minutes. The lake had learned. And then something took it, and I went to lift, and the rod nearly took me into the water. Infernape, quick! It grabbed me from behind and put one hand on the rod, and the two of us hauled while whatever was on the other end went the other way, hard. And then the rod snapped, but not before we got it out. Poliwhirl. It came up onto the bank absolutely furious, identified the culprits as one human and one monkey, and attacked. Bubbles first, covering both of us. It's attacking me too! Flamethrower, boil them! The whole cloud went to steam. Then it jumped and came down as a body slam, which is a real move with real weight behind it, and I said something impressed and unprofessional. Infernape, dig, come up behind it, brick break. Fire against a water type gets halved, which strips a lot of Infernape's kit. Fighting does not. Infernape went under, Poliwhirl hit empty dirt hard enough to shake the ground, and then my Pokemon came out of the floor behind it and put a hand into its stomach and sent it flying. That did real damage. Poliwhirl was heaving, and then it opened its mouth and a column of water started forming. That's Hydro Pump! Move! Hydro Pump is not a wild Pokemon move. Hydro Pump requires a very high level. This thing had been charging while I was busy being pleased with myself. Infernape started to move and got hit anyway and went end over end down the bank. Infernape! It was up on one knee, soaked, holding its chest, with the fire on its head still going. Are you all right? It shook its head at me and dropped its hand, which meant yes, and which was at best half true. Then let's finish it. Close combat. Now, I had been calm for 2 days. I was not calm anymore, because something had hurt my Pokemon. Infernape went in wreathed in white, and Poliwhirl panicked because it had nothing left for another Hydro Pump, and it could see what was coming. It threw a water gun to interrupt. Infernape slid around it, closed, and beat Poliwhirl into a rock. Then it went to kick it again, and I stopped it. That's enough. It's out. Come back. It snapped out of it, scratched its head, and came over. I fed it a large bowl of cubes, and then went and looked at what we'd caught. Level 35. Potential. Gym. An enormous move list. 1 level below my Infernape. In a level 1 secret realm. Wild. That thing could have evolved years ago and hadn't because Poliwhirl needs either a water stone or a king's rock, and nobody in the lake is handing those out. If it had, it would have taken my Infernape apart. I threw it back in the water and sat down and thought about the Hydro Pump, and I thought a thought I would come back to for months. If I had 80,000 gold coins, I could exchange for a characteristic conversion capsule and give my Infernape Water Absorb as a second ability. Then water attacks wouldn't hurt it, they'd feed it. There's precedent for that kind of nonsense. In the anime I remembered from my old life, there was a Charizard with an ability it had no business having, and that specific piece of cheating is what put down one of the strongest opponents in the entire run. If somebody else can have that, I can have that. I checked my numbers. Infernape had hit 37, and I had passed 8,000 gold coins. 80,000 felt achievable, someday, in the way that mountains look climbable from a distance. That was the second night. The fishing rod was in 2 pieces. I looked at it for a while and then carried it back to the tent like a man who's just lost money on a horse. The third morning I went deep because I was leaving the next day and I wanted to see the bottom of the place. Deep Evergreen has no tribes. Everything down there lives alone, which means the variety goes up, and so does the average level. We ran into a berserk Ursaring at one point, and Infernape put it out with a single punch. Then, right after a Parasect, I sat down to rest and the ground started shaking. Trees came down, not 1 or 2, whole stands of them, and then every Pokemon in that part of the forest came past us in a wave, running for the exit. I stood up and looked where they'd come from. There was a column of smoke going straight up into the sky, thick and black, full of ash, and underneath it, so far away I couldn't be sure, something orange moving on the ground. Lava. Evergreen is a forest and lake secret realm. There is no volcano in here. I said that out loud, to nobody, while looking at a volcano, and then I understood what I was seeing, because I'd read about it. Secret Realm Fusion. Some years ago, the Shenzhou Alliance had a level 2 secret realm merge with an unknown one, and what came out the other side was a level 5. The Alliance sealed it immediately, and it's now open only to a handful of people with the right names. The reason anybody outside knows about it at all is that during the merge, a few lucky individuals wandered in and came out carrying Pokemon essence and secret treasures, and the story got loose. The Alliance only admitted the fusion when it could no longer be hidden, and then, generously, let those people keep what they'd found. That's the legend. 2 realms grinding together and dropping treasure out of the seam. I stood there and looked at a column of fire on the horizon and did the arithmetic that has defined my entire life since a system woke up in my head. Then my bracelet lit up and started shouting, "Attention all personnel in Level 1 Secret Realm Evergreen Forest. An anomaly has occurred. Suspected fusion event. Everyone is in mortal danger. Move away from the deepest area and proceed immediately to the entrance. Alliance personnel are waiting. It repeated and repeated, and I got happier every time it did because that message was official confirmation of what I was looking at. Fusion is slow. That's the part everyone forgets. It takes time. The danger curve is not a wall, it's a ramp, and the front end of that ramp is where the treasure is, and nobody else is on it because everyone with sense is running the other way. I looked at my Infernape. Everything I owned had come from somebody who couldn't spare it. A teacher's savings, my parents' 20 years, a girl handing me a crystal her grandfather gave her. I was tired of that. Fortune favors the bold. For Infernape, I'll risk it. And we ran toward the volcano while several thousand Pokemon ran past us the other way. What I found when I got there was the end of the world. The sky was split open, not cloudy, split, with a fiery red seam through it and a mountain coming down through the tear from somewhere else. Lava falling out of the air, forest on fire underneath it, smoke, ash, and things fleeing in every direction. And about 40 meters away on open ground, 4 crimson crystals, fire essence. 4 of them, untouched, unclaimed, lying in the dirt with the fire still a safe distance off, and my Infernape and I both saw them at the same moment and both started forward. Who are you and why are you following me? A man had come out of the smoke. About 30, shifty, with the kind of face that makes you check your pockets. He'd seen the crystals too. His whole expression changed when he did. There were a lot of people in that realm, and some of them would have understood what a fusion means. Of course somebody else came in. I was just annoyed it was this fast. Young man, these fire essences are unclaimed. We saw them together. How about we split them? He said it while looking at my Infernape, which was standing at my shoulder at 1.75 meters with a fire on its head. That's why it came out as an offer instead of an order. He was afraid, and he was going to take half anyway. I want to explain what those crystals meant, because split them sounds reasonable. They meant my Infernape going from advanced to somewhere I couldn't predict. They meant not needing anyone else's charity ever again. Fire essence does not appear in shops, not for money. There was none left in this entire city. Infernape, close combat, the ground next to you. Because I was not going to negotiate, and I was also not going to start a fight in a collapsing secret realm if a demonstration would do. Infernape wound up and put its fist into the dirt. The ground jumped. The blast went off on the spot. When the dust cleared, there was a crater 0.5 meters across where flat ground used to be. The man looked at the hole, then at the Infernape, then at me, and I was not smiling. His hand, which had been resting on a Pokeball, went slack. He turned around and walked away with a very pained expression. Remember this, I called after him. Follow me again and I won't hesitate to kill you. I want to be honest about that line. I have never killed anybody. But this world has a specific arithmetic. Out here, for one high potential Pokemon, brothers turn on brothers. There are no witnesses in a secret realm, and every year a lot of people go missing in places exactly like this one. And when a body turns up incomplete, the police do not investigate very hard. He needed to believe I was capable of it. I needed him to leave. He left. Then I waited until he was genuinely gone, wiped a considerable amount of cold sweat off my face, and admitted to myself that if my Infernape hadn't scared him, one of us was not walking out of that clearing. Then I ran and scooped 4 fire essences into my backpack. Infernape was looking at them with naked longing. Those are yours, not now. We take the chance while it's open and see what else is here. Understand? It nodded and fell in behind me. A few hundred meters further, dodging fire and the occasional falling piece of a mountain, my Infernape suddenly bolted. Where are you going? It didn't answer. I ran after it. It stopped about 40 meters on, picked something up off the ground, and turned around and held it out to me with both hands, like an offering, and its whole face fell apart. A piece of black charcoal. I took it and turned it over, and I nearly sat down. Charcoal. The fire-type secret treasure. It holds an enormous quantity of pure fire energy, and a fire Pokemon that consumes it gets a permanent 25% increase to the power of every fire move it will ever use, forever. Charcoal is the highest grade fire treasure that exists. The Elf Building auctioned one once. It went for over 20 million Alliance coins, which is comparable to what people pay for Dragon-type Pokemon. My Infernape had smelled it from 400 meters away and gone and got it, and then handed it over, and it had wanted it so badly its hands were shaking. You're amazing. I'll hold it for now. You get it the moment we're out. We had, at that point, 4 fire essences and a charcoal. We made a fortune. The gamble paid off. I kept moving anyway, because greed is the only thing that gets people killed faster than fear, and I decided to check one more stretch and then run. 30 meters later, we stopped, because the ground ahead had stopped being ground. It was lava, all of it, and the grassland was already black glass, and it was spreading toward us. All right, we're going. And then something called out, twice, small, coming from up ahead, in the wrong direction. I turned around and looked, and my brain briefly stopped working. There was a Charmander sitting on a rock with the lava coming at it, curled up, nowhere to run, and it was gold, not orange, gold and shining. That's a shiny Charmander. Shiny Pokemon, also called variant Pokemon, are the same species in a different color, and they are effectively legend. A shiny generally comes with a physical mutation, unique characteristics, and high potential, which makes a shiny rarer and more precious than a pseudo-legendary baby. There are 2 champions in the entire Shenzhou Alliance. One of them owns a shiny Metagross that once broke a mountain, and that Metagross is on television constantly, because a country produces one of those in a generation. And there was one on a rock, about to be covered in lava, 400 meters from a rip in the sky. Infernape, dig, go get it! I nearly ran out there myself. I actually took 2 steps before I remembered my Pokemon could tunnel. Infernape went into the ground on the spot, came up on the far side ahead of the flow, grabbed the Charmander, and went straight back under. It surfaced next to me holding a golden lizard and set it down and stared at it with open curiosity. I picked the Charmander up and shouted at Infernape, and we ran, because the lava did not care about any of this. Several hundred meters later, I put it down on safe ground, out of breath, and scanned it. Charmander, fire type, shiny, level 12, ability, solar power. Individual values: 31, 31, 31, 31, 31, 31. 6 stats at maximum. Perfect. Skills: Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Breath, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rush. Inherited. Potential: Champion. I want to walk through why each of those lines made me stop breathing. 6 perfect stats. Not 5. 6. Solar power is a hidden ability. It raises the power of fire moves and works with sunlight. On a Charizard, that is not a small thing. 3 inherited dragon moves, including Dragon Rush, which most actual dragon types never learn. A Charmander does not have those unless its parents were something enormous. I would bet anything the parents were Charizard at elite level or higher. And the potential line said champion. Gold. Not light gold like my Infernape. Gold. My Infernape's ceiling is quasi-champion. This thing's ceiling was 1 tier higher, and it was sitting in the dirt shaking because it was terrified of us. It had no idea where it was. It didn't know these 2 things standing over it. We'd saved it, and it was still frightened, which is fair. So I crouched down. Charmander, don't be afraid. We're not going to hurt you. Think about it. If we hadn't come, you'd be gone. Then I put my arm around my Infernape. This is Infernape. It's a fire type, like you. It's not fierce at all. It's the one that pulled you out. Infernape immediately made 2 friendly noises and produced a smile, which on an Infernape is an interesting expression. The Charmander lay down and looked at us properly, and I could see it thinking. If they hadn't come, I'd be Ash, and I'd never see my parents again. So it stopped shaking. Charmander, do you want to come with me? We'll get strong together. And it looked at me, and then at Infernape, and it didn't answer. Still scared, still not sure, and I could not afford to lose this, so I did the least dignified thing I have ever done. I put my backpack on the ground and opened it and started laying out my possessions. Look, this is an energy cube. It's delicious and it restores your strength. This is a berry. Fire types love these. And these red crystals are fire essence. If you swallow one, you absorb the energy inside and get stronger. I laid out 4 fire essences in front of a Charmander like a man setting a table. Its eyes went enormous. It could feel what was in them. For a fire type, essence is not a snack, it's a compulsion. It was tempted, and it still hesitated. So I put my hand on my Infernape's chest and made my closing argument. Charmander, do you know what this was 10 days ago? It was an egg. 10 days. Look at it now. Come with me and you'll get there too. And that landed because it wanted exactly one thing, which was to be as strong as its parents. It looked up at Infernape with a question in its face. And my Infernape nodded. Hard, with its whole body. The Charmander made a sound, and then it stood up and it put out its hand. I nearly jumped in the air. I got hold of that little paw with both of mine. Then I took the great ball off my belt, and I stopped. Because I had exactly one great ball, and I'd bought it for whatever the best thing I ever found turned out to be, and this was obviously it, and my infernape was standing right there. So I put the great ball back and took out an ordinary marked ball instead, and touched it to the Charmander's head. 3 or 4 seconds of shaking, and then it went still. I caught a shiny Charmander, I laughed out loud, in a burning forest like a lunatic, and thank God the entire realm had evacuated, because if anybody had seen that capture, the news would have been in the city before I was. Infernape, when I have money, I'll get you a great ball too. It made a noise that meant it didn't care, and I want the record to show it never once asked. Then something exploded behind us and the sky went red and the ground jumped, because the two realms had stopped politely merging and started colliding. I threw the essences and the charcoal into my backpack, clipped the great ball to my belt, and stopped pretending I had a plan. Infernape, run! The entrance! And my Infernape, without asking, picked me up bodily and ran. It carried a fully grown human at full speed for a distance I still cannot estimate, until the noise behind us faded and I made it stop because it was heaving. Are you all right? It shook its head, which meant yes, which was again a lie. We walked out from there. About an hour in, we started meeting people, running, panicked, then more and more Pokemon, because everything in the deep forest had relocated to the outer ring, which meant thousands of easy targets standing between me and the door, and I had to walk past all of them. And I want it noted that this hurt me physically. Then police, soldiers, Alliance staff, and a Pokemon doctor. Infernape, back in the ball. Because I had just had a confrontation with a sleazy man over 4 fire essences, and I was about to walk into a lobby full of officials with a backpack containing 20 million Alliance coins of fire treasure, and the last thing I wanted was to be memorable. I put my Pokemon away and joined the crowd and ran out with everyone else looking like a survivor, which by that point I honestly was. The lobby was chaos. Doctors everywhere working on the injured with a Chansey helping. People sitting on the floor with the specific expression of somebody who has just watched the sky open. Some of them hadn't made it, and the staff were dealing with that too. There were reporters. There were actual reporters, interviewing people, because a secret realm fusion happens once or twice a century, and a new secret realm being born is enormous news. One of them tried to interview a middle-aged man who was still shaking too hard to speak and had to move on. Then somebody told a reporter that the Chang City branch had to be held responsible and compensate everyone for their losses. And then somebody else, wide-eyed, said this. Something that dangerous? Everyone running for their lives? And I actually saw a few idiots running in. I touched my nose and looked at the floor. I would have gone home right then, except the exit was packed. So I stayed and watched the show. And then I remembered I hadn't messaged Chen Meng Yao all day, and something enormous had just happened at Evergreen Forest, and it was on the news. I took out my communicator. Dead battery. I stood there in that lobby with no way to tell anybody I was alive and had to just hope. Then a wall of soldiers and Alliance staff came through the doors and cleared a corridor through a packed hall, and a group walked in. The man at the front was in his 40s, handsome, with the kind of presence that makes a room quiet down without being asked. The dozen people behind him moved like staff. I am Chen Jian, head of the Chang City Alliance branch. Our work has caused inconvenience to everyone. The Alliance will compensate you. The hall went silent. 2 options. Free entry to another secret realm in Chang City or a cash refund. Your choice. 1 sentence, and the crowd stopped being a crowd. Next to me, people started whispering. He's the branch minister. I heard he's elite level. Your information's out of date. He needs 1 more Pokemon to qualify as elite, which is insane. I turned that over. The head of this city's Alliance branch, a quasi-elite trainer. 1 Pokemon short of elite. There are fewer than 50 elite trainers in a country of billions. And to become certified quasi-elite, you need 6 elite-level Pokemon and a top 32 finish in the Shenzhou Alliance Elf competition, which is a national tournament held every 2 years and open to anyone qualified, in a country with 1 billion people. A first-time entrant would be doing well to reach the top 1,000. I had 1 Pokemon and a Charmander in my pocket. Behind Chen Jian, a woman in a senior investigator's uniform spotted me in the crowd, frowned, sighed, and sent a message to someone. Then she glared at the back of my head with genuine hostility because she could not understand what her niece saw in this boy, who had gone into a secret realm and not answered his messages during a disaster, and whose girlfriend had been frantic enough to specifically ask her aunt to go and find him. And there I was. Fine. standing in a lobby watching the show like a tourist. If she hadn't been on duty, I think she'd have come over and hit me. Then some staff came running out of the entrance passage to report, and whatever they said made Chen Jian's face change. "Wait here, I'm going in." Everyone objected at once. "The situation inside is unclear. It's too dangerous. Brother, don't. With my strength, I can protect myself. And even if something goes wrong, Flygon can get me out." Then he called it. A Flygon over 2 meters tall appeared in that lobby, and the temperature of the room changed. Every Pokemon in that hall started trembling, not flinching, trembling and freezing in place, and not one of them made a sound. Ground and Dragon, level 74, Elite 4 mid-stage, individual values 5 of 6 at maximum. 24 skills, including Draco Meteor, Hyper Beam, Earthquake, and Outrage. Potential, Quasi-Champion. And it was wearing a Dragon Fang, which permanently boosts Dragon moves by 25%. That was the first elite-level Pokemon I ever saw in person, and I understood something standing there that no amount of reading had taught me. It did not do anything. It arrived, and every lesser Pokemon in a crowded room stopped functioning. Chen Jian got on it, and it took him into a collapsing secret realm, and the entire hall exhaled at once. I collected my certificate on the way out. Free entry to another level 1 secret realm in Chang City, worth 3,000 alliance coins, which I was absolutely not leaving on the table. Behind me, Chen Huiying finished what she was doing and turned around to find the boy she'd been glaring at, and he was gone. Chang City is big. Don't let me catch you again. Then she went back to work, because rescue, search, investigation, and everything involving Pokemon is the job of alliance investigators, and it was going to be a very long night. I took a Dodrio straight home, put the Charmander into my Great Ball where it belonged, and plugged in my communicator. Missed calls. A column of them. Messages underneath. I called her back, and she picked up before the first ring finished, which meant she'd been holding the thing. I opened my mouth and had nothing to say, and then I heard her crying. "Meng Yao, I'm fine, please don't cry." She didn't answer. She just kept going, quietly, and I panicked completely. Then she said, in a voice that was soft and sweet and completely wrecked, "Jiang Wei, I'm so glad you're all right. Something huge happened at Evergreen Forest and you didn't reply and you didn't answer, and I wanted to go in and find you, but the military had blocked it off, so I asked my aunt to look for you." She had tried to walk into a collapsing secret realm to find me and been stopped by soldiers. "Meng Yao, where are you? I'm coming to see you. I miss you." Which was true, and also there were things I could not say on a phone. "Really?" And the crying stopped instantly. It's like flipping a switch with her. We met at the elf building because her mother was home. She came at me across the plaza, and I caught her, and she was wearing a chiffon dress and small leather boots, with her hair in pigtails, and her eyes were still red. "Meng Yao, there are a lot of people watching. Let's go up." She noticed the entrance of the busiest building in the city, went scarlet, shoved me off, grabbed my wrist, and hauled me to the elevator at a dead run. We said hello to Brother Zhang on the 9th floor and borrowed a training room, and I checked for cameras before I opened my mouth. "Come out, Charmander. Infernape." "It's so big. Did Monferno evolve already?" Then she stopped. "Wait, Charmander are orange. Why is that one gold? Is that a shiny?" She recognized it on sight. First time she'd ever seen one in her life, and she knew immediately. Because her family are Alliance officials and powerful trainers, and she has been around this her whole life. "Yes, I caught it in the realm. It's shiny." She looked at me the way people in films look at bridges. Then she sent out her own too, and one of them was not a Chikorita anymore. "Meng Yao, your Chikorita evolved too?" "Bayleaf." Because after losing to my Chimchar, her Chikorita had been so downcast that she went and asked her family for a grass essence and fed it, and it evolved and cheered up considerably. I nodded along and thought several unkind things about the gap between families with vaults and everybody else. From the moment you choose your first Pokemon, an ordinary person is behind, and they never once catch up unless something absurd happens to them. Then 2 of the Pokemon in the room started growling at each other. For reasons nobody has ever explained to me, her Squirtle and my Chimchar disliked each other on sight, and evolution had not helped. Wartortle came up to about a meter. My Infernape was a meter 75 and fully evolved. "Infernape, don't bully Wartortle. She's a girl." At which point, the Wartortle, who had been holding a grudge for 2 weeks and could understand every word, sprayed water at me. Infernape blocked it with one hand and then went very still. Somebody had attacked its friend. 2 Pokemon locked eyes across a training room, and Chen Mengyao started lecturing her turtle about not spraying people, especially not me, and I stood in the middle, wondering how this was my life. Then I had an idea, because I am a professional. Why don't we let them settle it? Maybe they'll get along after. That could work. Zhang Wei, you're so smart. I want to be clear that I was thinking about experience points. I had already scanned. War Turtle, level 27. Bayleaf, 25. My Infernape, 37. Go on, be gentle. Infernape got so excited it waved at the turtle. War Turtle, Water Pulse! Dodge, Mach Punch. Infernape went around the water and hit it, and she called for it to withdraw into the shell, and my punch bounced it several meters without doing a thing. See, as long as she's inside the shell, Infernape can't do anything. Oh, really? Infernape, Brick Break, on the shell. The floor shook. Again. Then I stopped, because I realized I was about to crack it, and a cracked shell is a catastrophe for a war turtle. Change of plan. Stand the shell up. Flamethrower on the opening. Infernape picked up the shell, set it upright, and breathed fire directly into the hole. 3 seconds, and the shell went red, and a head and 4 limbs came out very fast indeed, because the alternative was becoming soup. She was distraught and called for rain dance, and a cloud formed over an indoor arena and rained on her turtle, which helped it and looked genuinely beautiful. Aquatail! Ignore it. Close combat. End it. Infernape took the Aquatail on the way in and hit the War Turtle once. Infernape defeated War Turtle. 463 experience and 1 gold coin. I had turned the announcements back on after leaving the realm because outside a fight the running total is useful. She scooped up her fainted turtle, and I touched my nose and glared at my Infernape, which spread its hands at me with an expression that said the turtle was simply weak and this was not its fault. Meanwhile, my Charmander had watched the entire thing and was now vibrating. It wanted in. It wanted to be that. It wanted to fight. Don't worry, your turn is next time. We get strong together. Then I put it away because a shiny in a public building is a headline. I'm going to be honest about my reasoning there. My strength was not the problem. My visibility was. Until my Infernape could hit Quasi-Heavenly King, I couldn't guarantee I could protect what I had, and until the League had a reason to consider me an asset worth keeping alive, a golden Charizard walking around Chang City was an advertisement to every poacher within 1,000 kilometers. Zhang Wei, I lost again. Am I useless? She'd recalled her Bayleaf and come over looking flattened. No, you idiot. Battling isn't your thing. Your War Turtle hasn't even evolved fully, and my Infernape is 10 levels higher. I won on levels. Then I remembered something. Hello, weren't you going to be a top Pokemon breeder? She lit straight back up because that is her actual dream, inherited from her mother, and she talked about it the entire way to the elevator. My goal is Pokemon Master. Yours is top breeder. Let's go get them. Then her mother messaged, and she had to leave. And at the door, she reminded me that the battle assessment was in 1 week, which I had genuinely half forgotten. Here's how the exam works in this world, since it is not like the one I remembered. Academic scores are already published. Then there is a practical at the end of the month, and only after that do university admission letters go out. You have to catch and raise a Pokemon born within the previous fortnight and battle assess with it a month later. The point is to find out whether a person who is good at tests can actually command a Pokemon, which, having now met several people who cannot, I think is a reasonable idea. I watched her car leave and went home. My parents weren't back from work yet. I let out the Infernape and the Charmander, fed them both, put them away, took my backpack, and called a Dodrio out to the suburbs. Because I had 4 fire essences and a charcoal in a bag, and it was time. Not at home. Absolutely not at home. My apartment is small, and my Charmander was probably about to become a Charizard, and there is no version of that which fits in a bedroom. And there was the other problem. If my Infernape went up another tier, it would break into Superior, and a breakthrough at that level makes an enormous mess, and my neighbors have eyes. So I went out past the last buildings, kept walking with Infernape until there was nobody in any direction, and stopped. Then I checked twice for people and let the shiny Charmander out. Both of you, come here. They sat down in front of me like students. I put 4 crimson crystals and 1 piece of black charcoal on the ground in a row. Both of them went rigid and their eyes went hungry. Charmander, 4 fire essences. You and Infernape split them, 2 each. But Infernape found the charcoal, so the charcoal goes to Infernape. Then, because I could see its face, I promise you I will get you one. I will. I want to say why I did it that way, because I could have done otherwise. The Charmander had champion potential and 6 perfect stats, and it was, on paper, the better investment. Charcoal cannot be split. If I were being purely rational, I'd have given it to the one with the higher ceiling. But my Infernape found it. It smelled it from 400 meters, and it ran through a burning forest and brought it back and put it in my hands with its whole face falling apart because it wanted it, and it gave it to me anyway. You do not take that off somebody.
Charmander, you're a good kid. I'll find you one. Then I handed 2 essences and the charcoal to Infernape and 2 essences to Charmander, and they swallowed them whole and the world caught fire. Charmander consumed fire essence, purity 71, 710,000 experience. Charmander consumed fire essence, purity 68, 680,000. Level 13. Level 14. New skill, Fire Fang. Infernape consumed fire essence, purity 69, 690,000. Infernape consumed fire essence, purity 72, 720,000. Level 38, 39, level 40, and Fire Blast learned. Then the announcements came so fast I turned them off again and stood in a field and watched 2 Pokemon burn. I want to point out the purity numbers because they matter. The one Chen Meng Yao gave me was 51, which is a real gift. These were all over 60 and one was 72, which meant the realm that merged with Evergreen was high level and fire aligned because that is the only way you get essence that clean. Somewhere under Chang City, there was going to be a new high-level secret realm, and I was going to be extremely close to it, and I got briefly and greedily excited about that in the middle of everything else. Then Charmander went white. What came out was a golden Charmeleon, taller, horned, sharper, with a flame on its tail and considerably more attitude. It roared because it could, and I didn't move because the level counter was still climbing. Over 1 million experience points is enough to evolve a Charmeleon, which meant I was about to have a golden Charizard. I stood in a field in the suburbs of my hometown and thought about that, and about the Charizard I remembered from another life, the famously difficult one that was disobedient for years and still ended up beating things it had no business beating. There is a mechanic in this world called Mega Evolution. It has been discovered here. What has not appeared here are the other transformation systems I half remembered, and Mega Evolution requires both a Keystone and the matching Megastone, and almost nobody has either. Charizard has 2 of them, 2 different Mega forms. I wanted both. Obviously, I wanted both. I had no Keystone, no Megastone, and about 170,000 Alliance coins, so I filed that under things to want later. My Charizard is going to be the strongest Charizard in the world. 3 minutes later, the light came again. And what stood up out of it was enormous. A normal Charizard is about 1.70 meters. Mine was close to 2 meters, with wings, and it was gold, and the gold moved in the light. Its level kept climbing after that until it roared, which is how I knew the experience had run out. I was reaching for the scan when everything behind me detonated. Infernape had finished. It roared, and the pressure that came off it flattened the grass and knocked over trees in a wide circle and picked me up off my feet. And then something caught me. The Charizard had crossed the distance and put itself between me and my own Pokemon, and braced, and held. I hid behind a 2-meter golden dragon while my Infernape broke the landscape. That was close. Did it break into gym level? I nearly went into the trees. Thank God for Charizard. A minute later, the wind stopped. The Charizard was heaving. It had held on for about 30 seconds longer than it should have been able to, and then it picked me up and moved us both, and it was over. Infernape came back to itself, found the surrounding devastation and an exhausted Charizard, and immediately went and apologized to both of us with its head down. You didn't do it on purpose. Nobody's blaming you, right, Charizard? The Charizard roared, which I chose to read as agreement. Then I scanned them both. Charizard, Fire and Flying, Shiny, Level 43, Early Superior, 6 stats at 31, 34 skills including Flare Blitz, Overheat, Dragon Dance, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Rush, Earthquake, and Hyper Beam. Potential, Champion. Infernape, Fire and Fighting, Level 54, Mid-Gym, 33 skills including Blast Burn, Aura Sphere, Bulk Up, Fire Pledge, and Overheat. Potential, Quasi-Champion. Charizard had gone from 11 to 43 on 2 crystals, 32 levels. Infernape had gone from 37 to 54 on the same amount, 17, which is the entire cruelty of this system in one comparison. The higher you climb, the more each step costs. Charizard was cheap because it was low. Infernape was expensive because it was already good, and from gym level upward, each single level costs hundreds of thousands of experience.
Without that fusion event, both of them would have needed to defeat tens of thousands of Pokemon to reach where they now were, and I would have needed months I did not have. Infernape, here, get stronger, and I threw at the charcoal. Infernape used a Fire-type secret treasure, charcoal, 2.3 million experience. Fire-type skills permanently increased by 25%. The pressure came up so fast that both the Charizard and I felt it from where we stood, and the air temperature started climbing. Charizard, back up, it might break through to Elite. We retreated to a large tree about 50 meters away and watched. Some minutes later, my Infernape unleashed something that pulled full-grown trees out of the ground in a radius of dozens of meters and threw them, and burned every blade of grass in that circle to ash. We stayed behind the tree. When it stopped, I came out and looked at a 50-meter crater of scorched dirt and holes, breathed in air that smelled like a house fire, and swallowed. They say an elite-level Pokemon can casually destroy a forest. I had just watched an Infernape do the first half of that as a side effect of leveling up. It woke up looking around for us, confused and slightly apologetic. We're over here. Don't blame yourself. You weren't aware. There's no damage that matters. It's the wilderness. It bounced. It felt enormous, and it wanted to fight something immediately. Then I scanned it. Level 62. Fire moves permanently up 25%. Infernape, you're an Elite 4-level Pokemon. I hugged it, in a burned field, in the dark, and I want to tell you exactly what that number meant. There are, on paper, fewer than 50 Elite-level trainers in the Shenzhou Alliance, and each of them needs 6 Elite-level Pokemon. Elite level is what the head of the Chang City branch was still 1 Pokemon short of. 26 days earlier, that Infernape was an egg with a dent in it that a shop clerk had personally warned me was dead. Less than a month. From an egg to Elite level. I said that out loud, in an empty field, and it sounded insane, and it was true. Both of them started roaring at the sky and demanding an opponent, which was a problem because both my Pokemon were now above superior, and there was nothing in the entire province I could safely point them at. So I promised them a secret realm the next day and put the Charizard away, because riding it would have been incredible, and we were near enough to the suburbs that people come out here to pick fruit, and I was not ready for that photograph to exist. We walked home. I ate dinner with my parents like a normal person. Then I fed both of them in shifts in my bedroom because they didn't fit at the same time, and watched my 20 boxes of energy cubes turn into 18 in one evening. A month of food had become half a month. Chang City has 2 level 1 secret realms. Evergreen, which was currently closed on account of being fused with a volcano, and Bug Forest, which is exactly what it sounds like. 90% bug type. Fire against bug. Bug Forest was going to be a buffet. I got there the next morning to find a queue out the door and around the building. Of course. Evergreen was closed. Every trainer in a city of millions had exactly 1 level 1 secret realm left. Half an hour in the sun, and I was finally inside the lobby. And a few minutes after that, there was shouting from the front of the line. Somebody had cut in. People who had queued for an hour objected, loudly, and it nearly turned into a Pokemon battle on the floor of an Alliance building. Then, staff arrived and dealt with it by taking the queue jumper through a special passage and putting him directly into the secret realm. Nothing happened to him. He got escorted. The man he'd cut in front of nearly fainted from rage and tried to argue with the staff, and then somebody said something quietly to him, and he went white and completed his paperwork and walked into the passage without another word. The whispers filled in the rest fast. Chen family, one of the great houses of Chang City. His father is a quasi-elite trainer with an important post in the league branch. And then the tone in that queue changed, and this is the part that stayed with me. Once people knew whose son it was, they stopped complaining, and then some of them started explaining why it was fine. His father is quasi-elite, and he only skipped the queue instead of doing anything worse, so really, he was showing us respect. Grown adults, in a line, defending the person who had just walked past them. I stood there and said nothing, and thought about strength, which is the only sentence this world speaks fluently. 2 hours in that queue, and every minute of it was an argument for getting stronger as fast as possible by any means available. While I waited, I did some paperwork of my own on my communicator. The Shenzhou Alliance Elf Competition. National, every 2 years, open to any qualified trainer, with rewards including pseudo-legendary eggs and secret treasures, and the top 3 each get to submit a request to the Alliance and challenge the Elite 4. Registration is open. It's just a head count at this stage, name and starter details. I filled it in and hit send, and got a page saying, registration successful, and underneath it, in small text, a number. 1,283,906 people had already registered. For a tournament that is more than a year away, that has not opened proper entry yet. That closes registration in August of next year. I sat there and let that number sink in. Of course, that head count is meaningless. To actually compete, you need 6 Pokemon, 16 city gym badges, and 2 provincial gym badges, and they screen everybody. 1% making the cut would be generous. I had 2 Pokemon, 0 badges, and a plan that consisted of the word soon. Time's short, I need to start catching. So I looked for something closer and found the Youth Pokemon Battle Championship, run by the Chang City branch. Under 24, intermediate certification, 2 Pokemon, 2-on-2 format. First prize, 1 million Alliance coins and a Mystic Water, which is a water-type secret treasure. Second, 800,000 and a Water Essence. Third, 500,000 and a Water Essence. I registered for that too, in about 90 seconds. I want to be honest about my confidence level. It's held in early August at the Chang City Gymnasium, and it's for teenagers and university students. And I did not believe anybody under 24 in this province was fielding an elite-level Pokemon. Having 1 or 2 at gym level would already make you the terror of that bracket. I had an Infernape at level 62. I had already mentally spent the prize money. As for the Mystic Water, I didn't need it, and I decided I'd give it to Chen Meng Yao because her family has everything, and it means something different when it comes from a person instead of a vault. Then the queue moved, and it was finally my turn, and I went into Bug Forest. First thing I did inside was release my Infernape, which promptly threw itself into my arms and knocked the wind out of me. It controlled its strength this time, mostly. I have an elite-level Pokemon that is extremely clingy, and I have made my peace with that. Hey brother, Bug Forest is full of poison types, it's dangerous. Want to team up? A boy about my age, with a Cyndaquil. I scanned the Cyndaquil, because reflex. Level 13. No thanks, I prefer to be alone. No, take me with you, my dad owns the Star River Pokemon House. I can get you a discount on… My Infernape turned its head and looked at him. It didn't do anything. It leaked about 2% of itself into the air, and the boy stopped mid-sentence, picked up his Cyndaquil, which had curled into a ball, and left at speed. Everyone else in that clearing scattered too. I felt vaguely bad, and then stopped, because a level 13 Cyndaquil in a forest that is 90% poison type is not a strategy. It's a way to become a story people tell in a lobby. And I was not going to be responsible for someone else's kid. Also, his dad owns Star River, and I had seen what Star River sells. I went deep because the outer ring was crawling with people, and a golden Charizard is not subtle. Bug Forest earns its name. Caterpie everywhere. Weedle, Beedrill, Paris, and then the bigger ones, Pinsir and Heracross drinking sap out of the trees. All of them died to a weakened ember because that is all it took, and each one was a coin. That's the whole economy. Experience from those was rounding errors, a few points at a time, but every single one was 1 gold coin, and I was hunting coins. Half an hour without seeing another person, levels going up. And then Pokemon groups. Charizard, come out and get some air. A golden Charizard came out of a Great Ball into a Bug Forest and roared, and everything within 100 meters left. Infernape greeted it warmly. Those two get along, which is a relief, because both of them are fire types, and my Infernape's relationship with Chen Meng Yao's Wartortle is a war. Why aren't those Heracross running? Are they looking down on us? Charizard, your turn. First fight, do your best. Charizard beat its chest. Dragon Claw, that tree, bring them down. Its claws lit up white, and it took a tree in half, and 5 Heracross came out of the canopy and landed angry. The lead one, a big one, barked at Charizard, presumably about property damage. Charizard glanced at all 5, then pointed at them, then at itself. I have never had a Pokemon issue a challenge to a group before. It did not consult me. Horn attack incoming. Take the leader head on, then flamethrower the other 4. 5 Heracross went up at once with their horns lit, and my Charizard spread its arms and caught the lead one out of the air, holding it by the body so the horn couldn't reach, and then, while holding it, breathed fire on the other 4. All 4 went down at once. Then Fire Punch on the one it was still holding. 2 lines came in from the system. 129 experience, 183, 2 coins. I turned the announcements off and scanned the 5. Nothing worth catching. We moved on because Charizard's roar had emptied the neighborhood. Next was a Scyther, alone. Scyther is the warrior of the bug types. Scyther and its evolution, Scizor, are both extremely good, and both look extremely good. And this one did not run. Scyther, match with my Charizard? It agreed instantly, which is very Scyther. It came in fast, both blades out. Dodge, then Fire Punch. I want to be clear about why I called a dodge instead of a block. Charizard was far above it. But those are actual blades, and being cut is not a health bar going down. A bad angle takes an arm off. Charizard moved around the combination and put one punch through it, and it was over. Superior potential. Not worth catching. I stood there feeling genuinely sorry about it, because I like Scyther a great deal, and this was a perfectly good one with a ceiling too low to be worth the years. Then we blundered into Beedrill territory, which by then was a routine. Hundreds of them. I was actively delighted. A packed nest of anything is free money, and I had a Charizard. Although I did let Infernape out as well, because Beedrill do not distinguish between trainers and Pokémon, and I wanted a bodyguard. Charizard, these are yours, all right? It roared, which meant obviously. Infernape, back with me. I didn't say attack, so don't. Because an elite-level Infernape would have cleared that nest with a single flamethrower, and Charizard would have learned nothing. We backed off 40 meters, and the moment the pressure lifted, the Beedrill went for the Charizard. Thousands of poison stingers from every direction at once, which is a thing that would make a person with a fear of small holes faint on the spot. Charizard did not even try to block. It went up. It spread its wings and lifted straight out of the volley, sprayed fire down through the swarm and took a whole line, then wrapped its wings in gray-white light and went through them horizontally. One flamethrower and one wing attack, and out of hundreds, there were under 10 left. Those 10 looked at the ground, understood, and got a face full of ember before they could commit to a decision. Then I pointed at the trees. Weedle and Kakuna, too. I love social Pokémon. I love them so much. You clear one nest, and it's 1,000 coins in 5 minutes, which pushed me over 10,000 gold coins for the first time. I'd been stuck near 8 since Evergreen closed early on me. Now it was 5 figures. Let's get to 30,000 before we leave. We stumbled into Scyther territory next, which was better and worse. Dozens of them in a clearing, and the one that came forward was covered in scars, blades enormous, eyes locked on us. Level 34, higher than the rest by a wide margin. That thing had fought its way to the front of that clearing over years. I also noticed something sad about it. It was at exactly the level where it could evolve, and it never would. Because Scyther needs a metal coat to become Scizor, and there is no metal coat in a level 1 secret realm. That's why nobody has ever seen a wild Scizor. Scyther, we didn't come in here on purpose. My Charizard wants to fight you. Would you be willing? The whole clearing started screaming, because you do not have to ask a Scyther twice. The leader made a noise, and every one of them went silent, and it pointed a blade at my Charizard. One-on-one. Because it's a warrior, and warriors fight one at a time. Ah, Scyther, maybe come at me together? My Charizard is quite strong. I said that honestly. Level 43 against 34, and a bug type against a fire type. That's not a fight, that's a formality. It was deeply insulted and shook both blades at me for the suggestion. So I agreed, because you have to. Charizard, free reign. And my Charizard stood there and waved it in, which infuriated it further. It came in with both sides lit, and Charizard did not dodge. It met it. One claw wrapped in green, and it swung a dragon claw into the middle of a Scyther's charge. Charizard was untouched. Scyther went into a tree. The whole clearing lost its mind, but it wasn't finished. It got up shaking, and there were open cuts across its chest, and the sight of that seemed to wake something in it. It got airborne, crossed both blades in front of itself, lit up, and came down. X Scissor, the highest damage move a bug type has, and my Charizard, giving a warrior the courtesy it had earned, went to meet it with everything. It ignited and charged, and the two attacks detonated in mid-air, and the Scyther went through several trees and stopped. Flare Blitz recoils on the user, which is the price of the move. On a Charizard at that level against a bug type, the price was nothing. The rest of the Scyther stood there, confused. Their leader was the strongest thing they had ever seen, and it had lost to a lizard with a burning tail. And then they did the thing that made me like them. They doesn't run. They formed up in front of their fallen leader and got into stance. All of them. Charizard. All of them. I admired those Scyther, and I did not tell my Pokemon to be gentle, because there is a difference between respecting something and pretending it can hurt you. Dragontail took several out at once. The rest went airborne to gain distance and used wing attack, and Charizard went up and used wing attack back and simply won that exchange, over and over, until the clearing was full of them. A few tried to run. It caught them. When it was done, it landed and roared at the sky, and then got embarrassed when I praised it and scratched its head with a claw. Then I went and found the leader. It was the worst off, under a broken tree. Claw marks from Dragon Claw across its chest and burns from Flare Blitz. I got out the burn medicine and treated the burns, then the styptic for the cuts and bandaged it. It was unconscious the whole time, which is the only reason I could do it, because a conscious Scyther would have taken my hand off for trying. Afternoon, we hit a Butterfree colony, which I gave a very wide berth, because dozens of Butterfree using paralysis powder simultaneously is genuinely terrifying, and I am a soft human being. Charizard solved it by beating its wings once and blowing the entire cloud back over them, and a large number of Butterfree paralyzed themselves, which I found unreasonably funny. Butterfree are actually lovely. In the anime I half remember, the protagonist caught one and then released it, and I have never understood that decision. You go to enormous trouble to catch and raise a partner and then set it free. If you were going to do that, don't catch it. That's a personal opinion. Moving on. We camped by water that night, and I did something I'd been unable to do the whole previous trip, which was cook. Last time I ate dry rations for 3 days like an idiot. This time I'd brought pots, seasoning, beef from my own kitchen, the works. I gathered wood, got Charizard to light it with an ember, and made a beef and mushroom soup with wild fruit in it, and split it 3 ways into big bowls. Both of them ate straight out of the pot, and I had to tell them to slow down. Pokemon can eat human food, but most prefer cubes and berries, which actually restore stamina. The soup was purely for pleasure, and they enjoyed it enormously. And I finally understood why every group of travelers in those old stories cooks for themselves. They slept outside the tent, one on each side, and anything that came near would wake them first, which meant I slept properly. Day 2 we hit several colonies in a row, thousands of Pokemon, and Charizard reached level 44. That evening, we ran into the Ariados. Ariados is a spider over a meter long. It eats Pokemon. Small ones, Pidgey and Butterfree and Venonat. There are documented cases of it eating people. I am, and I want to be honest here, extremely afraid of spiders. And this was a hunting party of them, on webs, and on those webs I could see pieces of things that used to be somebody. I nearly threw up. And they were sizing us up right back, because we'd walked into their hunting ground and scared off everything already in the trap, and they were annoyed about it, and they were hungry. Several came at me across the web at a speed spiders should not have. They actually eat people. Charizard, Infernape, both of you, teach them something. I was angry and frightened in equal measure, and I am not sorry about the order I gave. Infernape opened with Flamethrower. The Ariados dodged it, and their entire web burned instead, which put them on the ground where they belonged. They spat Silk, which is the real weapon. Ariados silk wraps a Pokemon so it cannot move, and then the Ariados eats it at leisure. Infernape burned the silk out of the air and took 2 of them with it. Charizard put a flame vortex through the group, and Ariados out of their webs are slow, and several of them didn't get out of it. Then they came in properly, poison stingers at Charizard and bites at Infernape, and both of my Pokemon slid around it and fire-punched the biter into a tree. And then Charizard, which had been holding something back, raised one leg and put its foot into the ground. Earthquake. The forest floor came apart. Trees went over in every direction. The surviving Ariados scattered, and every single one of them got caught anyway, and some of them got hit by the trees on the way down. It took several seconds for the ground to stop moving, and when it did, that place was a wreck. Cracked earth, felled timber, spiders everywhere. If it used that in the middle of Chang City at elite level, would the whole city fall down? That was an idle thought. I would like to state clearly that it was an idle thought, because if I had actually done it, I would have been arrested within the hour, and I want that on the record. Let's go. I don't like these things. If it were not specifically illegal to kill Pokemon at will, I would have been tempted with that particular species, and I'm not proud of that either. We spent the rest of that day hunting, more than 10 hours of it, and by the end, my coins had passed 20,000 and were climbing toward 30. Camp that night was more beef soup. There is, incidentally, a whole cuisine here built on Pokemon. Magikarp, Farfetch'd, Krabby. It's rare, and only high-end restaurants are licensed, and only officials and alliance members really get to eat it. I am completely against it. Pokemon are partners. I'm not eating a friend. I can't change it, and I can't stop it. I just don't participate. There's ordinary meat in this world, and it tastes the same. Third day, I moved fast, because I planned to leave by afternoon. I'd fought more than half of everything in there, and there was no more juice in a level 1 realm. Morning was the Pinsir and Heracross groves, which the 2 species share, and which they defend jointly. Countless Heracross Heracross went up and dozens of pincer came down out of the trees the moment we walked in. One of them barked at me to leave. I'd be delighted to. Beat my Pokemon and I'll go. Then dozens of each came at once, and my two fought them, and it was genuinely chaotic. Fire going into the canopy, and Pokemon getting thrown out of the melee in every direction. It lasted about a minute. The last Heracross went down to a flamethrower. Let's go. Next place. That afternoon, I recalled the Charizard and walked out with just the Infernape, and left Bug Forest after 3 days and 2 nights. The tally: Charizard at level 45, mid-superior, gold coins over 30,000, and more than that which the numbers don't show. Both of them had spent 3 days fighting without me calling most of it, and their combat instincts had sharpened to the point where I could put them in front of something and simply not speak. I went home and got in the shower, because I had been in a bug forest for 3 days and I smelled like it. Every senior in the city spent the next few days drilling their Pokemon in a blind panic. I spent them at home talking to Chen Mengyao and taking my two out to the countryside for a walk. July 1st, the Pokemon College entrance examination, which in this world means battle assessment. The entire city shut down. The university closed its campus. Both gyms in Chang City closed, and the owners disappeared because they were both examiners. The streets emptied and everyone went home and turned on a screen, because the whole thing is recorded and broadcast live in the name of fairness, transparency, and everyone's mother having an opinion. Chang City's assessment rooms are floors 12 through 15 of the Elf Building. 2 examiners per floor, drawn from the Alliance branch, the vice president of the university, and the 2 gym owners. The day before, on the 17th floor, a woman went through the candidate list, found a name she recognized, circled it, and reassigned it to the room she was personally running. I woke up early, fed both of them, found my parents at home, which was unusual, until they explained that businesses across the city close for assessment day so families can watch. And even if they hadn't closed, my parents had already booked leave. Their son was in it. Not being able to attend in person was one thing. Missing the broadcast was unthinkable. They saw me off with an amount of encouragement that made me flee the apartment. My hand kept going to the ball on my belt on the way. The head teacher had posted room assignments in the class group. I was candidate 3000 and something, floor 12. Chen Mengyao was in the 1000s, floor 14. Both afternoons, close enough together that we couldn't watch each other. So we agreed to go early and watch other people, get lunch, and meet up after. Halfway there, my phone rang. Li Ming. The branch had made an error. My number was right. My floor was wrong. I was on 15. He told me twice not to go to the wrong room, and told me to do my best, and I thanked him properly because he sounded genuinely anxious about it. A floor change. Fine. At least it wasn't a city change, because I could not have flown my Charizard there. I met Chen Mengyao, and we went up to 12 to watch, which the Alliance allows as long as spectators stay silent. The arena up there was over 100 square meters with a full referee crew. Here's how the assessment scores. From the top, S, 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 A, B, C, D, E, F. 2 examiners, 1 judging and 1 supervising, and they each score you, and the higher of the 2 counts. You do not have to beat the examiner. That has never happened. Not once in every year the assessment has been held, because candidates and examiners are not on the same planet. The examiner on 12 was a vice-chancellor of the Pokemon University, a gym-level trainer, fielding a level 36 Feraligatr. The boy in front of us had an Ivysaur at level 24. Grass against water is a hard counter, and he had the first move, and he was so nervous he wasted it, and the Feraligatr knocked his Ivysaur across the floor with a water gun. Water into grass barely scratches. It was purely the 12-level gap. Then Crunch finished it. The examiner shook his head and wrote down E. An E disqualifies you from any top university. That boy stood there very still, put his Ivysaur away without letting his face move, and walked out. Over the next half hour, more than 20 candidates went through. Almost all of them lost inside 90 seconds. The best score in that entire block was a B, awarded to a girl with a Butterfree because her sleep and paralysis powder combination was genuinely well drilled. Chen Mengyao and I stopped watching after a while and mostly looked at each other, which is what happens. Lunch on 9, then we split up. Over lunch, I picked up a rumor. The top score of the morning across all floors was an S, and it had gone to a boy from the Chen family of Chang City. His Pokemon was a Feraligatr, and the interesting part was that he'd bought it as an egg from the Elf Building, and it hatched a Totodile, and it had only evolved days ago. I stopped chewing. I knew exactly which egg that was. 5th floor, light blue, quasi-heavenly king potential, 880,000 Alliance coins, memorized location, walked away from because I had 400,000 and a family. It had gone to a Chen. Of course it had. I muttered about it and went back to my noodles, because both my Pokémon could have removed it from the building. 2:30, 15th floor, waiting area. Candidate 3288, Zhang Wei, please prepare. Candidate 3288, Zhang Wei, enter the battlefield. I took a breath and walked in, and the examiner was a woman in her 30s, quite beautiful, and she was glaring at me with open hostility. I stopped and looked around the room to check I was in the right place. I was. I had never seen this person before in my life. I had not offended her. I could not have offended her because I did not know she existed. A woman's heart is like the bottom of the sea, I said internally. I just hope she doesn't trip me up. Then I put my hand on Infernape's ball and stopped worrying, because whatever she was planning, she was not going to pull an elite-level Pokémon out of a pocket at a high school exam. Examiner and candidate, release your Pokémon. Infernape, please. Come out, Aggron. And a 2-meter-tall wall of steel came down onto the floor hard enough to shake it. Aggron, covered in armor, horned, absolutely enormous, radiating the specific attitude of something that has never once had to move out of anyone's way. I looked at it and thought with total sincerity that this did not look like a level 30 Pokémon and that this was supposed to be an exam. I had been watching assessments all morning. Every examiner Pokémon was regulated. 30 to 40, that's the band. I scanned it. Steel and Rock, level 59, late gym stage. Ability, Sturdy. 24 skills including Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Iron Head, Iron Tail, Rock Slide, Iron Defense, and Double Edge. Potential, Elite, level 59. At a high school practical examination against a graduating student. I stood on that floor and cursed her at length inside my own head. Because under normal circumstances, my Infernape would be somewhere in the 20s or 30s, and a late gym stage Aggron would not have beaten it. It would have erased it. Publicly. On a live broadcast. In front of my parents. That is what she had set up. And she had picked me specifically and moved my room to do it. The only reason it was survivable was that my Infernape was not level 30. It was 62, and nobody on Earth expected that, including her. The other examiner in that room worked it out about 2 seconds after I did. He recognized the Aggron on sight as a gym-level Pokémon, and he shot to his feet, because using one in an assessment is an outright violation of the rules, and he had not been informed. And a middle-aged man in Alliance investigator's dress walked over, put a hand on his shoulder, and said something quietly in his ear. Then that examiner sat back down and looked at the floor, which told me everything about who she was. Senior investigator at the branch, and the minister is her own brother. Let her do what she wants. We'll handle the fallout. Do your job. He told the referee to proceed as normal. The referee, to his credit, muttered something under his breath first. Both Pokémon in position. In this assessment battle, the candidate attacks first. Fine. Infernape, Flamethrower, say hello. Aggron, ignore it. Iron Defense. Aggron went gray and its plating shone, and Iron Defense on something that is already steel and rock is an obscene thing to do to a fire type. Infernape's Flamethrower hit it dead center and did essentially nothing. It did not step back. It did not blink. It did, however, get annoyed. Aggron, Headbutt. She was not the type to absorb a hit for free. She wanted to hit back immediately. Aggron lowered its head, and the horn caught the light, and it came at us with the floor shaking. Dodge, then Brick Break. Because that thing's mass and momentum would have folded my Infernape in half. And here's the thing. Aggron is steel and rock, and it is countered by fighting and by ground, and my Infernape is a fighting type with a large pile of fighting and ground moves. She had brought a tank into a room with an anti-tank weapon, because she'd assumed the weapon would be 4 feet tall. Infernape is many times faster than Aggron. It was gone before the horn arrived. Iron Tail. Battles here are not turn-based. You keep talking as long as your Pokémon can respond. Iron Tail met Brick Break and detonated. Infernape went back 7 or 8 meters. Aggron went back more than 10 and gouged 2 lines into the floor, stopping itself. Aggron lost that exchange. Badly. Fighting moves against Aggron are simply unfair. And I watched her face change. Because her Aggron was a gym-level Pokémon, and my Infernape had just traded with it and come out ahead, and she had one obvious conclusion available and did not want to think it. While she was standing there thinking it, Infernape put several mock punches into her Aggron, and only its absurd defense kept it upright. Aggron, Rock tomb! Rocks came out of the air and started landing around my Infernape, and it had to dodge in every direction, and that was the point. It was being fenced in. That's enough. Agron, hyper beam! And I understood the whole plan about half a second before it landed. She had never been trying to hit us with the rocks. She was reducing the size of the room. Hyper beam is a normal type move with genuinely absurd destructive power, and very few fire moves survive contact with one. But Infernape only had to hold it for a moment, not beat it. Infernape, flamethrower, everything. Agron's mouth filled with orange light and fired. Infernape put out a flamethrower so bright it hurt to look at, and the two beams met and the orange one started winning immediately. I waited. Now, move! Infernape broke off and jumped, and the hyper beam went past it and through the space behind and blew a crater into the floor of the elf building. And then Agron stood perfectly still because hyper beam locks the user in place afterward. That's the cost. Everybody knows it. Everybody forgets it under pressure. Infernape, close combat. That was the entire fight, and it happened in about 2 seconds. Infernape crossed the floor and hit a stationary Agron with a fighting type ultimate, and Agron is 4 times weak to fighting. The bang took the room apart. Infernape came out of it. Agron went down, covered in damage, and then it got back up. I want to give that Agron its due. It had eaten brick break, several mock punches, and a full close combat, and it stood back up, and I said out loud that it deserved to be called an Iron Warrior, and that I now wanted one. Agron, are you all right? Her voice had changed. It wasn't hostility anymore. It was somebody watching a plan come apart on live television. Because what she had actually done, in her own head, was field a Pokemon strong enough to teach an arrogant boy a lesson. Instead, she was now several exchanges into a fight she was losing, on camera, to a high school senior, and she had not thought about what that would look like. Her Agron answered her. She exhaled. Agron, everything, Giga Impact. Nothing left in the tank, so she was spending all of it on one hit. Good timing, Infernape, Flare Blitz. She wanted one move to decide it. I was happy to agree. Agron wrapped itself in gray-white energy and came off the ground like something launched. Infernape lit up and blue sparks came off it, and it went the other way. They met in the center of the arena, and the air distorted. Energy shields surround an assessment arena, which is why it is safe to hold these things inside a building. However hard they hit, the shield eats it, and nothing crosses into the crowd unless the shield's rating is exceeded. And the smoke sat there. Nobody in that room moved. Not the referee, not the other examiner, not the students and parents in the gallery, and not, as I found out afterward, several million people watching a live stream who had all stopped talking at once. Every one of them was asking the same question. Agron or Infernape? The smoke cleared. My Infernape was standing in the middle of the floor. Beside it, Agron was lying down, covered in wounds, out. For a full second there was no sound at all, and then the 15th floor of the elf building erupted, and it was loud enough that the building moved, and Alliance staff from other floors started running toward us because they thought something had exploded. The referee had forgotten to speak. He was a League employee. He knew exactly who that examiner was. He had just watched investigator Chen Hui-Ying lose to a graduating student, and his brain had briefly stopped. The applause snapped him out of it. The examiner's Agron is unable to battle. The winner is candidate Zhang Wei and his Infernape. Infernape defeated Agron. 35,247 experience and 1 gold coin. 35,000 from one opponent. That Agron was beautifully trained, and it was the strongest thing my Pokemon had ever beaten. I ran over and hugged it in front of everyone, on camera. Come back, Agron. You worked hard. She recalled it and said something quiet to the ball, and I saw her do it. Meanwhile, several people in that gallery had filmed the whole thing, and it was already spreading. The headlines wrote themselves within the hour. A prodigy appears in Chang City, defeats an examiner with a single Infernape, breaks a historical record, unprecedented. The strongest senior brother in history crushes the Iron Warrior. I did not know any of that yet, because I was standing in an arena waiting for a score, and I had a real problem. I had just humiliated the examiner in front of everybody. She was holding the pen. She's going to give me the lowest grade she can. That was a genuine fear. And the only thing holding it back was that there were hundreds of witnesses, a second examiner supervising, and a live broadcast. She handed her Agron's ball to a subordinate and told them to take it to the hospital, which she could not do herself while presiding. Then she picked up the scorecard and without hesitating at all, wrote SSS. The other examiner wrote SSS as well, and I found out later his reasoning was that if that performance did not earn full marks, then he did not understand what full marks were for. I stood there with my heart still going and realized the top Pokemon universities were now a formality. And I want to note one thing about that card. because it mattered more to me than the grade did. Weeks earlier, I had stood in a training room and told a girl I would not take her money because I intended to stand beside her on my own terms and not on her family's. Her aunt is a senior investigator of the Chang City Alliance branch and a member of the Lee family, and she had walked into that room intending to put me on the floor in front of several million people. And then she had picked up a pen and written down in her own hand exactly what I was worth. That is not the whole debt paid. It is the first installment, and I took it. The assessment continued because history does not stop the schedule, and outside that building, the fire caught. The video went everywhere. The SSS score went everywhere about 10 minutes later. A predictable percentage of the internet went after me out of pure envy, and a much larger percentage did not, because powerful trainers get admired here the way athletes do. And then, people started digging. Somebody claiming to work at Xiaohualong Elf House posted a long message on a Pokemon forum. That Infernape, they wrote, was bought as an egg out of our egg gambling corner some time ago. I thought it was a broken egg. It hatched. That post collected hundreds of thousands of likes and tens of thousands of replies inside a day, and a lot of people did not stop to comment. They got in cars. Because Chang City remembers that corner. 5 years ago, somebody pulled a Dratini out of it. Once is a fluke. Twice is a pattern, and it's only 30,000 a ball. That's not money. That's a lottery ticket with a pseudo-legendary on the top line. By evening, Xiaohualong Elf House was under siege. The owner had watched the broadcast himself and was sitting there in shock because a Pokemon that could beat an Alliance examiner had come out of his junk bin and he had sold it for 30,000 yuan. Then he had an idea and made the single worst business decision of his life. He announced that the egg gambling corner was closed. He would keep the eggs and hatch them himself. If he pulled a pseudo-legendary out of that bin, he'd be set for life and could buy his way into a relationship with somebody important. Except the people standing in his shop had come specifically for that corner, and these were not ordinary customers. There were Chen family members in that crowd, corporate representatives, Alliance staff. Several of them told him who they were and explained that if he would not sell, they would arrange for Xiaohualong Elf House to be sealed. He had connections of his own, and they were not that kind of connection, and after checking their identities, he came very close to fainting. So he swallowed it and agreed to reopen the corner. And then, being a businessman, he immediately raised the price to 100,000 Alliance coins per egg. Final sale, no returns. Nobody objected. To those people, Alliance coins are a number on a screen. A pseudo-legendary is a future elite-level Pokemon, and strength is status, and status generates as much money as you like. Under 3 minutes, thousands of eggs gone. Everybody left satisfied, and the owner stood in an empty shop with tens of millions of Alliance coins, and no idea whether to laugh or cry. I knew none of this. I had gone to floor 14 to find Chen Mengyao. She'd finished. She got an S, exactly as I expected, on the strength of her war turtle, which had eaten another water essence and evolved into Blastoise. Then she heard about mine, and she was more excited about my SSS than her own S, which is the most Chen Mengyao sentence I can write. We went and celebrated somewhere and only split up when it got dark. My parents had watched the entire broadcast. I got home to a table loaded with more meat than Lunar New Year. Xiaowei, you're back! Come on, you're a celebrity now. A great contributor to this family. Sit down and eat. What is going on today? I did okay on a combat assessment. It's not a big deal. This is making me uncomfortable. Oh, you have no idea. The phone has not stopped ringing all day. Relatives who don't speak to me called to apologize and say a lot of nice things. My mother said that with a level of satisfaction I had never heard from her. And another thing, my father said, going red, I was promoted. 3 levels in 1 day. Deputy General Manager, annual salary of $1 million. They're saying there'll be another one at the end of the year. 10 years of showing up on time had gotten him nothing. One afternoon of his son being on television got him 3 promotions. They both knew exactly why. Neither of them cared because they'd never had a day like that one, and they were going to enjoy it. I did enjoy it. And then I said the thing I'd been thinking about all the way home. Mom, Dad, small favors are fine. You absolutely cannot accept anything valuable from anybody. And Infernape is my partner and my family. I will never lend it, trade it, or sell it. Please don't agree to anything on my behalf. Because that was going to start. Gifts create obligations. Obligations become promises. And there are people who would very happily hand my mother something expensive in exchange for a conversation later. Of course we know that. We don't take things from people. Your parents want a simple, peaceful life. Nothing else matters. And then my mother's face changed completely. And another thing, You are barely out of school and you are teaching your mother how to behave. And she got hold of my ear. Mom, that hurts. I was joking. I know I was wrong. I appealed to my father for support. My father turned around and pretended to be deaf. Then I remembered that my father is henpecked and my mother runs this household, and there was no cavalry coming. I got released on the grounds that the food was getting cold, and then the three of us ate dinner, and there was a great deal of laughing, and it did not stop for a long time. The next morning, the head teacher called before 9 and told me to come to school immediately, and that it was good news. 6 minutes later, I was at the gate, out of breath. The principal's office was full. Teachers I knew, department heads, Li Ming and the principal, and 3 separate groups of strangers in expensive coats, standing apart from each other like rival delegations, which is exactly what they were. The principal opened the door himself and pulled me inside. This is Zhang Wei, a student of ours. He is the one who defeated the examiner in yesterday's assessment, broke the historical record, and received an SSS. He is the trainer of that infernape and an outstanding student of this school. He said all of that at the strangers rather than at me. The man on the far right got to me first, took my hand, and shook it warmly. Hello. I was in the elf building yesterday too, different room. I watched your video. You and Infernape performed very well, and your Infernape has been raised beautifully. Ah, hello. I had no idea who he was. There had been several 100,000 people in that building. Then the other 2 groups came off the wall at speed because somebody had moved first. Hello, Zhang Wei. We're the admissions team from Capital Elf University. I'm the director of admissions. We watched your video. We're extremely optimistic about you, and we have come a long way to invite you. Hello, Zhang Wei, Magic City Pokemon University, also director of admissions. We hope you'll join us. If you're willing, our school can provide a scholarship of 10 million Alliance coins per year or resources of equivalent value. In addition, there is an elite-level trainer who can be your teacher. 10 million Alliance coins a year. For context, I had, at that moment, roughly 170,000. The teachers of my high school were standing along the wall with their mouths open. They had been called in to make up numbers and had not been told who these people were, only that the principal was extremely deferential. The admissions directors of the top 3 Pokemon universities in the country had flown in to fight over a graduating student, and the opening bid was 10 million. The first man, meanwhile, was visibly unhappy about being interrupted. My apologies, I was in a hurry and forgot to introduce myself. We're from Chang City Elf University. My surname is Wu. I'm currently a vice principal. If you watch our broadcasts, you've probably seen me. Capital and Magic City are thousands of kilometers away, and I only knew them as names on a list. Chang City Elf University is here. It's the best Pokemon university in the entire province, without exception, and every senior in Xizang province wants in, and until about 4 minutes earlier that had included me. Also, they had sent a vice principal. The other 2 had sent admissions directors. Wu Yongcheng, you dare compete with Capital Elf University for a student? That's right. Do you not respect Magic City? By league convention, your school recruits after ours. Why should you get priority? It's about merit. And then the vice principal of my hometown university nearly got into a physical fight with 2 admissions directors in my high school principal's office. I want to describe what was actually happening under that argument. Capital and Magic City take every high-talent student in the country early, every single year, and leave nothing for anyone else, which starves the other universities, which produces worse graduates, which justifies taking everyone the following year. Chang City Elf University has it worst of all. Their president is an elite-level trainer. Below him, a school with hundreds of teachers and professors has only a handful of elite-level trainers, and all of them are nearly the president's age with their potential spun. In the last 10 years, not one of their students has finished in the top 100 of a national tournament. Their president is old and about to retire with no successor, and the school was about to drop out of the top tier entirely. So when the leadership of Chang City Elf University watched my video, the president gave one order. Whatever it costs, bring him back. And Wu Yongcheng had come here personally with instructions to ignore convention, because a school about to fall out of the rankings has nothing left to protect. The Capital director smiled and said, "Fine, let's do it your way," and then turned to me. "Come to Capital Elf University, 15 million a year, convertible to secret treasures, plus an elite-level trainer to guide your studies." "Zhang Wei, our school is the most prestigious and has the most money," said Magic City immediately. "Come to us and I'll make the decision myself. 20 million a year, an elite-level trainer teaching you personally, and an extra slot into a level 4 secret realm." Then he gave Wu Yongchang a look that said, "And what does Chang City have?" It was a fair question. Starting that year, the Alliance had allocated Chang City Elf University 300 million Alliance coins, which is less than a tenth of what those two got. And there is no level 4 or level 5 secret realm anywhere in Chang City, or in this entire province, which is the actual reason my hometown has been falling behind for decades. Wu Yongchang's face went dark, because every word of that was true, and it was being said in front of the student he had been sent to get. Then he steadied himself. Zhang Wei, our school has many shortcomings right now, but I believe that once you arrive, they will improve. Our school has served Chang City and this province for a long time and produced a great many people, including the water-type elite currently sitting in the Elite Four, who graduated from us. And if you come, you will be given the best of everything, priority on anything good that comes in. I promise a scholarship of no less than 20 million a year, convertible to resources. And on teaching, our president says that if you are willing, he will teach you personally. Then he played the card he'd been holding. Also, the level 1 secret realm Evergreen Forest is currently fusing. The Alliance has run preliminary tests. The new realm will be no lower than level 4 and maybe level 5. I promise you a slot into that new realm, one every year. That got my attention, and he could see that it got my attention. Wu Yongchang, you had better be able to stand behind that. Zhang Wei, don't listen to him. Chang City simply does not have the resources. And Wu Yongchang, who had clearly decided he had nothing left to lose, stopped being polite. Gao Jie, isn't Capital Elf University fully committed to raising the Zhou family's children? Can you guarantee Zhang Wei gets those resources? I don't think the Zhou family would agree. The capital director had nothing to say, because there is a Zhou family in the capital. They are a champion family, and roughly half of that university's resources go to them. And Magic City? Most of your resources go to the Shu family, don't they? Shanghai is full of wealthy and powerful houses. How much do you have left over for a child from an ordinary family? The Magic City director also had nothing to say. Because Shanghai is enormous and prosperous and thick with secret realms, and it also contains a champion family, and between the great houses of two cities, the overwhelming majority of what those two universities have flows to people who were born into it, which is the entire reason I was standing in that office at all. Zhang Wei, don't listen to him. Come to our school. Everything I promised is true. Yes, Zhang Wei, everything I promised is true. They both got noticeably less confident after that exchange. Wu Yongchang didn't say anything else. He just stood there with his teeth together, looking at me. He had put everything on the table. There was nothing left in his hand. And I stood in my high school principal's office and thought about it properly. All three are top tier. Chang City is the weakest of the three, and everybody in that room knew it. But the vice principal was right about the other two. Their resources point at champions. The competition inside those schools is vicious, especially against the children of great families, and I could go there and be nobody's priority. Chang City is different. It's home. It's near my parents. And the man in front of me had just offered to hand a declining institution's entire annual budget to one student, which is not generosity, it's desperation. And desperation is the most reliable ally there is. The only complication was that I had told Chen Meng Yao I'd go to Capital Elf University with her. And then I thought about it and realized it wasn't a complication, because I was not going to sit in a classroom anyway. I intended to travel across the whole country, hunting secret realms, challenging gyms, fighting constantly, which is the only path that suits me and the only one my system rewards. She wants to be a breeder, which means years of study and exams and staying in one place. She could not travel with me even if I went to her school. We would be in different buildings in different cities either way, and one of those cities is where my parents live. So I looked at a nervous vice principal. Principal, I choose to stay at Chang City Elf University. The room stopped. Wu Yongchang's face went through several things at once and landed on delight, and he grabbed my hand with both of his. Welcome to Chang City Elf University. This school will support you. You will not be disappointed. The other two looked like they had bitten into something. Zhang Wei, think this through. Are you really not choosing capital? Our school suits you and can offer you better opportunities. Zhang Wei, think carefully and don't be misled by certain people. I'm sorry, directors. I've thought about it. Chang City Elf University. The Capitol director's face went gray and stayed there. My high school principal quietly pulled me aside and, kindly, suggested I reconsider, because those two are the best and most famous in the country. He is from Chong City, and he wanted me to stay. He also had his own interests, and the school's, and I understood that and wasn't angry. I told him I'd thought about it. He gave up. Li Ming smiled the entire time and never once tried to influence me. He would have supported anything I chose. He is, as a private citizen of Chong City, extremely glad I chose the one at home. Zhang Wei, if you pick Chong City over Capital, don't regret it later. That was the Capital director on his way out through his teeth. Magic City handled it better. Congratulations on joining Chong City Elf University. If you ever have other thoughts, our doors are open to you. He was not being gracious out of kindness. He was being gracious because he had just watched a graduating student refuse 15 and 20 million, and he did not want a future elite-level trainer remembering him as the man who was rude about it. I said thank you and meant it. 2 days later, Wu Yongchang called to say he was coming to my apartment and arrived with an assistant, my high school principal, and Li Ming. He handed me an envelope before he sat down. The Chong City Elf University crest and a carved Charizard, extremely lifelike. Their first president was a quasi-champion trainer with a champion-level Charizard, and that animal has been the school's symbol ever since. Vice Principal, is this an admission letter? His smile widened, and he clapped me on the shoulder. That's right, made specially for you through a special channel. Everyone else gets theirs in about 2 weeks. And what he did not say, which I understood perfectly, is that he and the president were terrified I would change my mind, or that somebody else would come back with a bigger number. So they had opened a VIP channel, worked through the night, and physically put the paperwork in my hand as fast as humanly possible. There was no backing out now, which was the point. Then he remembered something and produced a thin card. This is from the school, 1 million alliance coins. Not part of the 20 million scholarship, a separate reward. Please accept it. And my high school principal immediately produced one of his own. Congratulations on being admitted, Zhang Wei. 880,000 from us. I hope you won't think it's too little. 2 men holding out 2 alliance cards at the same time in my living room. I did not know what to do with my face. They solved it by putting them in my pockets themselves. That's the 4th time somebody had done that to me in 3 weeks, and I had started to notice the pattern. Every single one of them says the same word, investment. I accepted, and I made a note of every one of them because I intend to pay all of it back. July 3rd, I went shopping. The elf supermarket staff recognized me the moment I walked in because I was now a celebrity in Chang City, and a swarm of them tried to serve me at once. I had to pick one just to get the rest to disperse, and I very nearly released my Infernape to carry me out of there. Fame brings trouble. I made a note to be more low-key, and then failed to be more low-key for the next several months. 5 great balls, 50 boxes of premium energy cubes, an advanced fishing rod, a mid-grade space backpack. I had over 2 million alliance coins at that point, so I was upgrading everything. While she was packing, I asked, casually, whether they had any fire-type secret treasures. She apologized. Secret treasures of every type are bestsellers and they had none, and it was graduation season and every parent in the city had bought out the stock trying to buy their child a better exam score. I shrugged it off because I knew the answer before I asked. Then she said something that made my day. If you need a fire-type treasure, I can watch for one. If any comes in, I'll notify you immediately. I nearly hugged her. Yes, and not only fire, any type. Just tell me the moment your supermarket gets a secret treasure of any kind. She was very pleased about it, and she should have been since I had just made her month. The bill was 788,000 alliance coins. 50 boxes of premium cubes was 450,000. The mid-grade space backpack was 298,000. Waterproof and fireproof, 8 cubic meters inside. Those 2 items were most of it, and I had finally broken 2 million, and half of it was gone in one transaction. If it were not for the fact that manufacturing energy cubes requires alliance authorization, I would have started making my own, purely out of spite. Back home, I released my Infernape and immediately recaptured it with a great ball. I had promised, now I could. Then I packed everything into the new bag, replaced the 4 ordinary balls on my belt with great balls, wrote a note for my parents, and left. I took a Dodrio west out of the city because riding my Charizard over Chang City would have gotten me shot down, arrested, and imprisoned for life, which is not an exaggeration. It is the actual penalty for violating the no-fly zone. West of Chang City, there is a primeval forest that runs for hundreds of kilometers, full of wild Pokémon. Cross it and you reach the neighboring province by the shortest possible route. I intended to walk across it with an elite-level Infernape and see what happened. That forest is more than 10 times more dangerous than a secret realm. Thousands of people die in the wild every year. The signs at the tree line said so in several ways. No ordinary people. Continuing forward is life-threatening. Ursaring ahead. Wild Pokémon are more aggressive than realm Pokémon, more territorial, and will attack a human walking past for no reason at all. People die to Ursaring and Primeape out here constantly. People wander into a Beedrill colony and get poisoned along with their Pokémon and are never found. Also, deep in there is a Pokémon nature reserve, 10,000 acres, managed by the Chang City Alliance, and it is full of rare species. Charmander, Cyndaquil, Piplup, Oshawott, Ralts, Growlithe, Abra, Riolu. You may enter and look. You may not catch. Catching in there gets you arrested and severely punished, which is precisely why poachers exist. A rare Pokémon sells for millions on the black market. Supply never meets demand, and the profit is large enough that people take the risk every year. The Alliance keeps staff stationed there permanently, including quasi-elite trainers, and they arrest a great many poachers annually, and it does not stop, which is the real lesson about the wild. The most dangerous thing out there is not a Pokémon. I stood at the tree line for a while and then walked in. Infernape. Anything strange comes near us, human or Pokémon, tell me immediately. Pokémon senses are several times better than ours, and an elite-level Infernape can pick up movement within 100 meters. It patted its chest, which meant it was handled. The first day was easy. Rattata foraging, Bellsprout sunbathing, Nidoran playing. Low-level, unevolved, harmless. I killed every single one of them anyway. Not for the experience, which was rounding to 0, but for the coins. Not one grain of rice wasted. 20 kilometers before dark. I camped by water, and while gathering it, I found other people's rubbish, which meant the outer forest sees a lot of traffic. Charizard, come out! Deep enough in, no people, night. Both of them ate. I ate bread and drank boiled water. Second morning, both of them were already awake and lying on either side of the tent facing outward, which they had not been told to do. Second day, the levels came up. 20s, 30s, a Beedrill colony, over 1,000 coins in a day, and about 3,000 experience total, which tells you how far past this forest my Infernape had gotten. Some kills gave single digits. Third day, we went deep, more than 50 kilometers in, and the forest turned genuinely dangerous, and I put the Infernape away and brought out the Charizard because there was nobody left out here to see it. It hugged me the moment it came out, and I let it, and then we walked. Charizard is a warlike animal, and it had been in a ball for 2 days. Everything we met went down, and it was a few points off leveling. 3 kilometers on, a cave. Dark, damp, and the smell was appalling. Zubat hanging in the entrance. Zubat lair. And I want to be clear that we did not go in because it was full of Zubat droppings and I have limits. Noon, lunch, rest, keep walking. Afternoon, still a few points short, so we could not skip anything. Then a Primeape came at us, and that did it. Level 46. We were walking on when the bushes ahead started moving. Loudly. And then more loudly. Nobody is out here. Nothing walks that heavily. Charizard, Dragon Breath, that bush. Because I was not going to stand there and ask it politely. A blue beam went into the undergrowth and detonated, and the bush became a crater, and something came out of it screaming. An Ursaring. 1 meter 80, upright, teeth out, absolutely enraged. I want to be honest about my reaction. In my old life, I was afraid of brown bears. This was taller than a grown man, heavier, walked on 2 legs, and had just been shot. Then my Charizard roared beside me, and I remembered I was not the one in danger. Charizard, beat that thing into the ground. It scared the hell out of me and now it's posturing. Ursaring punched a tree in half as a statement of intent, and then started gathering orange light in its mouth. That's a Hyper Beam. Careful, a wild Ursaring with Hyper Beam. It's no wonder people die out here. Charizard breathed fire into it and won the collision in about 2 seconds because Hyper Beam is the stronger move on paper, and Ursaring was 13 levels down, and level is a wall you cannot argue with. The Ursaring took it, howled, and instead of running, came at us with arm thrust. Charizard's tail lit up and it swept it away with a dragon tail, and I watched a brown shape fly several dozen meters and disappear into a thicket with a thump that shook the ground. Then it crawled back out. Wounded, marked across the chest, and still coming. Charizard, let's go. I was not going to waste time on an injured bear, and I was not going to kill it, because there was no reason to. And that turned out to be a mistake, because as we turned away, the Ursaring started roaring, and it did not stop. It carried for kilometers. Everything nearby fled. And then, from several directions, other things roared back. Oh, footsteps, many of them, getting louder and clearer, and then the ground started shaking, which meant several dozen very large things were coming at speed. Charizard went into a stance beside me without being asked. They came out of the bushes and down out of the trees and surrounded us. I counted because I was frightened, and counting is what I do when I'm frightened. 34 Ursaring, which is when I understood that the roar had never been a challenge. It was a phone call, and I had stood there and let it finish. Also, we were almost certainly standing in their territory. I scanned as fast as I could. Potentials between Superior and Gym. Lowest level, 32. The biggest one, 41. Early Superior, presumably the leader. Infernape! Out! Help! Because 34 of those things is more than one Charizard should have to deal with, however good it is. Infernape arrived surrounded by bears and was completely delighted about it. It roared and immediately blew 2 of them off their feet with a fireball before I said anything, which was, tactically, an error. Because every remaining Ursaring simultaneously started gathering orange light. 32 hyper beams, in a circle, with me in the middle of it. There was no time to interrupt and nowhere to dodge to. Infernape! Charizard! Both of you! Protect! 2 energy shields went up, one inside the other, with the 3 of us in the middle. And then 32 hyper beams landed at once. The outer shell lasted about 3 seconds before it burst into starlight. The inner one, Infernape's, took the remainder and shook and held, and only came down when the barrage stopped. Infernape, Earthquake, Charizard, take me up. Because after firing a hyper beam, every one of those bears was locked in place, and there is exactly one correct thing to do with that information. Charizard got me off the ground. And the moment my feet cleared it, my Infernape jumped and came down. The energy went out of it into the earth, and the whole area moved. 34 Ursaring, all of them at point blank, all of them immobile. They went down instantly. Trees came down on some of them, boulders on others. 20 seconds, and there was nothing standing. Half a minute later, the ground settled, and Charizard put me back down. And I stood there looking at flattened forest, a landslide in the middle distance, cracked earth, and a great many bears under the rubble. Elite level earthquake. I have described this before, and I will keep describing it because it does not stop being alarming. I was also very pleased with myself for getting off the floor before it happened, since otherwise I would have been part of the wreckage. 34 in one go put Infernape at 63. I left them there. They'd wake up and dig themselves out and think about their choices. And as for the landscape, I could not fix that. And as long as you are not damaging a city or a nature reserve, the Alliance does not particularly care what happens to a random stretch of wild forest. About a kilometer on, we found a cave with a Teddiursa sitting outside it. Teddiursa is what an Ursaring used to be, which meant this was the den, which explained the 34. And I was still annoyed about being ambushed, so I went in and we cleaned it out, which is the part of this story where I am not the hero. I did find things in there, berries and a pile of Pokeballs, all broken, which raised questions I chose not to think about. And a leaf stone. A leaf stone in a bear's nest. Some Pokemon require one to evolve, and a decent one sells for hundreds of thousands of Alliance coins. So I made several 100,000 yuan for free, and I would like to thank the Ursaring for the experience, the coins, and the stone. Past their territory, the forest was empty for a few kilometers, and then we found Zigzagoon and Lanoon drinking at a stream. They looked at us with open curiosity, because almost nobody comes this deep, and fire types are rare out here, and they had never seen a Charizard. I looked back with a different kind of interest, because Zigzagoon are famously curious and collect strange objects, which means nests, which means treasure. Charizard beat all of them, and we found the nest in a hollow tree, and it contained fruit, some pretty stones, and a broken Pokeball. I sighed at myself because that was the second time I'd assumed a wild animal had a savings account. 7 or 8 kilometers later, I came over a rise and could see the nature reserve in the distance behind its fence. The Chang City Pokemon Nature Reserve is over 100 years old, 10,000 acres, free to enter, absolutely forbidden to catch in. The Alliance keeps a large, permanent staff there, trainers and breeders both. Countless rare Pokemon behind a fence, and I could look at all of them. I have never wanted anything so much and been so unable to do anything about it. I put my Charizard away and kept walking, itching the whole time. Then the ground started rising, and I could see peaks inside the reserve, and staff patrolling the fence line with Mightyena and Arcanine, watching for exactly the kind of person I was not, but looked like. By evening, I'd reached the deepest part of the forest, right on the reserve boundary. A few hundred meters more, and I'd be past it. I was looking for somewhere to camp when something exploded. Not thunder, an explosion, close, and then silence. It was nearly dark, and we were deep in a primeval forest, and every sensible instinct said walk away. I went and looked. We crept in with the irisnape and got into a bush at the edge of a clearing. There was an overturned truck on the flat ground, and two men, one fat and one short, directing a golem and a Machamp to lever it back onto its wheels. And beside them, on the ground, there was an iron cage. And in the cage, there was a small, gray-green Pokemon, Larvitar, a pseudo-legendary, in a cage, in the wild. 10 minutes from a nature reserve. I did not need any further explanation of what those two men were. I scanned the Pokemon first, because that is what tells you whether you live. Golem, level 41. Machamp, level 50. Both of them with 1 foot in gym level. And that was only what was out. I had no idea how many balls those two had on their belts, or what the strongest one was, and people do not become poachers by being weak. You cannot run that business for years without being able to fight. Especially not these two, who had somehow got hold of a Larvitar. So I sat in a bush and had a genuinely difficult moment. Because this had nothing to do with me. I was passing through. 2 gym-adjacent Pokemon on the field, unknown reserves, in a place with no witnesses, and I had already learned exactly what happens to people who go missing out here. And it was a Larvitar in a cage. I took out my communicator and reported it to the Chang City Police, passed it through to the Alliance branch, and gave them the location. Then I stayed where I was, because I needed an opening, and because if I left, they would be gone before anyone arrived. The truck came upright. And then the two of them walked over to the cage. I found out afterward how they got it. 3 months of planning, 6 weeks lying up in that forest waiting, and then a single window when the mother went out. They took a newly hatched Larvitar out of a nature reserve and ran. And then, in the truck, it had woken up and thrown itself at the bars hard enough to put the vehicle on its side and set off the explosion, which is why they were so angry, and why they were walking toward it now. The heavy one looked into the cage with an expression I did not like at all. Golem, Stone Edge, not too hard, teach it a lesson. I want to describe what that looks like. There is a baby Pokemon in a metal box. There is nowhere in a metal box to go. Golem gathered sharp stones around itself and threw them, and the small thing in the cage pressed itself into the corner and cried out for a mother who was not there and could not come. Their reasoning, which I heard them say out loud, was that it wasn't their Pokemon and it was going to be sold anyway, so as long as they didn't kill or cripple it, there was no harm in discipline. It was the Larvitar's own fault for being disobedient. I was in a bush about 30 meters away, with my hands shaking, and I moved wrong and put my shoulder into a branch. The sound was tiny. It did not matter. Those two have spent years in the wild. Nothing gets past them, because in their line of work, the thing you don't hear is the thing that arrests you. Who's there? I saw you. Come out. I did not come out. He gave it about 4 seconds, and then his face changed. Golem, Stone Edge, that bush. Full power this time. Countless stones, covering the entire thicket, and no gap in it at all. And a flamethrower came out of that bush and met them. The heat melted every stone in the air and kept going and hit the golem square and put it flat on the ground. It got up again because golem is rock and ground, and even a full-power flamethrower does not remove one of those, but it was hurt badly. The two of them stood there completely thrown because a fire-type move had just done that to a golem. I walked out of the bushes with my Infernape, and my position was no longer a secret. They went tense the moment they saw me, not because of me, because they were afraid the Alliance had traced them, and Alliance police and investigators overwhelmingly favor Arcanine and Houndoom and Charizard, since fire types track by scent and can be ridden. Then they got a proper look and relaxed slightly. No uniform, no insignia, 1 Pokemon. Hey kid, who are you? What were you doing in that bush? You fat bastard, you have the nerve. You didn't ask me anything before you put a Stone Edge into that bush. Were you trying to kill us? I was already walking, because there was only one thing in that clearing I actually wanted, and it was in a cage. Brat, that Larvitar is ours. Move again, and I'll kill you. The short one thought I was a rival poacher trying to steal his merchandise, and got loud about it. The fat one was smarter. He called the police. He's stalling. Second brother, both of us. Kill him fast and take the larvitar and run. He had worked out my entire plan by watching me walk. He took 2 balls off his belt and threw them, and a houndoom and a firo came out. The short one panicked and released his as well, a voltorb and a pidgeot, which, with the golem and machamp already on the field, made 6. I scanned them all while they were coming out. Voltorb, 42. Everything else, over 50. All of them gym level. Houndoom, level 57, late gym stage, the strongest thing they had. 3 gym level Pokemon, a Machamp at the peak of Superior, and 2 more in the early Superior band. These were not amateurs, and it was 6 against my 1. Then Charizard, out, help! Because these men were outlaws in a clearing with no witnesses, and there was no version of this where I kept anything in reserve. A golden Charizard came out of a Great Ball into a torch-lit clearing. Boss, am I seeing things? That's a shiny Charizard. You're not mistaken, we're going to be rich. They forgot about the Larvitar for a second. They forgot about me entirely. 1 Larvitar was already more money than either of them could spend in a lifetime, and a shiny is comparable to a pseudo-legendary, and they had just been handed a second one by a teenager who walked out of a bush. Houndoom, crunch on the Infernape. Firo, wing attack on the Charizard. Golem, Stone Edge on the Charizard. Infernape, close combat, the Houndoom. Charizard, up, dodge. Then Dragon Breath on the Golem. Charizard lifted straight out of both attacks and turned in the air and put a Dragon Breath down at the Golem, which dodged it, and then the explosion picked it up anyway and threw it, and it had already been burned once. It was not out. But it was finished as a threat, and the fat one pulled it back to stand next to him as a bodyguard, and then kicked his brother and told him to stop standing there. Meanwhile, my Infernape had gone through the Houndoom's crunch, put a fist into its head, another into its jaw, and then kicked it across the clearing into a boulder, which came apart. The Houndoom crawled out of the rubble bleeding. That was their ace, and it had lasted about 4 seconds. Firo, Hyper Beam on the Infernape. Infernape, move, then Acrobatics on the Machamp. Charizard, Hyper Beam on the Firo. I want to note the Acrobatics call because I was proud of it. Acrobatics is a flying type move, and Machamp is a fighting type, and Infernape was more than 10 levels above it. The Machamp did not get to use anything at all. It went down on the first hit. Firo got hit by Charizard's Hyper Beam and survived, badly. Then the fat one, who was genuinely the better trainer of the two, spotted that Charizard was now locked in place after its own Hyper Beam and sent Firo straight in. Infernape, help Charizard, flamethrower on the Firo. Infernape blew the Firo off course, and my Charizard got free. And while I was busy with that, the Pidgeot came down out of the dark and hit my Infernape with a wing and put it through the tree line. Charizard roared and threw a fire blast into the Pidgeot on pure temper. Then Pidgeot came around with Steel Wing, and Charizard went up to meet it with Giga Impact, and the two of them went into a tree the size of a house, and the tree came down, and the clearing filled with smoke. They both came out of it flying, and I could see straight away that my Charizard had come off worse and was breathing hard. That fight was too much for it. Charizard was at level 45. It should have been leveling quietly for another month, not trading with a mid-gym Pidgeot in the dark. And then a flamethrower came out of the tree line behind the Pidgeot and hit it in the back, and it fell out of the air. Firo spun around, and there was my Infernape, jumping down out of a tree, sticking a finger out at it and pulling a face. That is a real thing that happened. My elite-level Pokemon taunted a Firo, and the Firo, which had already been burned once and lost feathers over it, lost its temper completely and dived at it. Firo, don't go over there. The fat one saw it instantly because he understood his own Pokemon. Open sky is where a Firo wins. The dense forest my Infernape had just retreated into is where it loses. Which is exactly why my Infernape had gone there and then made a face at it. I did not tell it to do that. It worked it out on its own, and I want that written down. Meanwhile, the Pidgeot was on the ground, badly hurt, and could not get airborne again. Charizard, can you still fight? Its stomach was open where the Steel Wing had caught it, and it had one claw over the wound. It roared and took the claw away, which meant yes, and glared at the Pidgeot that had hurt it and hurt its friend, because Charizard holds grudges. Then everything you've got. Dragon Rush. Dragon Rush is a very difficult move. Most dragon types never learn it. Mine had it because of its parents, whoever they were. Charizard roared, and the killing intent that came off it froze the Pidgeot on the spot. Then it got bigger, or seemed to, and blue flame poured off it and became a dragon, and the whole thing came down on the Pidgeot. That Charizard has Dragon Rush too. Get the Pidgeot to counter with Hyper Beam. Too late. The light was still gathering in the Pidgeot's mouth when it got hit. The ground jumped, and then the explosion arrived, and sand and stone went everywhere, and none of us could see. When it cleared, there was a crater with cracks running out of it, and both Pokémon were lying in the bottom of it, and neither was moving. I got there first and checked, and my Charizard was out, but alive. You worked hard, you really suffered, rest now. I put it in the Great Ball, because inside a ball a Pokémon recovers faster. Behind me, in the trees, my Infernape had led the Fearow into the canopy, waited on a branch, dropped on it, and hit it with close combat. It came back out, dragging the thing by one wing, and dumped it in front of me like a cat.
You did well.
2 poachers, 6 Pokémon, 4 of them down, and each of them had 1 left. The Golem was crippled, and the other was an Electrode at early superior. They had worked out what my Infernape was by then. Nothing else one-shots a late gym Houndoom. And the fat one had also worked out that he was going to prison for a very long time. I was furious. My Charizard had a hole in its stomach, and if the Alliance had not been minutes away, I would have been extremely tempted to solve those 2 men permanently, which is a thing you can do out here, and which people do. Instead, I went to the cage. Infernape, open it. It took the bars apart, and it took a lot of doing to get the small thing out of the corner it had folded itself into. It opened its eyes, saw a face it did not recognize, and assumed I was with them. It cried out and started struggling with the last strength it had, and its face was pure terror. I looked at the marks on it and thought several things I will not write down. Larvitar, I'm not a bad person. I came to save you. Don't be afraid. Did you see? I beat the bad men, and their Pokémon too. That Golem hurt you before. How about I have Infernape go and hit it for you? You have to believe me, we're really here to help. I said all of that to a baby Pokémon while stroking its head over and over in a clearing full of unconscious Pokémon. And whether it believed me, or whether it was simply too hurt to keep fighting, it stopped moving and lay still in my arms. Which was when I finally had a second to scan it. Rock and Ground, level 21. Individual values, 6 of 6 at 31. Perfect. Skills including Takedown, Giga Impact, and Earthquake, inherited. Potential, Champion. I stood in the dark holding a pseudo-legendary with 6 perfect stats, 3 inherited ultimate moves and a champion ceiling, and my arms tightened around it without my permission. That is the same tier as my shiny Charizard. Pseudo-legendary babies are all talented. This one was extraordinary even by that standard, and I found myself genuinely curious about what kind of Tyranitar produces something like it. I wanted it. Obviously I wanted it. And I already knew I probably could not have it, because if that Larvitar came out of a nature reserve, then it belongs to a nature reserve, and no amount of hiding it would change that. It would have to go back. Then I heard sirens. The sirens changed everything for the 2 poachers. Because up to that point they had been losing a fight. Now they were listening to the rest of their lives arrive. They stared at the Larvitar in my arms with an expression I did not have a name for at the time. They had planned for 3 months and lain in a forest for 6 weeks, and it had all gone to a stranger, and they were going to a cell they would not come out of. And then the fat one had a thought. You brat. I'm not surrendering. Since I can't escape, and I'm dead anyway, you don't get a good life either. You're all coming with me. His voice had gone flat. Golem, charge, self-destruct. If we die, we all die. Brother, are you insane? At this range, it'll take us too. The short one did not want to die. He wanted to be arrested. He was, right at the end, the more reasonable of the 2, and he screamed at his own brother to stop. Too late. I did not even understand what was happening until the Golem was already moving. It came in at point blank, glowing white, radiating something dense and wrong, and there was no time to give an order. I looked at my Infernape once, then I turned my back to it and folded myself over the Larvitar and got as low to the ground as I could, because that was the only thing left to do. There was a flash, and then the world hit me, and for the next 10 seconds I felt no pain at all. I opened my eyes. My Infernape had crossed the distance and put itself between me and the Golem and thrown up a protect, and the shield was still standing. Infernape, thank you. Without you, both of us would have been in pieces. It scratched the back of its head and looked embarrassed, and made it clear that this was simply what it was for. A few kilometers away, something enormous saw that explosion and started moving toward it. I stood up with the Larvitar and looked around. Everything within 20 meters was gone. Not damaged, gone, in a way that made a clean circle, with a crater 4 or 5 meters across at the center. I had seen the ugly side of people a few times by then. That one stuck. Those two had been willing to detonate their own Pokemon at point blank with themselves inside the radius, purely so that nobody else got anything. They were also not dead, which surprised me. The fat one was unconscious and covered in wounds. The short one was worse. The blast had taken a leg off him, and he was in an extremely bad way, and if he ever regained consciousness, he was going to have a long time to think about his brother. I walked over and kicked both of them several times, which is not a proud moment, and which I would do again. I was gearing up for a few more when a dozen police cars and Alliance vehicles came through the trees, and I stopped because there were now witnesses. The whole fight had taken under 5 minutes. They were fast. 20 or 30 people came out of those vehicles. Police, Alliance staff, investigators, firefighters, and Pokemon doctors. They had come prepared for everything, which told me exactly how seriously the Alliance takes poaching. The man at the front looked about 27 or 28, and everybody else in that clearing arranged themselves around him. "Hello, you must be Zhang Wei, the student who called it in?" I nodded. I was, at that point, still recovering from having briefly expected to die. I told him the whole thing and left out the part where my Charizard was gold. Then I showed him the Larvitar. He looked at the small thing in my arms and frowned, and I could see him arriving at a conclusion he did not enjoy, which was that it had come off the mountain in his reserve. He had a doctor treat it, and then handed it back to me because it was calmer with me and because the situation had just become complicated. Then he told them to keep the two poachers alive, in those words. Those two had a long list of crimes behind them and information the Alliance wanted, and dying before an interview would be inconsiderate. His people scattered to do their jobs, and he walked me away from the others. "My name is Wang Zhang. I'm in charge of the Chang City Pokemon Nature Reserve. You can call me Senior, since I graduated from Chang City Elf University a few years ahead of you. I heard your name from President Guo a couple of days ago. He clearly values you." I was still adjusting to being an alumnus of a university I had not attended for a single day. He put an arm around my shoulder and dropped his voice. "Those two are a poaching ring with a great many crimes behind them. You've done a real service rescuing the Larvitar and taking them. The Alliance will reward you generously." Then the ground started shaking. Every single person in that clearing stopped what they were doing and moved toward Wang Zhang, who was the strongest thing there. Something enormous came out of the tree line in green armor, nearly 3 meters tall, eyes bloodshot, moving in a way that made the ground answer. Tyranitar. And it was not right. There was nothing behind those eyes at all. It had already started gathering a hyper beam before it finished stepping into the light. "Get back!" Wang Zhang shoved me behind him and threw out his starter, and it was a Charizard, and it was an elite-level Pokemon. "Charizard, overheat!" Because the priority was not winning. The priority was interrupting that Hyper Bernstein before it went off in a clearing full of people. Charizard breathed out something that turned the air white. Overheat met Hyper Beam in the middle. And the orange beam went straight through it and hit the Charizard and took it off its feet and threw it hundreds of meters into the forest, where something detonated. The ground moved. People fell over. The Charizard came back out of the smoke and landed, and there was a wound open across its chest. I scanned the thing that had done it, and I could not speak. Level 80. Elite 4. Peak stage. The strongest Pokemon I had ever seen in my life, and by a long way. Wang Zhang's Charizard was level 71, freshly into Elite. A 9-level gap at that altitude is not a gap, it's a different category, which is why his overheat had been eaten and why his Pokemon was bleeding. "Charizard, now! Brick Break!" Hyper Beam locks the user. He knew it, and he took the window, and his Charizard went in and put a claw across the thing's chest and knocked it back more than 10 meters. And in exactly the same instant, the lock ended. The Tyranitar gathered another Hyper Beam and fired it, point blank, into a Charizard that was still in the air. It came down out of the sky and hit the ground and did not get up, and there was blood. Everybody's face changed. Wang Zhang could not speak. He is a quasi-elite trainer. That means his starter has entered elite level, and the rest of his team sits just below it. And his best had just been dismantled by something that had barely engaged. He recalled it before it could be hit again. "Run, all of you, get in the vehicles and go. I'll hold it as long as I can." Then he threw out 5 more balls, and out came an Arcanine, a Nidoking, a Swampert, an Ampharos, and a Steelix, every one of them at elite level, and he sent 4 of them forward and kept the Arcanine. I understood the Arcanine immediately. That was the one he intended to escape on, if he lived long enough to need it. We ran for the cars, because he was right, and we were nothing but weight. And then the Tyranitar saw what I was holding. That was the moment I stopped being a bystander. Because what it saw was a human, running for a vehicle, carrying its child. It fired rock slide at the cars. Boulders came out of the sky like a bombardment, and every vehicle in that clearing was flattened. More than a dozen of them, crushed and buried, including the poacher's truck. There was now no way out of that forest except on foot.
Wang Zhang could not stop it and could not understand it. He was the largest threat in that clearing by an enormous margin, and it had gone after parked cars instead. Then he saw what it was actually looking at, and I watched him work it out, which did not help because a Pokemon in that state does not accept explanations. If it kept going, it would kill every person in that clearing and then keep going into the reserve, and an Elite 4 peak Tyranitar can absolutely do that. Only he could escape, and only on the Arcanine, and he was not going to leave the rest of us. Arcanine, extreme speed on the Tyranitar, Swampert, Hydro Pump, everything, Ampharos, Thunder, Maximum, Steelix, Nidoking, Hyper Beam. His hands were shaking and the veins stood out on his forehead. Infernape, Blast Burn, U2, because there was nowhere left to run to. If he lost, we all died. There was no walking out of the blast radius of that thing's Hyper Beam. 6 elite-level Pokemon fired at once. Lightning and Fire arrived first, then a Hydro Pump, which counters Rock, then 2 Hyper Beams, and then the whole thing went up. The Tyranitar disappeared inside the explosion and roared, and it was a sound with pain in it, and the dust went up in a column. For about 2 seconds, everybody in that clearing believed it was over. Then a Hyper Beam came out of the smoke. It went past the Nidoking, close, and detonated beside it. And when the light went out, 4 of Wang Zhang's Pokemon were down, all at once. The only one still standing was the Arcanine, which had stayed back with him. There was a crater with cracks running out of it like a web, and his team was lying in it under the sand. His face went the color of paper. He ran to the edge of the pit and recalled them. 6 elite-level Pokemon, every one using its strongest move, including 2 hard counters, and it had not been enough. Then the Tyranitar walked out of its own dust cloud. Its armor was marked all over, and every one of those marks was superficial, and it looked at me and started gathering another Hyper Beam. "Zhang Wei, put the Larvitar down and run. It's aiming at you." He was screaming it while ordering his Arcanine to charge and interrupt, and it did not work. That thing simply absorbed everything the Arcanine could do to it and did not take its eyes off me. I had already worked out, sometime earlier, that the Larvitar in my arms was probably its child, and I could not put it down. Partly because it would not let go of me, and partly because at that point it did not matter. It had already decided what I was, and putting the child on the ground would not have changed one thing about where that beam was going. "Arcanine, Flare Blitz, you have to stop it." The Arcanine went in wrapped in fire with everything it had. The Hyper Beam finished and fired, and the Arcanine, which had put itself in the path, was blown out of it and through several boulders and a stand of trees, and I did not see where it stopped. And the beam kept coming. Everybody in that clearing held their breath for me, and not one of them sent out a Pokemon. I do not blame them for that. They had just watched Wang Zhang's entire team go down. Faced with a thing that had beaten every strong person present without breathing hard, they did not have it in them to move, and I am not sure I would have. Wang Zhang had nothing left. He stood there and watched. And my Infernape stepped in front of me. It used Overheat first, straight into the incoming beam, which bled some of the power out of it. Then it put itself between me and what was left and threw up a Protect. The shield lasted 2 seconds. The gap was too wide. Elite 4 peak against Elite 4 early is not a fight. The Protect came apart like paper, and my Infernape was thrown dozens of meters, through 3 boulders, through a stand of trees, into a thicket, and then it stopped moving. And there was nothing between me and it. The Tyranitar walked, not fast. Every step left a print in the ground, and every person in that clearing stopped breathing in case it noticed them. It stopped 4 or 5 meters away, and its eyes went to the thing in my arms. I want to describe my mental state accurately. I was not brave. I was standing perfectly still because my legs had stopped taking instructions, with sweat running down my back, holding a Larvitar slightly looser than before because my hands had gone weak. It had regained enough energy. The orange light started building in its mouth again. At that range, it would have taken most of the clearing with it, and there would not have been enough of me left to bury. And then the Larvitar woke up.
It opened its eyes and saw something enormous, familiar and unfamiliar at once, and for a second it did not understand. Then it met those bloodshot eyes and saw the shape of what was standing over it, and it burst into tears. And behind me, my infernape came walking back out of the thicket. It was in a terrible state, and it had nothing left, and it came and stood in front of me again, and looked up at a thing more than twice its size. I want that written down properly, because it is the single best thing anybody has ever done for me. It could not win. It knew it could not win. It came back anyway. And the larvitar kept crying, and the tyranitar stopped. The orange light went out of its mouth, and the red went out of its eyes. Everything violent in it drained away in about 2 seconds, and what was left, looking down at the small thing in my arms, was something entirely different. I finally understood what I had been holding all evening, and I put the larvitar down as fast and as carefully as I have ever done anything. And it grabbed my arm and would not let go. So I stood there in front of an Elite 4 peak tyranitar, holding its child, because its child would not release me. I want to point out that a larvitar crying is genuinely adorable, and a tyranitar is genuinely not, and that I did not want to be that close to one, and that I could not have run if I had wanted to, because my legs were still not working. The tyranitar calmed down, slowly. Infernape, you worked hard, come back and rest. It had blood on its chest and burns from the beam and the blast, and I would have taken it to a hospital that second if there had been one. Instead, I put it in the ball, because inside a ball it recovers. Junior, are you all right? Lang Zhang had come up beside me and started to pull me away from it, and the tyranitar immediately began to wind up again because I was carrying the larvitar and I was moving. I explained the situation to him in about 4 sentences, quietly, and he stopped pulling and went very pale. Because everything now fitted. The tyranitar and the larvitar both live in the Chang City Nature Reserve. 2 poachers waited 6 weeks for a window and took her child. She went through the fence and tracked it out here, and every single thing between her and it, human or Pokemon, was an enemy. And her child was in the arms of a human running for a vehicle. If that larvitar had not woken up when it did, I would have died, and so would every Alliance officer in that clearing. We were still standing there when the reinforcement arrived. A middle-aged man on a Rapidash. The pressure that came off it changed the whole clearing, and even the Tyranitar's eyes sharpened. Every Alliance officer present visibly relaxed the moment he appeared, in a way I found instructive. Longzhong went and bowed and reported, pointing at me and at the larvitar several times. I scanned the Rapidash from a considerable distance because I could feel the heat coming off it. Level 80, Elite 4 peak, same tier as the Tyranitar. I stood there and thought about the fact that a few weeks earlier I had been amazed by a level 74 Flygon. Now I had met 2 at 80 in a fortnight. The man came over and looked at me the way you look at a promising junior. Young man, you've only just graduated and you already have this much strength. You have a bright future. I said thank you and smiled awkwardly. I need your help with something. Just tell me what you need. That Tyranitar is the mother of the larvitar you're holding. Poachers took her son. She lost herself looking for him. Now she wants a proper look at him before she goes back to her mountain. His name is Guo Tao, and he is a vice minister of the Chang City Alliance branch, in charge of city security and counter-terrorism. And an elite-level trainer, which meant that in about 3 weeks, I had personally met 2 of the fewer than 50 elite-level trainers in this country. He could roughly read her because his wife has a degree in Pokemon language, and he has been doing this for decades. So it was female. I had assumed otherwise, and I would like to note that a mother tore through a fence, tracked a truck across a forest, and dismantled a quasi-elite trainer's entire team, and then stopped instantly at the sound of her son crying. I got the larvitar off my arm, which took real effort, and it started crying again and tried to climb back. Larvitar, open your eyes and look. That's your mother. Go and talk to her. If she agrees, I'll carry you forever. I don't mind that you're heavy. It stopped crying and looked at me with enormous eyes, asking whether I meant it. I nodded. Then it grinned and spun around on the spot and walked over to its mother on its own legs. They talked, which nobody present could follow, for a while. And then it turned around and came back to me at a run and jumped, and I caught it. I found out afterward, roughly, what was said. That it liked this human. That he had pulled it out of the cage and healed it and stood in front of it. That the monkey had blocked the golem's self-destruct for it. which it remembered exactly. That it wanted to go with them, and its mother said no several times because she knows precisely what humans are and what the world outside a nature reserve does to small things. And the larviton wrapped itself around her leg and cried until she gave in. Which is how a pseudo-legendary with champion potential and 6 perfect stats negotiated. Then the Tyranitar walked over to me, and I want to be honest, I nearly ran, because the last time it approached me, it had been about to erase me from the world. It made a noise and waved its arms and tried very hard to communicate something. I understood absolutely none of it. Guo Tao came over and translated. She wanted to entrust the Larvitar to me, to let it follow me, to let it be my Pokémon. I stood in a wrecked clearing at night and had to work very hard not to visibly react. I had already written this off. Catching a Pokémon out of a nature reserve is illegal, and taking that one would have meant beating its mother, which nobody in that clearing could do. And instead, its mother offered. Guo Tao was quietly envious, and he is an elite-level trainer without a single pseudo-legendary. He also, as I learned later, did not tell me the complicated part, which was that this Larvitar came from the reserve, and its mother is the Tyranitar on the mountain, and if certain people in the Chang City Alliance found out that animal had produced offspring, every one of them would want it. He kept that to himself because it would not have helped, and instead decided to spend some of his own credibility on my behalf. Tyranitar, you can trust me with him. I'll take care of him, protect him, and train him properly. And I promise I'll bring him back to see you every year. The reserve is free to enter. I knew where she lived. That was not a comforting phrase. It was a schedule. She nodded, hard. Then she looked at her son for a long moment and turned around and walked back toward the mountain. Larvitar, say goodbye to your mother. It waved both arms until she was out of sight. More vehicles arrived after that, and dozens of staff, and they spent hours repairing what 6 elite-level Pokémon had done to a primeval forest, using a great deal of equipment and a great many Pokémon. The battle had affected a radius of tens of kilometers. Everything living nearby had already left. They got it back to something approximating its previous state, and it still looked wrong. I did not capture the Larvitar. Not yet. Because I knew perfectly well it was not that simple, and I did not want to be holding an illegally caught pseudo-legendary when somebody senior asked a question. I rode back with Wang Zhang and moved into the nature reserve to wait, which took several days. There is a Pokémon hospital inside the reserve. I took both of them straight there. The Larvitar was fine. Its injuries had looked much worse than they were because the poachers had been careful not to damage the merchandise, and it had already healed. I fed it an entire plate of premium cubes, which it ate all of because it had been having a hard week. My Infernape was not fine. It was medicated, bandaged, and kept in overnight, and only discharged the following day. Meanwhile, on the 19th floor of the Elf building, there was a meeting. That room is used only for important matters. The lowest-ranking person in it that day was a director. Most of them were deputy ministers of the branch and senior investigators. Guo Tao sat first on the left. Chen Huiying sat first on the right because her status is complicated and her position is high. The head chair was empty. They were there to decide what happened to the Larvitar and what I got. On the screen, there was a photograph of me holding it, with the entire chain of events written out underneath. Guo Tao argued until his voice went. He talked about my potential, about the poachers, about the rescue, about the fact that the Larvitar had chosen to follow me on its own. And the room argued back, and there were a lot of them, and they were not junior people. They had 100 reasons. They offered to reward me instead with Pokémon, secret treasures, alliance coins, anything at all, anything except the Larvitar. Because a pseudo-legendary is one in hundreds of thousands, and not one of them had one, and every one of them wanted one, and the idea of handing it to an outsider was, to their minds, insane. Grown men in their 40s and 50s, senior officials, every one of them at gym level or above, shouting at each other about a baby Pokémon until they were nearly at blows. And when they had exhausted themselves, they all turned and looked at the woman who had not spoken. Because Chen Huiying is a senior investigator and a member of the Li family of Chang City, and Chen Jian, the head of this branch, is her older brother. In a room like that, she can speak for him. So they handed her the decision, which is what people do when they want a fight to end without having to lose it. And she perked up and cleared her throat. Actually, I think Deputy Minister Zheng makes a great deal of sense. I discussed this with my brother earlier. He said that Pokemon are our partners and our teammates, that they have their own opinions and their own right to choose, and that we should respect the choice of every Pokemon. The room went completely silent. Guo Tao and the handful who had backed him were delighted. Everybody else looked like they had bitten into something spoiled. And then they all agreed, unanimously, because the minister had spoken and nobody in that room was going to argue with a message they believed came from him. I have thought about that sentence a great deal since. I do not know whether Chen Jian ever said it. What I do know is that his sister had, a few weeks earlier, shredded a report about me in an empty office at night, and had then rigged an examination room to hit me with a gym-level aggron, and had then written SSS on my card without pausing. She is not a simple person, and I have never fully worked her out. They gave me the Larvitar, and, to save face, they added a ton of iron ore. Guo Tao called me himself to tell me, and mentioned the ore was already on a truck, and I should not forget to collect it. I thanked him properly, on the phone, and I meant it, because I know exactly who is good to me, and I keep a list. Then I went out onto a lawn in the nature reserve with a Larvitar, and finally asked the question. Larvitar, do you want to be my partner? Let's get strong together. It nodded so hard it nearly fell over. Thank you. I took a great ball off my belt and threw it, and it went in, and it shook 3 times and stopped. Then I let it back out and introduced it formally to my Infernape, which it had already met under considerably worse circumstances. And it immediately climbed back into my arms. It looks small. It weighs a great deal. That is a thing about Larvitar that nobody warns you about. But it was extremely cute, and I could not refuse it. And I knew it was already level 21 and would evolve eventually, and after that it would never be cute again. So I decided to be spoiled about it while it lasted. The tally at that point. Charizard had reached level 47 because the Pidgeot it went down with had been mid-gym and worth a great deal. Infernape was still 63 because at that altitude several superior and gym-level opponents do not add up to a single level, and my coins had passed 40,000, which was 2 days behind where I should have been. I stayed for the ore. Iron ore is metallic rock full of exactly the energy a Larvitar needs, and it is food to them. It had been quietly worrying me, and the Alliance had solved it without being asked, which I appreciated more than the gesture deserved. That afternoon, a staff member took me around the reserve. Pichu and Ralts, Jigglypuff and Eevee and Wooper, starters everywhere, Charmander and Bulbasaur and Squirtle and Cyndaquil and Oshawott. On a fenced plain, a herd of Tauros running, which is a thing worth seeing once. In an orchard, a Snorlax secretly eating fruit, which the reserve staff chased off before it flattened the whole grove. Snorlax eats and sleeps, and then wakes up and eats. That is the entire lifestyle. It is also enormously tough and much faster than it looks, and if that had not been a nature reserve, I would have wanted a match with it purely out of curiosity. On a rocky slope, Geodude and Graveler and Onix and Rhyhorn. And lakes full of water types, Squirtle and Psyduck and Poliwag and dozens more. The nature reserve is a place where Pokemon live in peace, and humans are permitted to look and not touch. So I walked through the single greatest concentration of high-value targets I had ever seen, every one of them a coin and a pile of experience, and I was not allowed to touch any of it. That evening, a truck arrived with my ore, 1 ton, every piece about the size of a fist, and there were thousands of them, and I immediately began to worry about my backpack. Fortunately, I had upgraded to 8 cubic meters. The driver and 2 Machoke unloaded, hundreds of pieces at a time. I got my Infernape to help. Larvitar helped too, enthusiastically, right up until it discovered that the cargo was delicious, at which point it started putting the ore directly into its mouth and crunching. I looked at it for a while and said the word glutton out loud and went back to work. It was all for it anyway. Nothing else in my team eats rocks. 10 minutes and a ton of ore filled about a third of my bag. The next morning, I said goodbye to Wangzhong and left because a nature reserve is 10,000 acres of things I was not allowed to touch, and I could not take another day of window shopping. Once past the fence, I let out the Charizard and the Larvitar and made breakfast. Larvitar came out and climbed straight into my arms, as had become standard. I hugged the Charizard too, with the other arm, because it had fought to the last second against a mid-gym Pidgeot at level 45 and gone down doing it, and had only fully healed the previous day. Charizard, thank you. It gave me a thumbs up. Larvitar's breakfast was half energy cubes and half iron ore, and it worked through the ore with obvious enjoyment and a sound like a quarry, and I sat there, wondering what its teeth are made of. We had not gone far before a venonat wandered into view. Venonat is a purple ball of fur with legs, bug, and poison, and this one was level 22, which is roughly where my larvitar sat. Perfect. Venonat is also extremely timid, so I sent the Charizard and the Infernape back out of sight, because a 2-meter golden dragon standing behind me would have ended the encounter before it started. Then I tried to put the larvitar down. It would not let go of my arm, so I deployed my ultimate technique. Larvitar, beat that venonat, and I'll double your iron ore at lunch. My Pokemon is a glutton, and iron ore has a hold on it that borders on the medical. It released my arm instantly and marched across the grass with its chin up. The venonat took one look at a pseudo-legendary walking at it and turned to run. Rock Slide, cut it off, don't let it out. Larvitar pulled up rocks bigger than itself and threw them into the escape route and sealed it in. Cornered, the venonat got angry, and its eyes flashed red, and my larvitar lifted about a hand's width off the ground and then came back down. That was confusion, attempting to throw a 200-kilogram rock baby telekinetically, which did not work at all, and I have rarely felt so smug on behalf of a Pokemon. Takedown. Larvitar weighs about 3 times what a venonat does. It got a run-up and put its whole mass through it, and the venonat went dozens of meters into a tree and did not come back. Larvitar defeated venonat, 231 experience and 1 gold coin. Congratulations on your first. It came straight back and climbed into my arms, and then waved a small hand at me, which meant that I should not, under any circumstances, forget about the double portion of iron ore. That set the pattern for the next 2 days. Anything under level 30 went to the Larvitar. Anything over went to the Charizard. The Larvitar was good. It had inherited 3 ultimate moves, and it won 9 fights out of 10, and the only ones it lost were against things around level 30, where the skill gap was simply too wide, which is normal and not its fault. By the afternoon of the first day, it had put a pincer into the ground and reached level 26. 5 levels in a morning from a few dozen fights. The next afternoon, the forest started thinning out, which meant fewer Pokemon, and I only found 50 or 60 of them, all low. Larvitar cleared the lot and hit level 29, and I remembered that in this world, a Larvitar evolves at 30, so there was exactly 1 level left of it being small. I want to explain the feeling, because I have joked my way through most of this. A Larvitar cries, and it is genuinely adorable. A Tyranitar does not cry, and the last one I met was 3 meters tall and nearly killed me with an eye beam. The small, clingy thing sitting in my lap was going to become that. It has to. That is the entire point of raising one. I made camp early that night, made it double iron ore as promised, and sat there with it while it ate. Then I decided. The next morning I did not walk out of the forest. I went looking for one more fight. Because evolution was going to happen either way, and putting it off is not affection, it is cowardice, and it wanted to be strong more than it wanted to be carried. We found a Mankey troop in some hills. Larvitar is rock and ground. Mankey is fighting, which counters it hard. But Larvitar was higher level, and it had Earthquake, which covers a whole troop at once, and Takedown and Giga Impact behind it. It took some damage and it beat all of them, and hit 30, and went white. And the small thing that had spent a week refusing to let go of my arm was gone. What came out was 1.5 meters tall, sealed in a hard gray-blue shell like a cocoon, with 4 horns on its sides and 3 on its forehead and 2 red eyes. Pupitar. It looked at me, and it did the thing it always does, which is to launch itself into my arms. Pupitar, you've evolved! You can't do that anymore! I got both hands up. It was already airborne. It could not stop. It landed on me and put me flat on my back, and I could not breathe. That thing weighs over 200 kilograms, 3 times what I weigh. I lay under it with my ribs creaking and genuinely considered the possibility that I was going to be killed by my own Pokemon's enthusiasm. My Infernape got it off me. Fortunately, people in this world are physically tougher than the ones I remember, and reasonably resistant to cold and to poison, which is the only reason a low-level attack does not simply kill a person outright. Otherwise, I would have been crushed to death by an animal that was pleased to see me, which is a terrible way to go and would have made a very confusing report. It stood there with its head down, mortified. I told it that it had just evolved and did not know its own weight yet, which was true, and that I was not angry, which was also true, and that I was extremely happy, which was the most true, because a lot of Pokemon change when they evolve, not just size. Temperament. And I had spent a week quietly braced for the possibility that the thing that liked me was about to stop existing. It had not. It was just significantly heavier.
Level 30, 6 perfect stats, still. New skills, and among them, Harden Beam. I looked at that line for a while, because I had watched its mother use one to erase a Charizard at elite level out of the air. 3 hours later, we came out of the forest. The very edge of the wild is safe enough that people come out from the city to camp and play at wilderness survival, and there were a number of them there. They watched a person walk out of the deep forest with 2 Pokemon and go past them toward the road, and they went quiet. So there really are people who cross the whole forest. Somebody said that out loud, behind me. Nobody asked me anything, because the thing walking beside me was 1.5 meters of armored pseudo-legendary, and there was a reasonable assumption in that group that anyone who owns one can cross a primeval forest as an afternoon activity. They stayed near the suburbs. I had spent 4 days in there. That is not courage. That is the difference in strength, and it silenced them, and I confess, I enjoyed it. Once I was clear, I put both away, flagged down a car on the road, and rode into Sha City, which is the capital of the neighboring province and separated from Chang City by exactly 1 primeval forest. Sha City is a food city and a tourist city, and people come from all over the country to eat there. I got out downtown into a crowd so dense I could barely move, and every single person in it had at least 1 Pokemon with them. Women carrying Fennekin and Eevee and Togepi and Skitty like handbags, and an enormous number of Squirtle and Wartortle and Blastoise, because Sha City has a thing about that family and there are Blastoise motifs on the buildings. It was afternoon. The gym could wait until tomorrow. Then somebody handed me a flyers. Blastoise Park, Food Festival, that afternoon. Bring your Pokemon, free tasting. I had been about to hire a guide. 10 minutes later, I was at the gate of an amusement park with a Blastoise fountain in front of it, with my Infernape, walking into a wall of noise and cooking smells and acrobats and magicians and dancers. I watched a performance for a while, decided it was substantially less interesting than a battle, and followed my nose instead. First target was Miltank milk. Sha City has an enormous ranch that does nothing but raise Miltank, and the milk is drinkable by humans and Pokemon both, and it is the local specialty. The queue was enormous. Before I even joined it, a member of staff came out with 2 small cups, one for me and one for my Infernape. I drank mine in 1 swallow. It was, and I say this having eaten a considerable amount of good food in 2 lives, genuinely excellent. Infernape, what did you think of the milk? My Infernape had also finished its cup and was gesturing at the cup and then at the stall and then at the cup again with real feeling. So we queued for half an hour and I bought 30 bottles, which was the limit because it does not keep. Then takoyaki, from a shop with pictures of octillery on the wall and an owner who spent our entire interaction insisting that his takoyaki contains ordinary deep-sea octopus and not octillery, and that the pictures are purely decorative. He was very anxious about it. I bought 2 portions. Then a fruit salad, several flavors of ice cream, and honey collected by Combi and Vespiquen, which is pure and natural and additive-free and extremely good. And then there were the things I would not touch. Magikarp sashimi, Krabby soup, Farfetch'd with spring onion. I have already explained my position on eating Pokemon, and I did not have to explain it to anybody, because I simply kept walking. 2 hours later, we left that park with distended stomachs and a bag packed for the Charizard and the Pupitar. Both of them had stayed in their balls, because a food festival is not the place to release a golden dragon and a rock cocoon. Every city in the Shenzhou Alliance has an elf building, and Sha City's is laid out much like the one at home. Hospital, supermarket, food, lodging, and certified trainers get a discount on rooms, which is why I stayed there. A deluxe room is 500 Alliance coins a night, 400 with the discount. I checked in, then went to look at the Pokemon and eggs on sale, since the 2 provinces are neighbors with similar climates and Sha City is full of rivers and lakes. Which meant water types, grass types, and normal types, and no high potential anything. I left disappointed, went back upstairs, and released all 3, and the room filled instantly, because deluxe rooms in an elf building are built with reinforced floors and thickened walls specifically so trainers can let their Pokemon out, and even so, a Pupitar tests the concept. Then I put out the festival food for the Charizard, which was very pleased, and opened a bottle of Miltank milk each for it and the Infernape. And I had to leave the Pupitar out of the entire thing, because a Pupitar is, functionally, a cocoon. It has no mouth, it cannot eat. That is the price of that stage, and it lasts until it evolves again, and it is why they store energy up beforehand. So my Pupitar sat there and watched 2 fire types drink milk, and I felt genuinely awful about it, and it did not complain once. The next morning, I got up and realized it was July 9th, and time was moving faster than I was. Sha City has 2 gyms, a city gym and a provincial gym.
The provincial gym requires 3-on-3 singles and at least 5 badges to even challenge. I had 0.
The city gym takes anyone, 2-on-2, no badge requirement, which is exactly where you start. You have to eat 1 bite at a time, and I had already spotted my first badge waving at me. Shushi Gym is close enough to walk, 12 minutes. It was busy without being chaos. In a city of tens of millions with only 2 gyms, and one of them effectively closed, every trainer collecting badges funnels into this one building. And gyms are not only about badges. They exist to guide challengers and to help the Alliance raise the next generation, because the League needs new blood. So gyms take apprentices, and run classes and tutorials, and generate side income doing it. I registered at the front desk, got challenge number 48, and was sent to Battle Room A1 on the 3rd floor. Through the window, I watched the end of the previous challenge. It is worth saying clearly, because I did not know this before I started. Challenging a gym almost never means fighting the gym leader. There is one leader and hundreds of challengers a day. Even at a minute a fight, running 24 hours, the arithmetic does not work. So the leader's apprentices and staff stand in, and beating them earns the badge. And you should not relax about that. Those apprentices are taught personally by a gym leader, and most of them come from money, because you do not become a gym leader's student without connections. Their Pokemon are strong, and so are they. I watched a challenger's Arbok get taken apart by a Wartortle in under 2 minutes, both of his Pokemon down, no badge. Then I went in. The room was enormous, a full professional arena with everything. Staff checked my number. I walked to the challenger's box and felt my pulse pick up, which surprised me. It was my first gym. Across from me was a man in his early 20s in casual clothes, one of the leader's students. Next is the Shashi Gym Challenge. Challenger Zhang Wei of Chang City against Shashi Gym trainer Sun Lei. 2-on-2 singles. Either side may switch freely. The match ends when both of one side's Pokemon cannot battle. Challenger, release your Pokemon. And I did not. Excuse me, your Wartortle has already been through at least 2 battles and used a lot of energy. Would you like to bring out a different Pokemon? Because I had watched it fight, and I was not going to take a badge off a tired animal. And also because a low-level Wartortle is worth almost no experience, and I resent inefficiency. He was visibly thrown. Challengers do not say that. Then he smiled and shook his head, because he was a gym trainer, and he was not going to be handled by a teenager. Fine. I took a Great Ball off my belt and threw it. 1.5 meters of gray-blue armored cocoon landed on the arena floor. The room reacted. Sun Lei looked at me differently, immediately, and I could watch him reassemble his opinion of me in real time. A pseudo-legendary, already evolved once, and this is a new trainer? He decided I was from a great family, because that is the only explanation available if you do not know about the system in my head. The referee had also stopped, and had to be prompted, and then went red and got on with it, because he had nearly held up a gym match by staring. Both Pokemon ready. Challenger moves first. 3, 2, 1, begin. Wartortle was level 30. Pupitar was level 30. Which was why I picked it, and why I hadn't sent the Infernape, which would have been an execution. Pupitar, leer, then bite. Pupitar stared it down, and Wartortle's guard dropped, and then Pupitar came in with a mouth made of dark energy. I want to note something about that. When my Pupitar was a Larvitar, it ate iron ore recreationally. Its bite force was already unreasonable. After evolving, it had gone up. Wartortle, withdraw, then rapid spin, straight into it. Wartortle went into the shell, and my Pupitar's bite closed on nothing, and then the shell came out spinning and hit it, and bounced off, because my Pokemon is a rock in armor, and rapid spin from a level 30 Wartortle does not trouble it. Pupitar, tackle it down, then Hyper Beam, point blank, on the head. I know exactly how Squirtle and Wartortle fight, because I have been fighting Chenmeng Yaos for weeks, and the shell trick is only safe if the thing outside cannot reach you. Pupitar threw its entire mass on top of it and pinned it, and if that Wartortle had not been inside its own shell, the weight alone would have ended it. Then the orange light started building. Sun Lei's calm finally cracked. Tough opponent. Wartortle, come out! Hydro pump everything you have! Which was the right call. Pinned or not, it could still fire, and water into a rock and ground type is a hard counter. 2 attacks went off at contact range. Hydro Pump against Hyper Beam. Hydro Pump is very effective. Hyper Beam does not care what you are. The smoke cleared, and the Wartortle was unconscious in a crater. My Pupitar had been grazed and had some damage that did not matter. Shocky! My Pokemon was extremely pleased with itself. I lost the first one. He recalled it and looked at me and my Pupitar with an entirely new expression. And I could hear him thinking it through,
because he said some of it out loud afterward. Pseudo-legendaries live up to the name. That hyper beam should have taken several seconds to charge, and it took less. And I brought a water type against a rock type and lost, which is embarrassing. He threw his last ball, and out came a sand slash, which surprised me because I had expected another water type. Rock and ground against ground. I decided the people of this province are honest men who prefer a straight fight. I scanned it, level 32, and I recalled something useful. The League regulates what gyms may field. City-level gyms are not permitted to use Pokemon above Superior, which is under level 40. The reason is decent. Most challengers are new, and the gym's job is to guide them, not break them. If a gym leader fielded their real team, the first badge in the country would go unclaimed forever, and every new trainer would quit. Some gyms are cleverer and simply require badges before you may challenge, which filters out the hopeless without humiliating anybody. Does the challenger wish to switch? No, Pupitar stays in. Then the match continues. Challenger first. 3, 2, 1, begin. Pupitar, Hyper Beam. Straight away because I wanted to see the charge time again with a clean look at it. The orange light gathered, and it gathered fast. Genetics, presumably. Its mother fires them like a person clicking a light switch. Sandslash, dig, get under it. Sunlay had also noticed the charge speed and got his Pokemon underground, which is the correct answer to a beam. Pupitar, Rock Slide, seal every hole on the field. Then Earthquake. Boulders came out of the air and landed on every opening in that arena, one after another, and my Pupitar closed the ceiling on a Sandslash that was still underneath it. Sandslash, find a gap, get out! He understood immediately, and it was already over. Pupitar came down once, and the energy went into the ground, and the ground answered. The rocks on the surface shattered, and the whole arena cracked outward in a web from the center, and it lasted about 20 seconds. Fortunately, my Pupitar's level was low. That move at full strength would have taken the arena with it. He stopped caring about anything else and ran to find his Pokemon, and dug it out of a collapsed tunnel, unconscious but not badly hurt. Sandslash is unable to battle. Both of Shashi Gym Trainer Sunlay's Pokemon are unable to battle. The winner is Challenger Zhang Wei. The referee announced it fast, and told me afterward that in his years at that gym, he had never seen anyone take Sunlay apart that cleanly. Sunlay came over and shook my hand. I lost. Congratulations. Your Pupitar is genuinely strong, and its talent is extraordinary. If there's ever a chance, I'd like another match with it. Of course. Then he handed me a badge shaped like a water droplet, with a Blastoise design. That's our Shashi Gym badge. It's yours. I stood in a gym in a city I had never visited before, in a province I had never visited before, and held the first gym badge I had ever earned, and grinned like an idiot at a piece of metal. Then I thanked him, recalled my Pupitar, and left, because I had what I came for, and there were other challengers queuing. Out on the street, I put it away very carefully. 1 badge. 15 more city badges and 2 provincial ones to qualify for the national tournament, and that tournament was more than a year out. That day had gone well. A badge, and Pupitar to level 31 off a Wartortle and a Sandslash. I went back to the Elf Building and extended my stay by 2 nights for 800 coins, because I had no intention of leaving Sha City yet. There are 7 secret realms in this city. 7. The highest is a level 4. There are 2 level 3s. Chang City, the provincial capital I come from, has 4, and the best of them was a level 1 until a volcano fell out of the sky into it. I sat in a hotel room and worked out that my hometown is poor, and that this is why. Fewer realms, lower grade realms, fewer resources, weaker Pokemon on the market, and therefore fewer strong trainers, decade after decade. I could not enter the level 3s or the level 4 because those require alliance quotas that I did not have. But the Lee River Secret Realm is a level 2, which is exactly the highest grade I was cleared for, and its entrance is in the city center. I planned to spend the week working through everything I was allowed into, then fly to High Province, which is an island province, surrounded by ocean, with the most complete collection of water-type Pokemon in the country. I wanted a water type. Badly. Every one of my Pokemon was fire, or rock, and the first time I met something with a real hydro pump, it had nearly taken my Infernape apart. And there were rumors that a Greninja had been sighted there. Before any of that, I went shopping again. Skill discs. A Pokemon can only learn a move from a disc if it does not already know it, and whether it learns at all depends on talent, and the disc burns up either way. A talented Pokemon might have it in 15 minutes. A poor one might not have it in a month, and you have bought a very expensive coaster. They average 100,000 Alliance coins each. I bought 3 for my Infernape. Thunder Punch, which is electric, Drain Punch, which is fighting, and Grass Knot, which is grass. 300,000 Alliance coins. I had a leaf stone in my bag from an Ursaring's nest, worth hundreds of thousands, and I considered selling it to cover this and then decided I might need it, which turned out to be correct. Back in the room, I put the first disc in the deluxe room's computer, and a video came up of an Electabuzz demonstrating Thunder Punch in extremely thorough detail. My Infernape watched it once and said it understood, and then demonstrated it on the spot with electricity crackling around its fist. Once. I paused it, switched to Drain Punch, which is demonstrated by a Breloom, and it watched that once and had it. 200,000 Alliance coins in about 4 minutes. Then Grass Knot, which turned out to be demonstrated by a Golduck, which is a water type, which I found delightful and slightly confusing. Presumably, it learned from a disc as well. Grass is a long way from fire and fighting, and that one took 3 viewings. But it got it. 3 new moves in an afternoon, including one specifically designed to give a water type an unpleasant surprise. The Lee River Secret Realm entrance sits beside an actual river in the middle of Shaw City, in a building with the Alliance crest on the front and an enormous carved Blastoise underneath it, because this province cannot help itself. The queue was short because a Level 2 realm requires Certified Advanced Trainer status. Everyone below that is locked out entirely, and there are a great many people below that. Level 2 means more Pokémon and more resources, and it also means the Pokémon in there are strong enough to kill you, which is why the Alliance keeps the door shut on trainers who are not ready. 5,000 Alliance coins. Bracelet. 3 marked balls. Security check. In. I came out on a small plain with an enormous lake nearby and rivers in the distance. Lee River is 95% water. Lakes, rivers, streams. The remaining 5% is land, which meant water types and a scattering of grass and bug. The lake was already crowded with fishermen, so I walked several kilometers inland until the crowd thinned and found a quiet stretch of river with heavy weed. Then I got out the super rod. I had bought it after Evergreen, where a Poliwhirl snapped my ordinary one in half. This one costs 10,000 Alliance coins, and the claim on the box is that it can land a Gyarados. I baited, cast, and turned around. When I land one, you 2 take turns beating it, understood? My Swampert and my Arcanine were not there yet. At that point, it was Infernape on one side and Pupitar on the other, sitting like a pair of extremely large bookends. 30 seconds. The rod moved. I played it out, swung, and a golden fish landed on the bank, thrashing toward the water, because out of water it is helpless and dying, and it knows it. Infernape, Thunder Punch. 200,000 Alliance coins of skill disc, deployed on a Goldeen. It went back into the river and floated, and I felt the specific satisfaction of an investment paying off. Then I put the Infernape away and brought out the Pupitar. Because a Goldeen gives an elite-level Infernape a few hundred experience points, which is not worth the calories. Pupitar, at level 31, could actually use them, and I wanted it to reach Tyranitar. Pupitar, when I land one, you take it, all right? It nodded. And then I caught 17 consecutive Magikarp. 17. After 1 Goldeen, in under half an hour, every one of them landed on the bank flopping, and my Pupitar conjured a mouth of dark energy and bit it, and no Magikarp has ever survived 2 of those. I want to note that the 17 Magikarp did give it a genuinely useful amount of experience, and that this did not make me feel better. Then finally a Poliwag, which was so surprised to be out of the water that it did not have time to react before Pupitar removed it. I threw it back and rebaited and immediately caught another Magikarp, and my luck had not turned at all, it had simply paused. I spent the whole morning there, several hundred Pokemon, 90% of which were Magikarp. At which point I concluded that this particular river had been fully colonized by Magikarp, and there was nothing rare left in it, packed up and moved. I found a much better place in the afternoon, following a stream to a waterfall with an oval pool underneath it, and there were Lotad and Psyduck in and around the water. Pupitar, clear the shore, I'm fishing. Pupitar is countered by water types. It won anyway, on defense and levels, and that was partly the point. I wanted it fighting water types specifically, to build resistance, and because I had a suspicion about it, I wanted to test. First cast in the pool, 10 seconds, something big. I wrestled it up and a pink thing landed on the bank and looked around slowly. Slowpoke. Level 31, Gym potential. Interesting Pokemon. water and psychic, 2 evolutions, both good. Not high enough potential to be worth years of my life. My pupitar bit it instead. It thrashed, its eyes went red, and my pupitar spent a moment wrapped in a red glow and did not let go, and eventually the slowpoke simply gave up. Then my pupitar picked it up and carried it back to the pool, quite gently, which I appreciated. And the rod went again, and this time it nearly took me into the water.
What did we catch? It's enormous.
I got both hands on the rod and went red in the face, and then remembered that I was not alone, and did not call for the pupitar, because the pupitar cannot hold a rod. So I took 2 great balls off my belt with one hand. Infernape and Charizard came out and looked at me with polite curiosity. "Stop looking! I've hooked a big one! Help me pull!" The Infernape got a hand on the rod, and the Charizard got both claws on me, and the 3 of us pulled. Several minutes of that, and whatever was down there started tiring, and then we got it out. 7 meters of blue serpent came out of that pool and landed on the bank. Gyarados. The 3 of us and it looked at each other, and I was extremely conscious of how small the 4 of us were next to it. I was also delighted because I had finally caught one, and because it meant my luck was not fundamentally broken. Gyarados is what a Magikarp becomes, which is the great joke of this world. Magikarp is useless to the point of being a punchline. Gyarados is a disaster with a spine, and evolving is very hard for them. Perhaps one Magikarp in several hundred ever makes it, which is why the rivers are stuffed with the former and you almost never see the latter, and why nobody sane provokes a wild one. Also, and I want to be pedantic here because everyone gets it wrong, despite the name, it is not a dragon type, water and flying. Level 32, potential superior. 14 skills including Ice Fang, Aqua Tail, Crunch, Rain Dance, and Hyper Beam. While I was reading that, it worked out what had happened to it and opened an extremely large mouth and started gathering orange light. Pupitar, Hyper Beam, now! Gyarados is one of the very few water types that functions perfectly well on land, and its Hyper Beam is not a joke. But my Pupitar's charge time is inherited from something that fires them like breathing. The orange beam went out first, hit it square, and cancelled the one it had been building. 7 meters of Gyarados went over backwards and hit the ground hard enough that the Pokemon still in the pool dived. And it got straight back up, badly hurt, and opened its jaws with cold coming off its teeth for an Ice Fang. Stone Edge, finish it, sharp stone into a wounded Gyarados.
Its eyes went into spirals and it went down.
Charizard, Infernape, help me put it back. It took 3 of them to move it and roll it into the water, where it floated across most of the surface looking absurd. Then I rebaited, because a pool that produces a Gyarados has serious water energy in it, which means rare things live there, and nobody else had found it. The Gyarados woke up a while later, submerged and left, and did not come back. And after that, my luck genuinely turned. Everything came up, one after another, and most of it was decent level, and all of it went to the Pupitar. But not the way you might expect, because I had started running an experiment. I made it use Hyper Beam. On everything. Every single fight, whether it needed it or not. The move costs an enormous amount of energy and stamina, so when it ran dry, I rested it and put the Infernape in as a substitute and then went back. 20 or 30 Hyper Beams in one afternoon, and the charge time came down by 1/10 of a second. That does not sound like anything, it is everything. Because a normal Pokemon takes 4 or 5 seconds to fire one, and everyone knows that, and everyone plans around it. Every trainer in this world hears the words Hyper Beam and immediately reaches for a dodge or an interrupt. If mine could fire one in a second, nobody would ever get to make that call. The pool got wrecked in the process because Hyper Beam does not care about the scenery, and I made the Infernape help me fill the crater back in. I camped there and fished it out over the following day, and by the end I had caught over 100 Pokemon in that pool, and no 2 of them were the same species. By the second afternoon, I noticed I was catching a Marill that looked familiar, and that beating it produced no coin at all, which is how the system tells you a place is finished. 1 coin per Pokemon per month, and I had already met that one. Pupitar had gone from 31 to 39 in 2 days, learned Dig and Body Slam, and its Hyper Beam was down to 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds, down from 4 or 5. I looked at a waterfall and a beautiful pool I had personally emptied and moved on. Further in, the stream opened into an enormous river, and it was the best thing I had seen in that realm. Wingull and Ducklet foraging along the bank. Pelipper and Swanna over the water. Lotad and Psyduck swimming. And not one fisherman anywhere. An enormous river, full of Pokemon, in a level 2 secret realm in the middle of a major city, and nobody was working it. I went down the slope to see why. The water broke and something came out of the middle of the river and roared at the sky. Gyarados. Then 3 or 4 more surfaced beside it, and all of them fired hyper beams at the ducklet that were feeding along the surface. The river went up in a wall of water. Ducklet got blown out of it and floated. The rest scattered. A minute later, with nothing else alive on the surface, the Gyarados submerged, satisfied. So that is how a Gyarados pack maintains a river. Everything that enters gets removed, violently, and everything that survives learns not to come back. I stood on the bank and revised my opinion of the local fishing community upward. That was not cowardice, that was arithmetic, and I was not afraid of them, and I was extremely annoyed about the ducklet, and if they had been closer to shore, I would have started something immediately. So I went looking for a fishing spot with the intention of emptying the entire river that afternoon. And a little way along the bank, sitting in the water weeds, there was a pale blue crystal. I assumed waterstone. I was already moving. I got to it, pushed the weeds apart, and reached down. Hey, we both saw that water essence. I should get a share. I nearly went into the river, first because I had misidentified it. It was not a waterstone, it was a water essence, which is worth a great deal more. Second, because there was somebody standing directly behind me. I got the crystal into my pocket and spun around, because I was crouched at the edge of deep water and I cannot swim, and a shove at that moment would have been the end of the story. Then I got my pupitar between us and had a proper look. He was about my age, white, short-sleeved shirt, slim jeans, and a Pikachu hat, which should have made him look ridiculous and instead somehow made him look extremely composed. And behind him there was a Blastoise, and it was watching my pupitar the same way I was watching him. Interesting, I said to myself, because very few people my age make me feel anything at all, and this one did. I had a very clear feeling, standing on that riverbank, that I had just met a problem I would still be dealing with in 10 years. Handing over the essence was not a possibility. It was in my pocket, and things in my pocket stay there. As for the claim that he saw it too, that is not how any of this works. Whoever gets there first gets it. While we were standing there, I scanned his Blastoise and stopped. Level 39, which is nothing. Potential, elite. Elite potential. 1 full tier above Chen Mengyao's Blastoise, which had impressed me enormously. In a level 2 secret realm, walking around behind a boy in a novelty hat. Already owned, of course. He looked at my expression and stepped forward, and his eyes went to my pupitar for a second before he smiled. What do you say? We saw it together. Split it? I shook my head, flatly, and he was not annoyed at all. He stood there perfectly calm with the corner of his mouth up, thinking. Then he made his real offer. Fine, we don't split it. Let's fight. Beat me, and the essence is yours. I raised an eyebrow, because that was never about the crystal. He had seen a pupitar. Anybody who can get a pseudo-legendary is worth fighting, and the essence had simply been the excuse to open the conversation. He was a battle maniac. He had found another one, and he wanted the fight. Excellent. I couldn't be happier. Which was the truth, though not for his reasons. Experience and coins had just walked up to me and volunteered. We moved off the bank to flat ground. He gestured me in first, which is to say a boy with an elite potential Blastoise invited a stranger to open on him. I genuinely don't know where they get the confidence. I said that internally while wondering if he was worried about being deleted. Fine. If he wanted my opening move, he could have it, and I could finally see what 2 days of drilling had actually bought me. Pupitar, Hyper Beam, Blastoise, Hydro Pump, and something happened that I will remember for a long time. My Pupitar's Hyper Beam was already in the air before he finished the word Hydro Pump. Blastoise is enormous and slow, and it had received an instruction that was now irrelevant, and it did not have time to do anything with its body at all. The beam hit it and put it on its back inside a cloud of smoke. How is this possible? He had gone completely white. How is there a hyper beam that fast? That's not normal. He came from a serious family. He had seen a great many things, and he had never seen a hyper beam come out without a charge, because there is not supposed to be one. Does a pupitar not need time to gather energy? He had a queue of questions and no time for any of them, because he was mid-battle and he was staring into smoke, hoping his partner was still conscious. The smoke cleared. The Blastoise was up, covered in damage, in real pain. Blastoise, are you all right? Can you keep going? It answered him, and he exhaled. And in the half-second he spent being relieved, my pupitar crossed the ground and hit it with a takedown, and put it through a boulder and out. Well done. I want to be clear about that call, because it was deliberate and it was not sporting. The moment I saw that his Blastoise had survived, I sent my Pokemon in, because a wounded opponent given a breath to recover becomes a healthy opponent, and being merciful in the middle of a fight is a decision to be cruel to yourself later. He stood there with his fists closed. He had underestimated me, and he knew exactly how much it had cost, and he was, by his own account afterward, near enough unbeatable among people our age in Shaw City, and he had just met somebody in a level 2 secret realm who took his first Pokemon apart in 2 exchanges. He recalled it and apologized to the ball, which I noticed. Then he took a premium ball off his belt and said something serious. The Pokemon in this ball was a gift from my father when I was 16. It has been with me over a year. It is my closest partner. I'm going to use it now. You are entitled to refuse. And I understood exactly what that meant. Great families prepare a Pokemon for a child a year or 2 in advance and let them catch it formally after the exams, which means the Blastoise I had just beaten was probably his examination Pokemon, and this was his actual starter, raised for over a year before he was even allowed to have it. Trained that long by that family, it was going to be at gym level at minimum, which is precisely why I was excited. Why would I refuse? That's what makes it interesting. I have a partner too, and it happens to be my closest one. Let them fight. This is a battle I won't regret. Good, and he lit up, because he had not had a real opponent in a long time either. Time to go, sweetheart. A Pokemon with a V-shaped comb, white feathers, blue eyes, bandaged claws, and enormously powerful legs came out onto the grass. Blaziken. I had expected water or bug because that is what this province produces. I like Blaziken. Handsome, fast, strong, and it can mega-evolve. I had simply never met a Torchic worth the years. I scanned it while he was not looking. Fire and Fighting. Level 57, late gym stage. 28 skills including Blast Burn, Flare Blitz, Sky Uppercut, High Jump Kick, Mega Kick, Thunder Punch, and Close Combat. Potential, Quasi-Champion. And it was holding a Charcoal. Fire moves permanently increased by 25%. The same treasure my Infernape found in a burning forest on a boy in a hat on a Tuesday. But that was not the part that made me stop. Aerial Ace, Bounce, Brave Bird. 3 flying type moves on a fire and fighting type. My Infernape is fire and fighting. Flying is exactly what removes one of those. If I had known him for longer than 4 minutes, I would have accused him of building that team specifically to beat me. One small mercy. Its ability was Blaze, not Speed Boost. If it had been Speed Boost, I do not know what I would have done. Infernape, your turn. A Great Ball opened, and my Infernape landed on the grass. 2 fire and fighting types looked at each other, and neither of them liked what it saw, and the temperature of that field went up about 10 degrees. So you have one too. Blaziken against Infernape. That is interesting. He had worked out immediately that this was my ace, and he smiled in a way I did not like at all, which I later understood meant he had several things in reserve and was looking forward to using them. You go first this time. He had let me open before. I was not going to take the advantage twice. He nodded and took it. Blaziken, Flamethrower. Infernape, Flamethrower as well. 2 fire types breathing at each other, which is the least clever thing either of us could have called, and exactly the right way to measure a stranger. The 2 streams met and pushed against each other, and then mine started winning and kept winning, and it was not close. Blaziken saw that it was going to lose the contest and simply jumped out of the way, which it managed with contemptuous ease because that thing is genuinely fast. How is this possible? Is his Infernape a higher level than my Blaziken? He said that out loud, and he was correct, and by considerably more than 1 or 2 levels. And that made him happier, not unhappier, which is how I knew what kind of person I was dealing with. Blaziken, bulk up! Sensible. If you are behind on levels, raise your attack and defense and try to close the gap. And I did not let him have it for free. Infernape fired an Aura Sphere at it mid-technique, and he had to break the bulk up to jump, which is exactly why I did it. The sphere went past and detonated behind them. Keep it. Quick attack, then high jump kick. Blaziken went from standing to a blur and came in from above. Infernape, dig! Because a high jump kick from that thing at that level would have ended the argument. Infernape opened the ground and dropped through it, and the kick hit bare earth and blew a hole in the field, and the Blaziken was not remotely hurt by the miss and came straight back out of the crater watching the ground for an ambush. Blaziken, Earthquake! Infernape, get out! Because Earthquake into a tunnel is not a hit, It is a burial. You fell for it, Blaziken, brave bird. And I had. He had never intended to use Earthquake. He had wanted my Pokemon out of the ground and standing in the open, and the moment it surfaced, he switched to a flying type move, which is precisely what my Infernape cannot afford to take. He was very good. I would like that recorded. Good timing. Let me show you that a type advantage isn't always enough. Infernape, Flare Blitz, everything. Blaziken came down as a golden bird. My Infernape went up as a blue fire. They met in the air, and the field went white. Blaziken came out of the smoke. Then my Infernape came out of the smoke. A draw, and his face soured. Because he had spent his best counter, and it had bought him nothing. But he is a man who always has one more plan. Infernape, Mach Punch, Blaziken, Thunder Punch. Both of them accelerated to their limits and met in the middle, and it stopped being an exchange of techniques and became a brawl. Fist against fist, both of them landing, neither backing off. They wore each other down and finally separated on their own. Blaziken, Fire Blast. Infernape, Fire Blast 2. Two enormous flames went up, and mine went through his and knocked his Pokemon off its feet. Damn it, same move and I lose on levels again. He was going red, and then he made a decision. He took off the Pikachu hat, and underneath it there was an entirely reasonable and unremarkable face, and he reached into his shirt and lifted out a necklace with a round stone on it, with a black outline inside it. I did not recognize it immediately because I had never seen one in person. A keystone, and on the Blaziken's wrist, small enough that I had not spotted it, there was a matching pendant. He touched the keystone. The two stones resonated, and the entire field went the color of a rainbow. I want to explain the size of this. Mega evolution exists in this world. It requires a keystone, held by the trainer, and the exact matching megastone for that species, held by the Pokemon, and enough understanding and bond between the two of them to make it work. Then a Pokemon can go one step further for a short time and unlock power it does not normally have. 5 to 20 minutes, maximum, because maintaining it burns the Pokemon's stamina at a frightening rate. It also drains the trainer, and if you hold it too long, you will simply collapse, and it ends for you. Keystones and Megastones are, functionally, priceless, not expensive, unavailable. And a boy my age had one, and the matching stone for his starter, which told me exactly what kind of family had raised that Blaziken for a year before handing it to him. The light went out. What was standing there was not a Blaziken. Its feathers had gone up like arrowheads, its two horns had fused into one, the yellow markings had turned black and started to look like fire, and 4 long ribbons of flame had grown out of its forearms. I stood on that field looking at an enemy Pokemon and thought, entirely against my own interests, that it was one of the most beautiful things I had ever seen. Then I scanned it, because I am a professional. Its ability had changed to Speed Boost, and its level had gone up by 5. 5 levels, instantly, for the duration, which put it, near enough, level with my Infernape. He was grinning now, and there was heat coming off that thing in waves. Infernape, Mach Punch, now. Because a Pokemon that has just finished transforming is a Pokemon that is still settling into a new body, and I was not going to hand him that window the way he had handed me mine. Infernape crossed the field with its fist wrapped in white, and the Mega Blaziken, without a single word from its trainer, crossed its arms and took it. Then it stepped back, released the pressure off its forearms, opened its guard, and reset. It had defended on reflex. It did not need to be told. That is what a year of training in a great house buys you, and it was the moment I understood I was not going to win this on cleverness. Well blocked! He was delighted. His Pokemon was obviously the best one. Mega Blaziken, go, Sky Uppercut. Infernape, Thunder Punch. With Speed Boost it left after images on the grass. My Infernape could not dodge that, so it did not try. The Blaziken arrived under its chin and lifted it off the ground, and in the same instant my Infernape put 200,000 Alliance coins of electricity into its ribs. Both of them went backwards, landed, and came straight back in, and after that it stopped being a battle of techniques and became a fight. Hands, feet, both of them throwing everything, extremely fast and extremely close. Mega Blaziken, Flamethrower. Infernape, Fire Blast. Fire against fire, and this time it was even, and when the two collided the explosion sent a heat wave across the whole field that made both trainers shut their eyes. Mega Kick. Close combat. I had one arm across my face and my eyes half open, and I called it anyway. Mega Blaziken went up and came down with everything it had into a kick, and my Infernape did the thing close combat actually is, which is not a punch, but a decision. It dropped its guard completely, took the kick, and hit back at the same moment, putting a fist into the Blaziken's stomach and then a foot behind it. Both of them went backwards. Infernape threw a boulder, Mega Blaziken into the ground hard enough to raise a wall of dust. Mega Blaziken, are you all right? Infernape, are you all right? Both of us shouted at the same time, at the same volume, at our own smoke cloud. The Blaziken came out first, straight up out of the dust and back onto the field. Then the pile of rubble on my side detonated, and my Infernape climbed out of it and ran back to position. Neither of them was badly hurt. Both of them were absolutely thrilled. Infernape, Flare Blitz. Mega Blaziken, Flare Blitz. Both of them wrapped themselves in flame and went at each other head on, and the collision was substantially bigger than the last one, and the fire went into the sky, and the smoke went with it. That commotion was large enough that people elsewhere in the Lee River secret realm noticed it. Somebody, several kilometers away, looked at a column of black smoke and flame and reasonably assumed the realm was on fire, and a number of them started walking toward us. Mega Blaziken, Brave Bird, Infernape, Acrobatics. They had traded so many times by then that neither of them was fighting for advantage anymore. Both of them were fighting for the dignity of being a fire type, which is not a thing I can explain and is absolutely a thing that was happening. Brave Bird hit my Infernape and threw it backwards, badly, and Acrobatics hit the Mega Blaziken, which is also a flying type move, and also very effective against a fire and fighting type, and threw it dozens of meters. The Blaziken got up rubbing its stomach, where my Infernape had hit it several times in a row and had now hit it again. My Infernape was visibly hurting. A Mega Kick and a Brave Bird are not survivable for free, and Sunhow's expression had gone hard because he had just discovered that my fire and fighting type had been holding a flying type move the entire fight and had not used it once until the moment it mattered. I want to be honest, I had not been saving it out of tactical genius. I had simply not needed it until I did. But we're never giving up, right, Mega Blaziken? He said that quietly, with his head down, to his own Pokemon. Then, louder, Mega Blaziken, can you still fight? And it straightened its back and the flames on its wrists went up. Infernape, are you all right? I looked at mine, and I meant the question. Both Pokemon were running on nothing. Neither of them had triggered Blaze yet, which is the ability that fires when a fire type is nearly finished. So both of them still had something left, and that meant this could go considerably further, and I did not know what the far end of it looked like. My Infernape turned around and looked at me, and its eyes changed, because it remembered a promise it made in a training room in the elf building before it evolved, when a crystal was going into its mouth and it thought I could not hear it. I have to get stronger. The fire on its head and its limbs came up, and I understood that this was not going to be settled by me being sensible. All right, keep it up. Victory is ours. Infernape, Blast Burn, everything you have. Who's afraid of who? Mega Blaziken, Blast Burn. 2 fire-type ultimates. Both of them started gathering, and the field went from hot to unbearable. My mouth dried out. I was soaked through in about 10 seconds, standing dozens of meters away. 2 enormous balls of fire built and folded in on themselves and got denser and brighter and bigger, and then both of them went forward. They met in the middle, and the middle stopped existing. Embers went out in every direction, and both Pokemon were caught in their own blast wave and thrown. The impact point became a deep crater, and everything within 100 meters went from green to black. If that river had not been close enough to keep the air damp, I think we would have started a forest fire. And then, out of the smoke on both sides, a Mega Blaziken and an Infernape got their feet under them and squared up again. Neither of them was going to stop. I was in a bad way myself, far enough back to be safe and still caught by the shockwave, standing in air that was hard to breathe with the smell of burning in it. Sunhao had it worse. His hair was soaked flat, and he had given up on dignity and was holding his shirt away from his chest to get air into it. Neither Pokemon attacked. Both of them stood there breathing and rebuilding whatever they had left. And that was when I heard voices, faint and getting closer. What's happening up ahead? Is there a fire? Should we notify the Alliance? Not sure. Let's look first and confirm before we call it in. If you ask me, that big river's ahead. Might be those Gyarados going berserk again. Old Wang's right. Last time I went past there, I saw a pack of them chasing Ducklet. Terrifying. Lucky I ran. Footsteps. Several people, close enough that both of us heard them at the same time, and we both stopped. Then his Mega Blaziken came out of Mega Evolution. It went from a transformed Pokemon to an ordinary one in about a second, and every bit of exhaustion it had been holding off arrived at once. Its legs went. It nearly hit the ground and caught itself on its hands and ended up on one knee. Blaziken, are you all right? He ran and got hold of it and checked it over, and it was not damage, it was the bill. It had held that form for far too long. He held on to it for a moment, said thank you into its face, and put it back in the premium ball. And on my side, my Infernape's posture finally broke, because it had been standing up straight out of pure stubbornness. Now that it was allowed to stop, everything hurt at once. I recalled it because the ball is the fastest way for it to recover, and because there was a hospital in the city. Sun Hao gave a bitter smile. He had used Mega Evolution, and it had not been enough, and now it was over on a technicality. Then he walked across the field and put his hand out. My name is Sun Hao. I'm from Sha City. What's yours? I took it. Zhang Wei, Chong City. So we're neighbors. I never knew Chong City was hiding anything. There's always somebody better, and the world is always bigger. That is genuinely true. He raised an eyebrow when I said where I was from, and I could see him running through his mental list of champion families and quasi-champion families and finding nothing in Chong City at all. He had assumed I came from the capital or from Shanghai, because a boy with a pupitar and an infernape like that has to have come from somewhere with a vault. And I agreed with every word of what he said, because I had been in this world for a matter of months, and in a level 2 secret realm, in a province next door to my own, I had just found a rival. A Blaziken with Mega Evolution had gone toe-to-toe with an elite-level Infernape, and neither of us had gained an inch. If Sha City has a Sun Hao, then the capital and Shanghai, which both contain champion families, are full of people I have not met. I found, to my own surprise, that I was looking forward to that, and then 4 people came out of the end of the path. Sun Hao's whole body changed the instant they appeared. He turned and ran, and shouted the rest of it over his shoulder while running. Zhang Wei, right? This isn't finished. Mega Blaziken and I haven't lost. That was an unfinished battle, and I'm not satisfied. We settle it at the Shenzhou Alliance Elf Competition next year. Fine by me. We settle it at the Elf Competition. I shouted that at his back, because I was not satisfied either, and because he was wrong about one thing. If we had gone on, my Infernape would have won. Mega Evolution has a clock on it. When that clock ran out, his Blaziken would have dropped 5 levels in an instant, and my Infernape would still have been standing there. He was only even with me because of a stone. He is going to work that out himself eventually. I did not feel the need to shout it at him. He stopped once more, at distance. By the way, my home is at Star City Gym. If you're ever in trouble, come and find me. Just give them my name. And then he was gone. I did not know why he ran from 4 ordinary people in a secret realm. I assumed he had his own reasons, and I have since concluded I was right. I recalled my pupitar and walked past those 4 without saying anything, leaving them standing in the middle of 100 meters of scorched earth with a crater in it. Then I went out of the realm and straight to the nearest Pokemon hospital. It took the rest of the day. I sat in a corridor while they ran the full set, and eventually a doctor came out with a report that ran to half a page. Fractures, abrasions, burns, exhaustion. None of it individually serious, all of it at once on the same Pokemon in the same hour. They admitted it. I stayed with it. I slept in the ward. I ate in the ward. 3 days. And I spent a decent amount of those 3 days blaming myself, because that fight had been too much, and I had known it was too much, and there had been at least 4 moments where I could have called it and taken the sensible loss. My Infernape noticed. Of course it noticed. It could not sit up properly, and it made a noise at me anyway, and its eyes were absolutely steady, and what it was telling me was that this was not my fault. That it had put its own dignity on that field, that it had staked everything it had on beating a Mega Blaziken and had failed to, and that this was its business, and not mine. I have thought about that a great deal. 26 days before that fight, that Pokemon was an egg with a dent in it in a bin of corpses, priced at 30,000 Alliance coins, which a shop clerk personally warned me was dead. I had put every yuan my parents owned into it because a voice in my head told me to, and because the alternative was a Bulbasaur and a normal life. And now it was lying in a hospital bed at elite level, refusing to consider a draw with a mega-evolved Blaziken as anything other than an unfinished piece of business. Infernape, don't be discouraged. Sun Hao is going to enter that tournament next year, and we'll beat them properly, in the open, in front of everybody. It made a noise I had not heard from it before. It could not wait. In its opinion, the Blaziken was a chicken that jumped slightly higher than most chickens, and it did not understand what everyone was so impressed about. I paid the bill on the 4th day, 1,200 Alliance coins for 3 nights, discounted because I am a certified advanced trainer. Then we walked out of the Pokemon Hospital in Sha City into the sun, and my Infernape stretched, and the fire on its head came up hotter than it had before it went in. That is where I will leave it for now, because I want to be honest with you about what I actually have standing on that street. I have a Charizard that is gold, which I am still not allowed to show anybody. I have a Pupitar that fires a hyper beam in a second and a half and is going to become the thing that nearly killed me in a forest. I have an Infernape at elite level that came out of a rubbish bin, and a badge in my pocket from a gym in a city I had never seen a week earlier, and 15 more city badges and 2 provincial ones to go before the tournament will even look at me. I have a girl in the capital who tried to hand me her own starter, and her savings, and her grandfather's fire essence, and who is going to a different university than I am. I have a Tyranitar on a mountain who is expecting me back with her son once a year, and I intend to keep that. And somewhere in Shaw City, there is a boy in a Pikachu hat who is, right now, doing exactly what I am doing, which is working out how to be enough for next year. He thinks that fight was a draw. It was not a draw. It was an appointment.